Okay, we're going to call this meeting to order, Tuesday, November 15th, Sacramento City Council. Thank you all for being here. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Laloe.
Here.
Councilmember Harris.
Here.
Councilmember Valenzuela.
Here.
Councilmember Chenier.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra.
Here.
Councilmember Jennings will be absent. Councilmember Vang.
Here.
Mayor Steinberg will be absent. And Vice Mayor Ashby.
Great. Let's start with, we'll have Councilmember Valenzuela, if you're willing, do the land acknowledgement, and Councilmember Harris, if you're willing, do the Pledge of Allegiance. Sound okay? If everyone would please rise.
Yes, please rise for the opening acknowledgement in honor of Sacramento's indigenous people and tribal lands. To the original people of this land, the Nisenan people, the Southern Maidu, Valley and Plains Miwok, Patwin Wintun peoples, and the people of the Wilton Rancheria, Sacramento's only federally recognized tribe, may we acknowledge and honor the Native people who came before us and still walk beside us today on these ancestral lands by choosing to gather today in the active practice of acknowledgement and appreciation for Sacramento's indigenous people's history, contributions, and lives. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, council members. Briefly, before we start, I should ask, is there a report out from closed session, Madam City Attorney or Clerk, either one of you?
There's nothing to report out at this time, Councilman.
Okay, thank
Vice
you
Mayor.
very much. All right, I would like to just let folks know where your mayor is, because he is currently in Washington, D.C., lobbying for us, doing heavy lifting, trying to meet with folks about housing dollars. Met with the congressional delegation, met with several senior staff members in the administration, and we wish him well and ask him to bring us back as many resources as he can. So that is why he will not be here with us today, but we do appreciate him. All right, we have several items on for special presentation, and I think if it's okay with everyone involved, I'd like to start with the Hmong New Year. Are you okay with that, everyone? Is that okay? All right. Councilmember Vang, you look lovely tonight. Tell us about this celebration, please.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor Ashby. I am so excited this year to present a resolution to the board of the Sacramento Hmong New Year to honor and celebrate the Sacramento Hmong New Year. This year actually marks the 17th annual anniversary of our celebration. The Sacramento Hmong New Year happens next Friday, the 25th of November, and it will officially reopen its door this year at Cal Expo next Friday, bringing over 40,000 attendees to the city of Sacramento, all over California, across the United States, and internationally. As you know, over the last 2 years, many events such as this have been held, has not been happening and has been on hold because of the pandemic. And so it is truly remarkable and exciting that the Sacramento Hmong New Year will be officially reopening its door. Historically, the Hmong New Year actually takes place in the fall and winter to honor our ancestors and spirits and really give thanks for the completion of this year's harvest season and to really welcome a new beginning. It's usually celebrated over multiple days from village to village to allow other villages to come and support. And right here in California, it actually travels city to city. So this past weekend, the Hmong New Year was celebrated in Stockton. Next week, starting on Friday, it will be celebrated here at the Capitol in Sacramento. And then next month will be the International Hmong New Year, which will be held in Fresno. And so, as we come together to celebrate our culture and really just the beauty of my people and my community, I just can't help but reflect on just how far we've come as a community, as a refugee community that came here to the United States, and really just acknowledging just the contribution of so many amazing Hmong leaders, movers, and shakers, and their contribution to the city. California is home to the largest Hmong community in the United States with over 350 residents, and right here in Sacramento with over 30,000 residents in the city of Sac. I'm also just incredibly proud to be the first Asian and Hmong woman on the city council, and really proud to serve my diverse District 8. I'm excited that we're opening the New Year's. I'm going to have the opportunity to cut the ribbon this year and also be the keynote at this year's festival. And Councilwoman Valenzuela is joining me. Chief of Staff Karina Talamantes will be joining me as well. And really want to take this opportunity to invite all my colleagues. If you would like to join me this year on Friday, please do. We would love to see you there. And then really just want to say, Happy Hmong New Year to everyone who's watching, to all of our residents in the city of Sacramento. And I'm just really excited because I've been on here for 2 years and haven't had a chance to do this, but doing this for the first time because we are officially opening our New Year's. And with that, I love an opportunity for Lao Vu, the president of Shiny, and their entire board of amazing volunteers to come up and say a few words before I present the resolution.
Absolutely, we'd love to have you. Come on forward. Welcome.
Good evening, council members and guests. My name is Lo Wu, president of Sacramento Hmong New Year's. This is my staff. Like Councilman Vang said, for the past 2 years, we haven't had the event. So we're so excited this year to have the event again. And like Councilman might say, this event brings a lot of attendees to the Sacramento area, brings a lot of business. And we're so excited that this year we have worked very hard days and night, and it's only almost a week away. And so with that, I'd like to present the council members and guests with a little present from the Hmong communities. The gifts consist of Hmong culture items. It's kind of like a necklace and one of these shiny pins like I wear here, a little present for you guys. And just to let you know that, the Hmong are here in Sacramento. We're here to stay. And, this is my home. This is our home. This is where we work. This is where we raise our kids and then go to school here. So with that, I'd like to present that.
That is very kind of you. What we'll do is we'll go through the clerk's office over here. Their team will help you deliver those to the council members. Thank you so much. And then Councilmember Vang, would you like to have the group come down in front and do a photo?
Yes, that would be great. Thank you, Vice
All
Mayor.
right, let's do it. Maybe my colleagues would come here, and Councilmember Vang's gonna come down. She's gonna help you through those
Okay.
barricades there and get you guys lined up here.
So we're invited every one of you next Friday. We're gonna have opening days in Cal Expo. So it's gonna be fun, exciting, lots of culture, food, Hmong arts and craft, a lot of competition going on. So be there and have fun. Okay.
All right, Friday at Cal Expo.
Cal Expo, yes.
Everyone's invited. Next Friday. Wait, this coming Friday or?
Next Friday, right after Thanksgiving.
Right after, so, okay. Right after Thanksgiving.
You could probably pass it up.
Be a fun way to celebrate. All right.
And then why don't I have my staff who are multiple, oh, they want me this, okay.
One, two, three. One more. One, two, and
Councilmember Vang, did you get what you wanted? Do you want to have your other staff?
Yes, I would love to have Samantha
Sure.
and
Yes,
Ethan,
I
just
think
because
that's-
I'm so proud of them.
Yes.
Hmong daughters, and I want them to be part of the photo. Yep.
That's wonderful. We're proud to have them in the photo too. Great, thank you so much. Okay, Councilmember Vang getting us off to such a good start.
Okay, and then.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra also has a good resolution today.
Thank
Take
you,
it away.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate this. I want to also give my also personal thank you to Councilmember Vang, her staff, and the Hmong community here for their work and for telling their story. Many of our similar stories here. But today, I also have the pleasure of looking at our future, our youth, and to recognize those that are leading the way to making sure that we're educating everyone about the importance of water quality. So today with us, we have the Tahoe Park Pollution Preventers. Those are our youth who've been focused on educating our community about pollution in our waterways and how we can prevent that pollution from happening. Little do we know that every time it rains, when we don't do our part to make sure that our storm drains are clean, that what goes down the drain ends up in our rivers and ends up in our own community and affecting our own environment, food supply, it has a long-lasting effect. These participants attended an educational training before developing a community service project, and they cleaned also dozens and dozens of storm drains that were full of potentially very harmful debris and in our own neighborhood. So to me, it gives me great pleasure to recognize some of my own neighbors in Tahoe Park here who are the leaders of our future in environmental stewardship. And that's Audrey Yanes Weigerd, Luke Cruz Rogowski, and Juliana Chavez, who are here today. Who's not here today is Farrar Vendor, and I want to recognize Farrar for the work too here. And to welcome them, we have from the Tahoe Park Neighborhood Association, Isaac Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Guerra. Really appreciate the recognition. I just want to say thank you to Jennifer McCabe at the Department of Utilities. The Department of Utilities actually opened up a really awesome stormwater prevention education program early last year, and my fellow board member on the Neighborhood Association, Rachel Gregg, alerted me to this grant opportunity. So I was happy to write the grant opportunity and really appreciate Department of Utilities' support in getting that through and funding this program. I was speaking to the people today from the Housing Department and also from the Department of Transportation about this just earlier, and they said, wow, we'd love to have programs like this to train our youth about these other important issues. So hopefully what Jennifer is doing at Department of Utilities can be replicated in other areas. But really, these fine young people, Mayor Pro Tem, as you mentioned, they crafted their program, they implemented their program, they put together a PSA, they went to a food truck event and talked to their neighbors about the importance of stormwater prevention. It really was a youth-led, youth-run service learning opportunity, so hopefully it's one of many to come, but these are the forefronters on that effort, and I was really happy to work with them, and we appreciate the recognition.
Well, thank you, and I'd like to hear from our youth here as well, too, if they've got any parting words for us as well to inspire us about water prevention.
If you're too shy, you can just step up and tell us your name and what school you go to. How about that? Let's start there.
We'll start there, yeah.
Wait, Julian. Right
You
over here.
step
right
over here
right
to the main, yeah, there you go.
I'm Juliana Chavez, and I go to West Campus.
Okay?
I'm Adriana's Weekend, and I go to West Campus as well. This project was really fun.
Oh, good.
I'm Luke Rogowski, and I go to New Technology High School.
My name is Lucas Johnson, and I go to Kennedy High School, and I just want to thank Isaac for making this program happen. Thank you.
Very good. Well, thank you very much. Again, I want to recognize them. They went above and beyond in the neighborhood, educating folks about something that we forget. I mean, there was a point in time where people dumped their oil in the stormwater drain, and even small parts of plastic that ends up in our waterway create a long-lasting damage. So let's give them a big round of applause for their work. The Tahoe Park Pollution Preventers.
You're making a big difference in our city, and we appreciate you. And Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to do a group picture?
Yes, and we have Councilmember Harris has some
Sure.
Go down there.
That sounds great. Councilmember Harris, and then we'll come over here.
So I've known Isaac for many years, and I've also known him to clean storm drains every winter and be very upset about all the junk that he's pulling out. He's put numerous Facebook posts up of him cleaning storm drains. So I know that this project is dear to his heart. Isaac, congratulations on getting the grant and supporting these young people in a very important endeavor. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Councilmember Harris. Appreciate that.
All right, members, I think Eric would like to, Mayor Pro Tem Guerra would like us all to stand here. You think?
Well, thanks again.
Great work. Okay, next up, we have Councilmember Chenier presenting to Sacramento Steps Forward and the Youth Homelessness Task Force for their work addressing youth homelessness. So Councilmember Chenier, go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We have some young people in the audience who I'd like to invite up to the podium as well. So I do not have a resolution for them, but they have $6.5 million for us.
Hey,
So
Yay.
I think it's a fair trade. I just want to give a little context. You know, we know that research shows us that 50% of chronically homeless adults first experience homelessness as youth. So that's just a harrowing statistic. Funding like this, HUD funding, will close the gap on these numbers. And collaboratives like this one, which value youth voice and give them a seat at the table, will yield more successful results. So this recognition that we're giving them tonight is one that they have earned through perseverance and persistence. I believe it's the fourth year that they've been working on trying to get funding for homeless youth. They have put together a collaborative on their own. Their youth engagement, their youth voice has been very clear and articulate, and the result has been $6.5 million that the city will be able to use for homeless youth. The board, the Youth Advisory Action Board, rather not advisory board, the Youth Action Board is a formal committee of Sacramento Steps Forward and the Continuum of Care Board. So they're working, and they've learned to work within the system as kind of adjunct to their adult allies in this, but have really led in so many ways. And I think it just proves over and over again what I believe this council knows, that when you give young people a voice, when they get engaged, generally they're going to be successful and they're going to lead. And so I want to thank the four of you for being leaders in this. We look forward to continuing to work with you. And if I could ask you just introduce yourself and kind of your organization and what role you played in this.
So my name is Kalia Richard, and I am in the Youth Advisory Board, and I was one of the youth who helped write the letter that was sent out. And I wanted to say that this is really personal to me, as I've dealt with homelessness and I've had loved ones deal with it. So to be a part of change that can prevent that in the future makes me very grateful. I believe what we've done will help lower our homeless numbers and restore hope in the youth to continue on in the midst of trials and trauma. I'm grateful for my spot on YAB.
Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Jesse with Sacramento Steps Forward. Thank you so much, Councilmember, for the kind words. Youth homelessness continues to be the front and center and huge focus for Sacramento Steps Forward and our COC. We appreciate your advocacy on behalf of youth experiencing homelessness and that of the mayor and fellow council members. I especially want to give recognition to both the Homeless Youth Task Force, which is made up of our amazing service providers in the area, and the Youth Action Board. Their voice was critical to our application and will continue to be during the YHDP process. This was a community effort that took months of work to complete and was our fourth attempt at this funding. And we were successful at receiving $6.5 million designated to our community to address youth homelessness, and it will be continued to be renewed yearly at a regular NOFO process. I also want to give a big shout out to two of our big leaders, Bridget Alexander from Waking the Village and Kate Hutchinson with Lutheran Social Services, for giving so much to this community, but for their time, creative solutions, and invaluable input to this process. This will enable our community to cover things like supportive services, permanent housing, and system support as well. We value our partnership with the city and our youth partners, and as we continue this work. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Mason Gazard. I am the Director of Community Programs at Sacramento Youth Center. We're located in District 2. I'm also on the COC board, and I'm also part of the Homeless Youth Task Force. Personally, I'm also somebody with lived experience as a homeless youth. This is an accomplishment of the Youth Action Board of Sacramento, ranging from ages 14 to 24. They have done something that is incredible. I am proud of the work and contributions of each and every one of those youth who dared to care. Youth voice is often asked for and rarely listened to, and today, youth voice has been heard. The bravery and dedication of these young people has now been rewarded through the monumental award of $6.5 million for the Sacramento region and youth experiencing homelessness. This is huge.
Very good.
Hi, my name is Daisy Madrigal. I am the Prevention and Intervention Lead, and my role is to stand in here for Kate Hutchinson, who is on vacation. And so part of my role, I've been part of the collaboration of TAPE providers that has tackled this for 4 years to apply for this funding. And just when we had lost hope, we were granted this amazing opportunity, and I look forward to uplifting the voices of the youth that are going to be leading the planning and hopefully bringing some creative solutions to end youth homelessness in our community. So happy to be here.
That's great. Thank you guys so much for being here. Councilmember Chenier?
Great. I also want to just thank you. And really, what you have brought is a focus to the plight of many young people.
Yeah.
I forget the numbers, but close to over 400 young people who are homeless here in Sacramento. It should be a target. I know the Vice Mayor has really focused on women and their families, and youth are certainly part of that, and I know a lot of folks have been housed because of that. We need to do better, and we need to do better for the folks that you represent. And, on the other side of that, what you've done here is miraculous. I mean, dealing with bureaucracies to get through that.
Yes.
And get a $6.5 million grant, it just proves, again, that when we let you loose and give you some focused support, you will be successful. So thank you very much. And
I
give them a
think
round
we
of
all hope
applause.
you know your own power here. 6.5 million is a lot, and you did it. I mean, you have some supporters up here, but at the end of the day, you did that. You did that. So
Oh, thank you.
congratulations. Yeah. Councilmember Schneer? Member Schneer's going to come down and
Just push it
he's going to
over.
stand up here with you. Yep, perfect. Congratulations, great work.
Congratulations.
Happy to do that.
Can I give someone your phone? It's okay if you do. Okay.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much. Money well spent on helping our youth. Okay. Councilmember Harris, you have a very special recognition to do for us tonight.
I do, Vice Mayor. I'm very proud and excited, and in fact honored to present this resolution in honor of the retirement of one of our favorite employees, Hector Barone. Hector, why don't you come on up? Hector is a civil engineer. He was trained at the University of California at Davis. He spent the bulk of his career here working for us in the city of Sacramento in the Department of Public Works. He became director of the department in 2017 at the urging of Jerry Way, one of our other favorite people who worked at the department for many years. And then in 2019, our city manager appointed Hector to become assistant city manager over the Department of Public Works, Utilities, and Parks, where he has really excelled. His list of accomplishments is long. I'm just going to name a few. He worked on the Convention Center and Performing Arts Center, the North Natomas Aquatics Complex, Delta Shores, Downtown Rail Yards, Township 9, McKinley Village, Greenbrier, and Crocker Village, just to name a few. He also worked with Caltrans to implement large regional projects such as the I-5 boat section project and the Fix 50 project, which you all might remember tied up our freeways for quite a while. But Hector was so focused that he saved the taxpayers millions of dollars on these projects. His dedication, integrity, and leadership skills, including collaboration, patience, focus, teamwork, understanding, and I might say grace as well, have benefited him and everybody who's worked underneath him for all the years of his service. I consider Hector a personal friend. He's helped me with numerous projects in my district, as he has with all of my colleagues. Hector, you've been a real gem for the city. Personally, I just have to tell you, I appreciate you almost beyond words. You're a gentleman, you're smart, you're practical, you're focused. You've got all the right qualities, and I hate to lose you. I'm happy to say that you're actually retiring and not running off to another job in another jurisdiction. So I'm proud of you for all the things that you've accomplished, and I just want to thank you on behalf of the entire City Council for your years of dedication. So maybe you have a couple of words to say?
Well, wait, before you do, Mayor Pro Tem Guerra.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to personally thank Hector Barron. I mean, when I first got a chance to meet him after getting elected, one of the big key things I was concerned about was the safety of crossing areas, and we had some fatalities with a grandparent who was walking with their kid, and immediately he got to work on looking at installing multiple and looking at citywide, but also in District 6, multiple crossing areas with flashing beacons, and thinking about what are the ways we can look at safety from an engineering standpoint. So from one engineer to another, I want to thank you for your years of not only work on the public safety for, how our roadways are, how our kids are getting to school, how our seniors are able to walk around our own city, but also for your leadership and your stewardship, in our city here. So thank you again, Hector, and it's just great to see your accomplishments over the year. I'm bummed that you're retiring, but I want to thank your accomplishments for everything you've done.
Mayor Pro Tem, on that note, I should say that Hector was essential in implementing Vision Zero, which gets to the heart of what you're talking about, which was our first comprehensive safety plan for all of the corridors here in Sacramento. This has been a tremendous piece of work and has helped us focus on those areas that really need improvement. So, Hector?
Yeah, first of all, thank you, City Council, Vice Mayor. Mr. Harris, the feeling is mutual. I have a lot of respect for you. Thank you for bringing this forward. I greatly appreciate you. Yeah, I have spent, 20 years here, 20 plus years at the City of Sacramento, serving our community, and it's been an absolute honor to be able to do that. Starting in year 2000 as a senior engineer in the Department of Public Works. I've also had an opportunity to work with some fantastic staff in all of our departments and also our city manager's office. And I got to say that our team is, the best out there and the best in their respective fields. I have spent the majority of my career in Public Works, though, and I'm really proud to have been in Public Works and proud of that department and everything that they've accomplished. In that department, I've been able to work with a lot of key leaders. You mentioned one earlier, council member, and many folks that were my managers and that were not my managers, but very influential in my career. So folks like Fran Holbachen and Jerry Way and Howard Chan also is a big key. I also wanted just to say that beyond just working in Public Works, I've had a great fortune to work with our executive team, and those are folks that I've learned a lot from and really proud to have been part of the executive team. Thank you, Howard Chan, for that. I've learned a lot from them, and I wanted to thank them, the executive team, and also our charter officers. I appreciate you a whole lot. I do want to, go back to, the team that I have now, which is, Department of Public Works, the Department of Utilities, more recently, the Department of Youth, Parks and Community Enrichment, and our Office of Climate Action and Sustainability. I've also supported the Water Forum, and that's been an absolute joy to be able to do that. And I've met a lot of fantastic folks that are completely committed to bettering the city of Sacramento, so I'm proud of all of them. On a personal note, I just want to, say that I couldn't have done all of this without, my partner, who's in Los Angeles right now doing work, my wife, Rebecca, who's been a great supporter and very inspirational for me, and it's allowed me to pursue this career. And I don't get to say this very often, but I do want to mention both of my parents, Jose and Dolores Barron. You pronounced it correctly, council member. Both of them have been very inspirational for me, great role models, and watching them in their, in their path and kind of what they've accomplished has been very inspirational. So I wanted to thank them for that. So again, thank you for the recognition. I greatly appreciate it.
Hector, it is a big loss to the city for you to go. You have made your parents more than proud and your city more than proud. And you're one of those people who just comes to work every day and does the job. And sometimes that job is in the middle of budget cuts, and sometimes it's about road resurfacing, and it's all kinds of things all over the place. And you really take it all with the highest caliber of expertise, and you really value the people of this city. And I think you are a model employee for Sacramento. It's been a joy for me to have the opportunity to work with you, which I've had many occasions to work on big projects and little projects with you, and you bring a lot of integrity to everything that you do and everything on behalf of the city. So I'm sure that Mr. Chan has a word or two.
I know we have a long meeting tonight. We have lots of people in here. Typically, this is a time for the council to thoroughly embarrass Hector, but I'm going to take some liberties here. First off, I was going to ask you, where's Rebecca? Because I didn't see her in the audience. But above all the accolades and the achievements that Councilmember Harris put out there, I just wanted the public to understand what a wonderful human being Hector is. He was here when I was recruited to Sacramento 20 years ago, and I will tell you, except for maybe a few gray hairs, he's the same person he was back then, and he just has more responsibilities. He has been so supportive back then, and he continues to be today. And we're looking forward to his retirement party that we're going to, I know that he doesn't want to do anything here, but we're going to send him off appropriately. And I just want to say thank you, Hector. I mean, you've made your city proud, your parents proud, and the team proud. So thank you, Howard.
Appreciate it.
Fantastic. Councilmember Harris, what would you like? What's your pleasure?
I'll go down, you guys stay up
Picture?
here.
Okay.
and then,
I'm going to go down with you.
Go ahead.
Lady, can you take a picture?
Yes. Congratulations. We'll take them. No. We're going to take them and send them to you. Yeah.
Hector, you'll be missed. Thank you. Felicidades.
Congratulations, Hector. Did great.
It's an absolute pleasure working with you. You're going to be missed.
Okay.
We all got your cell phone number, you know that.
I think you'll change it.
Thanks to COVID.
Thanks, Hector. Big shoes to fill. Okay, one last one here. Mr. Ferrer, would you please come up to the podium? And I know that you have been out celebrating all day and working your way across the city here, doing this on behalf of the entire state of California. But this is Apprenticeship Week, and we have such a strong relationship between the city of Sacramento and our labor workers, building and trades folks in this region that we wanted to give you an opportunity to just come forward. We do have a resolution here that we put together for you, but I know that this is particularly important to you because the apprenticeship program means that we continue to move people in to high-paying jobs in our region, which allows for things like home ownership and being able to pay for childcare and taking care of your kids. So, Mr. Ferrer, thank you for your commitment to that. Please take a few moments.
Yes, we want to thank the city for its support for our apprenticeship programs and the career opportunities that have followed because of it. And we look forward to doing even more with the city in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna bring this down to you. Kevin, would you like a picture too with the council? All right, I'll come down.
Feels like church.
Yeah.
You gotta get in there.
Congratulations, brother. Yeah, you got it.
All right, I know that was a lot of celebrations and presentations and resolutions, so thanks for bearing with us on that. Madam Clerk, I know you have one change here, and then I just tell my colleagues, be thinking about what you'd like to say here on consent while she reads at least one thing into the record. And I think we have a few comments, correct?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. We're moving item 36 to consent. It's currently on the discussion calendar, but we're going to vote on that and consent. And then
Say the number one more time.
item number 36.
36, okay.
And then I believe Councilmember Guerra would like to continue item 2 for 1 week. Okay, that's all I have.
Okay, and how many speakers do you have from the public?
I have 4 speakers in chambers and 6 online.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to speak, or are you?
No, I'll just move the consent calendar with the changes identified by the clerk.
Okay. So, and we have 4 people. Do you want to speak before the public, or?
Yeah, I wanted to pull item 25 for a separate discussion.
Item 25 for a separate discussion, and then, Madam Clerk, of the speakers here, are any of these item 25 or no? Of your 4? Okay, let's call the folks from the public that are, Mayor Pro Tem Guerra, you okay? Let's call the folks from the public that are not on item 25, and.
And I believe Councilmember Harris has comments on item 4 and 11.
Okay, Councilmember Harris, do you want to go before the public, or would you like to go
I
after?
think there's a public speaker on 11.
I believe there is.
But 4, I'll just say a couple words.
Okay, go right ahead.
So item number 4 is about Mirasol Village, about funding for the last action to happen in Mirasol Village. Boy, what a project. It's really transformative to the River District. I want to thank SHRA. They have been at the table on this for all the 8 years I've been on council. We've worked together on this project. It's come to fruition. It's a mixed income housing unit, but it replaces the former public housing project, the county project that was Dos Rios back in the day. And this new Mirasol Village is really a beautiful place for people of all incomes to live and work and live together. It's just a beautiful project. It's taken federal money, local money. SHRA has grabbed money from every conceivable space, including a money tree, I think. And they've been wizards, and they pulled this off. I'm very proud of you. It's a great project. Thank you, Christine.
Okay, so that's it for you on item. That's it for you on item 4, but we'll come back to you on 11 after we hear from the speakers. I think we might have 2. So, Madam Clerk?
Yes, I have 2 speakers on item 11, Marbella Sala and then Annette Emery. And then for the members online, if you're speaking on item number 11 or another item other than 25 on the consent, please continue to raise your hand. Otherwise, lower your hands, please.
Hi, good evening. It's nice to see all of you in person and not through Zoom. It's been a while since I've been here. So thank you. And I'm here to speak in support of item 11. And it's about the repair or the replacement of the old tattered fence on Northgate that's been there for over 40 years. And a few years ago, Measure U funded having that fence replaced. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. And Councilman Harris realized that and said, we need to find more money. He didn't give up. And because of his advocacy and consistency, we have the resources through the ARPA funds to have it replaced with a beautiful wall all the way from West El Camino all the way down. And we've seen the designs. It's a beautiful wall. It's going to incorporate our the butterflies and the marigolds. And I can't speak enough to what that's going to do for our community. Our community has been waiting for this fence to be replaced. And this investment the city is making in our community sends a message that Northgate, we care about you. We want to uplift you. We want your businesses to come out of COVID and recover. We want you visitors to come to Northgate and say, wow, this is a place I want to do business with. This is a place I want to come and eat. And I think the wall, along with the mural, with the banners, all of this investment speaks to that. And thank you, Councilman Harris, for not giving up on us. Thank you.
Thank you, Marbella. Thank you for being here. Annette Emery?
Good evening. I'm Annette Emery with the Gardenland Northgate Neighborhood Association, and we fully support the ARPA funds for Northgate, including the fencing. Northgate's one of the places people go, I live near Northgate, and go, huh? Where's that? It's hard to believe. It's been there for a very long time. And it's one of the neglected thoroughfare areas, business areas that the pandemic, of course, just made worse. Now, GNA has long had a goal of let's make this a destination, and this fencing is going to be part of getting that done. It's going to be an area where people are going, where's that? They're going to go, oh, that's that place with that beautiful fencing, with the murals, with the artwork, with the banner, and they have these really great restaurants. And this will just help our businesses grow. And so I just really want to thank you and support. We support all the funds, but the fencing, I know it might seem a little out there, but it's going to be a gateway. People coming in on 80, first thing they normally think of is, right, there's a McDonald's there, but now they're going to go, that's where that beautiful fence is. So thank you, fully support this, and thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Annette, and thank you, Marvea, for coming to advocate on behalf of the Gardenland Northgate community. It will make a very big difference for that community. It's a good and wise and prudent investment. Thank you, Councilmember Harris, for championing that. Okay, we have five
I do have a comment.
Oh, yes, okay.
Yeah.
We do have some more comments online, so before you comment, I just need to make sure they're not for item 11.
Got it.
So folks who have your hands raised online, if you could lower your hands if you're on there to speak on item 25. That way we won't get you confused here. Anybody who's speaking to any of the other items on consent, please leave your hand up, and we're gonna, Madam Clerk, go ahead and let's see what we can do here.
Thank you. So the first one is call-in user 1. Following that is Liz Blum, then Flo Kofer.
Yes, this is Lambert. I'm trying to figure out if I can comment on sending a shout out to the recognized people of the first part. That's when I had my hand up.
This is, Mr. Davis, this is for items on the consent calendar, so that would need to wait for public comment at the end of the meeting. Thank you for asking. Okay, next caller.
Liz Bloom, then Flo Kofer. Liz Bloom, then Flo Kofer. I'll move on to Ms. Kofer. Flo Kofer, then Crystal Sanchez.
Good evening. My name is Flojan Kofer, and I'm calling first to just echo the comments made by one of the Measure U Community Advisory Committee members, Marbella Sala. If anybody knows Marbella, nobody advocates for Gardenland Northgate more than her. And so I too am in support of using the ARPA funds in support of this community, and think that's a really great expenditure of those funds. I also wanted to make a comment on item 3, which is the meeting schedule for the boards, committees, and commissions. I first want to thank the city for actually publishing this in November. I hope this is a practice that continues into the future, because it definitely helps to be able to have an official meeting at the beginning of the year, especially because some of the boards, committees, and commissions don't meet every single month. So thank you for that. I also want to raise up the concern from the Measure U committee. We, following protocol, submitted a request for some standing committees per the new city council ordinance regarding the disbanding of the ad hoc committees. And unfortunately, we were told that as promised, those at the new committees won't be in effect by the end of the year, but the ad hocs have to expire. And so that creates a gap in our work. And many of us have things that we need to attend to in January, February, and March. So I'd just like to call on the council to please consider going ahead and extending the use of ad hocs until you're able to establish the standing committees. Otherwise, again, that gap will exist. So thank you for that, and looking forward to extending that ad hoc and seeing that on a future council agenda before the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Crystal Sanchez, then Shay Fox.
Hi, I was unable to put my hand down. I don't have a comment for this.
Okay, that's fine. She's for 25.
Shay Fox. Shay Fox.
Hello, yes. I'm calling about camp resolution.
You're calling about item 25, Ms. Fox?
Yes.
Okay, well, hold on just a minute. We'll come right back to you, okay?
I have no more speakers online.
Okay, that's it. Councilmember Harris, your comments on item 11.
Yeah, so this is again about the funding for Northgate Corridor. I want to thank my colleagues for supporting me in allocating $5 million for a very underserved area in our city that really does deserve a lot of love and recognition, a lot of pride in this neighborhood, and I'd have to say that it's been really wonderful for me to work with GNNA and all the people who live in the Gardenland Northgate neighborhood to listen to their concerns and help them decide how to uplift their neighborhood. Again, excuse me, thank you, colleagues, for your support in this. We have projects programmed and funded that will long surpass my tenure, but we've put the ball in motion, and you will see Northgate on the rise. So Marbella and Annette, thank you for coming down tonight. I really appreciate your presence, and we're off to the races.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Harris. We do have a motion on the balance, but we do not have a second. All right, seconded by Councilmember Chenier, moved by Mayor Pro Tem Guerra. This is all of the items on consent except for 25, which has been removed for public comment. You want me to do?
Yeah, so those are items 1 through 28 and 36 with the exception of 25.
All right, I think we can do an oral vote here. All in favor signify by aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? Great. We are on to item 25. I would just like to tell a few people things here, give you a couple of comments. So first of all, if you're online and you want to speak for item 25, now you go ahead and put your hand back up. Second of all, there are 49 people in chambers who have submitted a speaker slip. When we decided to come back to chambers, we did, as part of the rules adopted by the council, we wanted to limit how many people are in the seating area. All that means is folks can't come in until other folks leave. So what you might want to think about if you have other folks that are saying they're out there and they can't get in is once you're done with your comment, you might want to see if there's somebody out there who'd like to come in so that we can continue to rotate people through, okay? And I know there are a few people here, especially staff, who have items on after this. This is going to be a bit lengthy, the public comment, so just prepare that we'll come back to those items as soon as we're done. We'll hear from everybody. It's up to you. Would you like to speak before or after? Before? Okay. Councilmember Valenzuela, go ahead.
Thank you, and I want to thank everybody who came out tonight and to city staff who've been very responsive on email over these last few days. This is an item talking about our housing and homelessness strategy, which is why I thought it was appropriate to give space for a conversation about a specific site that was on our siting plan at Colfax Road that is no longer moving forward. And I just want to start this conversation off by saying that I can understand that we don't have the money to run this site as a city site because we did decide to put our remaining money into permanent housing, which is something that I support. I can also understand that the use of the site, whether for cars, for tents, or some other combination, is not determined by us. It's determined by the Flood Control Board, and that I've seen the letters to that effect. I can understand all of this and still think that we should try to sit down and find a pathway forward here. I don't think anybody is served by moving these folks back to the sidewalks in front of this lot or other locations around the city. I think this will only further strain nearby residents and businesses and stretch our already limited outreach capacity. And I also just wanted to note for my colleagues that I've called around a little bit. It's my understanding that the county is starting to deliver some basic stabilization services to the site. It's not a lot, but it's something. So I do personally just feel that us coming in and removing people from the site seems counterintuitive to our efforts to form a meaningful partnership with the county, because it does seem like they are willing to assume some sort of role in this case, and I do want us to recognize and appreciate that. So I'd like to see us explore some kind of lease agreement like we've done for other city properties in the not too distant past. where a nonprofit working with this camp could assume liability and operations. In other words, I really do think there's a path forward where we can balance the fact that the city can't afford to take this on as a site while still making sure that these encampment residents are allowed to find some pathway forward that doesn't just put them back on the sidewalks. So, oh, yeah.
We have a person online unmuted. Hold on,
Yeah.
we'll take care of that. Sorry about that, Councilmember.
It's okay, I appreciate that. So in my understanding, this conversation hasn't happened yet, and we have to note this in the context of it's really cold outside, it's gonna be wet soon, and with the rains coming, and we don't have enough housing or shelter to offer everybody to move indoors, and so I really do think this is something we should consider, and just wanted to frame that for my colleagues' benefit before we hear from the public today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your We're going to call the first three names, so if you could come forward, and we're going to keep calling them, so you'll want to be able to hear your name. Robert Copeland, David Lorette DeMola, Carly Brannon, Sharon Jones.
Okay, we'll start there. Go right ahead, Mr. Copeland.
Well, personally, I think you should work with the homeless advocates and the homeless population instead of against them. Maybe you'll get more done. I mean, this city council is a failure when it comes to helping the homeless population. And I want to see an audit of all the money being spent, like the $600-some thousand. That you're not going to use now? Why waste taxpayer money? I don't get it. I mean, this city council needs to be replaced, for most of them, for being a failure. I mean, work with the homeless advocates and homeless population instead of against them. Maybe you won't see all these homeless sweeps, and we get more people help they need. Thank you.
Carly Brannon.
Go right ahead.
Hi, my name is David Lorette DeMola. Just a few weeks ago, I was honored by the state of Sacramento to be given a resolution from Dr. Richard Pan, state senator, on behalf of my work of poetry in the community. I also suffer from major mental health issues, and I just want to say that all of this wouldn't have happened. My ability to go into schools and teach kids the ability to express themselves honestly, if I didn't have my parents, I would be unhomed. I would be in the streets. And the truth is that would lead to me having to start over constantly when cops come through and take everything I own away. And I look at these the unhomed youth representatives who were just here, $6 million they raised. And I believe it was you who called it a miracle, miraculous, that they could work within the bureaucracy. It shouldn't be a miracle for people who are unhomed to be able to work with you. And what I mean by that is to say that there should be avenues made to make that a much more simple connection. Because even me, someone who's been funded by the city, I still don't know how to get in touch with most of you. I'm thankful I have Katie Valenzuela on my Facebook. But sincerely, there needs to be better avenues built that forge between the unhomed community and you, because the needs here are not understood by any of you. And I'm not saying that as a means of chastising you, but it's just a fact. It's a truth. In the way that you don't understand what it's like to go through major mental health issues. You don't understand what it's like to be someone of color in this community. You don't understand what it's like. And again, it's not to chastise you. It's to say that all disagreements start with understanding that neither side necessarily knows the other's position. And please come to the table, right? Because we're here. Thank you.
Carly Brannon, Sharon Jones, Satay Murphy.
Hi, my name's Carly Brannon. My pronouns are they, them, and I'm a resident of District 2, the district that Camp Resolution is in. Since I signed up to talk about item 25, I want to actually talk about that. That is a large amount of money that's available to use towards really helping people who are currently living outside in their vehicles, couch surfing, whatever level of homelessness they're experiencing. I am definitely in support of getting the money. I am even more than supporting that. I'm concerned about the way that this council will use that money because of the way that it's been used in the past. We consider sweeps homeless services, and that doesn't make sense. That has to stop. It's not a service to completely destroy a person's life by further displacing them when they're already displaced, by taking all of their survival gear that they need. It is survival gear, it's not just stuff. And they're not given enough time to leave. It's not okay. And they need to not be made to leave because there's nowhere else for them to go. But with this money, it is absolutely critical that you, when deciding how to use the money, involve the people who are directly impacted. It is far too often that these decisions are made way high up here by people who are comfortable in their houses that they own, and that's not okay. Involve the people who are directly impacted. I'll talk more off the agenda.
Ellie Swerk.
I'm Sharon Jones, and I am a co-host of Camp Resolution. All these guys, these folks here deserve a chance. They have worked so hard to be a community, and they deserve this chance. That's all I can say.
Thank you for your
My name is Sadir. I'm a resident of Camp Resolution, as well as my 65-year-old grandmother. She got half a foot and no arm. She done been everywhere. I done called everybody. I take care of her. They cut her off of IHS because she don't have no place to live. Don't nobody want to help her get no place to live. DHL, DOA, wherever their names is or whatever, whoever y'all call y'all team for that or whatever, they don't help us do nothing. The ID and the bus pass, that's not gonna help my grandma. I'm injured myself. I done been shot, you know what I'm saying? By somebody I don't even know for no reason. You know what I mean? Who got off with doing it? I come down here, I get into an accident. You know what I mean? My arm is messed up myself. You know what I mean? She needs constant 24-hour care. I have to pick her up and down every day, all day, with a broke arm myself. And man, 2 camps, because she need her own space. You know what I mean? Plus change her and do her, I have to help her with everything. I gotta move us. She has a chair, a wheelchair, a potty. All that shit has to go with me. It's just me. But it's not just me. I got 3 generations worth of us out there. Me, my auntie, and my grandma. My mama, she just so happened to move out of state, but she was out there too. So I'll talk about that more.
Thank you for your. Speaker is Ellie Swerk, then Valentine Farouk, then Nova Quadra. If you heard your name, go ahead and line up in the aisle. Go ahead, Ellie.
Hi, yes, so I'm here to speak about the city's plans to sweep Camp Resolution at Arden and Colfax tomorrow. I just wanted to say that when the city did this before and came in and forced everyone out and destroyed all their stuff, I just wanted to say one thing I witnessed happen then, which was a woman had her cats in her trailer, and the tow company came and stole her trailer with all her pets in it. And as her friend was there, ready to drive the trailer away, they refused to let her, even move the trailer with her friend when she had a way to move it. They refused to let her. They stole her trailer with her pets in it. And that kind of stuff, and much worse, happens every time the city does stuff like this. It's really messed up. This is what you're, enabling and authorizing when this happens. So please do not do this. Do not force people to leave their homes for no reason. They're harming no one. They're just living there. They're having a community. And I think that's all I have to say. But
thank you for your comments. Valentine, then Nova Quadra, then Alexandria Westerfield.
Valentine.
Hello, I'm Valentine Faruqi. I'm living in District 1, and I've been an advocate with who's been at Camp Resolution before. If you go to Camp Resolution right now, what you're going to see is a camp that is ready for the winter. It has pallets, it has windbreakers, it has done all the winterization it needs for the people to survive. And this isn't easy. Last year, despite the warming centers that I know you guys have worked hard to get them open, and even then, you still need to open them more, but let's hold that aside. But even then, last year, I remember hearing story after story about another woman who froze to death in her tent. This is not okay. We have a solution. We have a solution that's going to save lives. Ellie just talked about, and for the record, he is my partner. Ellie just talked about how the sweeps are actually kind of catastrophic. They take people's stuff. They destroy them. Just the other day at Basler, there was a site at Basler where people were removed. I saw them take a bulldozer right through the tents, destroying everybody's stuff. Nobody could get out. We asked them, hey, do you have any services available? We went up to DCR. They said, no, we do not have anything. We're too busy helping other people. We came back again, asked for services, asked what services they were offering. They didn't have a thing. These people, the services do not exist right now. And I think part of this, and the reason I have to oppose Agenda 25, is because of all the graft that's in the system. That $6.5 million that was raised by these advocates, I can't clap because I know it's just going to go lining somebody's pocket and then helping the police. Thank you, that's all.
There's Nova, Alexandria, Westerfield, and Sunrise.
Hello, my name is Nova. I'm a resident of District 4, and I just want to ask all of the council members to consider themselves and their family members, the people that they care about, and put yourselves into the shoes of people who are about to be wiped away from their homes. It isn't just their homes that you're wiping them away from, you're also taking away all of their communications with each other and all of the resources that they have spent months building. It is not just this location, it's all of the locations that you sweep in Sacramento. You're wiping people away of everything that they have, not just their belongings, but their families, their communities, the people that care about them, and the people that come and bring resources as well, and share resources and share time and conversations. These things matter. These things matter just as much as physical belongings do, and none of you have taken any of the time to consider any of that. Thank you.
Anna Reeves.
Hello, my name is Alexander Westerfield from District 5. The U.S. government spends $740 million a year on the military, $200 million a year on the police, and keeping people homeless costs taxpayers $35,000 a year. These are people who have worked together in a community, who have spent their time and their energy to make a home for people who have not been saved by all the money that has gone to the military and the police. And they are being victimized, thrown out, and destroyed because the government can't take good enough care of its people. I think that it's a disgrace to send the police after them instead of helping the people who are actually making a difference, despite not having any of the support that the government has pledged towards homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Hello, my name is Moise. I'm here as a representative of Sunrise Movement Sacramento. I was recently recognized by this city council for climate resilience efforts. Let's talk about climate resilience. It is currently a frost advisory for Sacramento Valley. So compelling that this city was forced to open warming centers through November 17th, yet there is a planned sweep for November 16th that will displace up to 50 people. Up to 50 people. They cannot be displaced. We just talked about how that camp is weatherized to survive this winter. Last year we've seen, and throughout years before, we've seen sweeps result in preventable deaths, people freezing to death, 200 last year in Sacramento. I'm here in support of Camp Resolution, and I hope that everyone in this room, I want to believe, is here because we care about the residents of Sacramento. I want to believe that. Yet why does the city currently have tags for removal on vehicles on Camp Resolution when I've been pouring through public records and have an active public records request with the city? The land use covenant that the city has with the water board has an approved variance based on analysis conducted on behalf of the city last December that proves that the site is safe for safe parking. So why are vehicles being tagged for removal? There's so many questions. There are so many questions about safety. What will displacing around 50 people right before the need for warming centers do? What is the safety in that? Thank you.
Is Solomon Williams, then Shelley Williams? If you heard your name, come on over. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Anna. I'm going to keep this short and sweet. I'm here to support the residents of Camp Resolution and their demands that the city invest resources to support their needs rather than evict and further displace people. I would just like to urge the city council to listen to the people with lived experience who know how to take care of themselves, because they're already taking care of themselves more efficiently than the city has. Like, the amount of money that is been spent on, like, safe, what are they called? Safe grounds. That amount of money, I'll just end it there. Just, I'd like to urge the city council members to listen to the folks who have lived experience and know how to support themselves.
Thank you for your comments. Michael Boyd.
All right, so say your name.
Hey, my name is Solomon. I'm gonna put you in my mouth.
Okay, you want to talk about Camp Resolution?
Camp Resolution. It is pretty good. Yeah. It's really good, yeah. We all know that for sure. And so
how would you feel if Camp Resolution was destroyed?
I would feel horrible if Camp Resolution was destroyed.
What do you like about Camp Resolution?
My friends are there, and there's dogs there. I don't want the poor dogs to get sad.
Anything else?
And yeah, sweeps kill, so. Remember me, Jeff Harris? I was the one you called indoctrinated, Jeff Harris. Remember me?
His name is Solomon. His name is Solomon.
I'm gonna put you in my mouth.
Okay.
That's his little rat.
Go ahead.
All right.
I'm sorry. Start the clock over for the second speaker. Go ahead.
All right, I'm Shelley Williams, D2, and a good friend of Camp Resolution since day one. I want to give a shout out to our friends from the Wood Street encampment in Oakland who came here that first weekend in October. They broke bread with us, and they shared their experiences having their beautiful, vibrant, intentional community destroyed by the state. And unfortunately, that battle was lost, but we're here to tell you that we will win the war. The reason the folks from Wood Street rode their bicycles all the way from Oakland to Sacramento is because this is the power center of the wealthiest state in the US and the 5th largest economy in the world. And all over, we are seeing the failures of this grotesquely wealthy state, the policy choices that would allow the interests of the few actually holding and controlling all of that wealth to dictate whether hundreds of thousands of us and millions on the brink, including me and my child, have a safe place to sleep at night. I was at that horrific April sweep that was paid for by homeless dollars. I heard promises made to 106 people that they could soon return once it was converted into a safe ground. I saw the utter lack of resources offered to people. I saw the trauma. I saw the panic attacks. I saw the terror inflicted by armed men with heavy machinery rolling over and trashing people's homes and belongings that they had no means to move. I saw you put them all on a list that has sat collecting dust for 6 months with no follow-up on the services offered, much less an update on your broken promise that they could return. As someone who has brought drinking water to the city-sanctioned safe grounds because despite spending $4,000 per month per head, some residents at times only had access to a hose. I'm here to say you don't have to worry about the people of Camp Resolution. You could definitely fund some services. You could definitely offer housing. But unless you're willing to go meet with them like they have asked you multiple times, really nicely and in many different ways, I called you 2 times, Sean Lolo, you ignored my calls. Unless you are offering them what they need, you need to leave them alone. Thank you.
Chris Argos, Sarah Whipple.
Michael Voigt.
My name wasn't called yet. I can't bear to sit here.
Okay, you
and
can't
listen
go
to
out of
this.
turn. Michael Boyd, I'm sorry. You'll have to wait your turn because lots of people are waiting their turn.
Thank you.
So you don't want to speak, Mr. Boyd? Obviously, I'm sure you can understand that from a logistics standpoint, I cannot. Excuse me.
Native land.
Moment.
No.
You can't. We can't do that.
I wouldn't have to be here if you were doing your job.
Understand.
If all of you were doing your job,
Okay.
I wouldn't have to be here.
Here's what I'm going to do. Did we call your name yet? And you're just not. It's not your. You weren't up yet.
No.
Okay. Well, then you have to wait your turn. I can't move people in and out of the order. I'm very sorry to do that. And Mr. Boyd, I was very generous of you, but obviously, logistically, I wouldn't be able to do that for 49 speakers. Please come forward and speak.
I have Michael Boyd, Chris Argos, Sarah Whipple, then Paul.
If your name is called, please stand in the aisle, and we'll get you through as quick as we can so that the next person can speak. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Michael Boyd. I'm a member of District 3, and I'm a case manager at Nation's Finest, offering homelessness services to homeless veterans. And I see it every day. So I'm on the front lines, cleaning up the messes that you guys are creating for me. Every time there is a sweep, every time someone's car is towed away and they're staying in there, and they now are literally homeless, not having any sort of shelter, every time someone's destabilized like that, it sets them back several months, if not even a year. Do you know how hard it is to get Social Security documents? Do you know how hard it is to get your ID when you're homeless? Do you know how important these documents are to get your voucher through SHRA? These are institutional, structural barriers that are holding us back. They are making my job miserable, and I'm cleaning up the messes you guys are making. So what I'm saying is, that these people are self-sustaining in their own community, and they're living in their own space that you promised that they could stay in, and then you're taking that away from them. You guys are the villains here. You guys are the ones creating the problems for my clients. You guys are the biggest barrier to their success. And I'm sick of it. I'm sick and tired of promises that are being broken, to plans applied horridly, to the slow bureaucratic mess that is getting a voucher, getting any sort of services from DHA. They'll send you down a call line that you have to wait hours for. They do this on purpose so they don't get services, on purpose. And it kills people. People die off of this. This isn't a joke. This isn't something to laugh at. So when you go home and sleep with your own families, I want you to see how you would leave your spouse to live in a shelter. How would that feel to you? How does that feel to you? When you are asked at your dog, the one friend that you have, and you tell him you have to leave that dog and maybe have it put down because you couldn't bring it into the shelter, and that's your only thing anchoring you to here, yes, of course they're gonna choose to live elsewhere where they're safer because they feel more violated in a shelter setting. So there's no refusal of services, it's your refusal of the city to do anything to help these people. Thank you.
Argo. Sarah Whipple, then Paul.
Chris Argo and Sarah Whipple. Okay.
My name's Christopher Argyros. I live in District 2. I live in Old North Sacramento. I live right down the street from Camp Resolution, where I own my home. I do not want my neighbors forcefully removed from their property. I support that site in becoming a sanctioned safe space for folks to live. As neighbors, we should have input into what's going on at Camp Resolution. There's been no community engagement as far as I've heard, and I read all Councilmember Laloy's emails, Facebook posts, and I've emailed him and messaged him. I've been pretty annoying. This is not up to 1 or 2 business owners, and that's my understanding at this point of what happened in terms of community engagement. That site is, as far as I can tell, it's a great site for unhoused people to live. It's It would be great for tiny homes, as was originally proposed in the city's comprehensive siting plan. It's right on the bike path. It's next to the river. It could easily have electrical and plumbing services extended there. There's no homes surrounding it, so you're not going to have residents complaining about their peace being disturbed or their property value being lowered. And I'm a property owner, okay? I fully support people living there. So before you sweep people off that property, there needs to be more proactive community engagement because there's a lot of us in the neighborhood that support the folks that are living there.
The Blue Bear, Vanessa.
I'm sorry, just a moment. I know that you just put the sign up and I don't want to have somebody take it down, so if you want to keep it, you can grab it, but we can't put things on the wall in City Hall. So either someone else will take it down or I want to give you the opportunity to take it down. Please take it down. Okay, we're going to move on to the next speaker. We're going to move on to the next speaker in the queue.
Tanda, Blue Bear.
Go ahead. Speaker, go ahead. Your time is starting.
My name is Sarah Whipple, and I'm an outreach worker at the organization Harm Reduction Services. We provide services to around 25 camps every week in Sacramento, and that includes Camp Resolution. The word services gets thrown around a lot in conversations about sweeps, so we need to be very clear in that sweeps are not services. Sweeps will never be services. When you sweep a camp, you're separating people from their sterile syringes. You're separating people from their ability to have Narcan and to use it. You're throwing away their Narcan. When you sweep a camp, people miss the appointments that they made in our outreach clinic. They can't connect with the doctors that we send into the camp. They can't get veterinary services. They can miss their HIV appointments that we pick them up and take them to, but once you sweep them, we can't find them anymore. How are we supposed to offer services, an environment camps like Camp Resolution should be y'all's dream, right? Like, everyone's in one place. They can take care of each other. We can take care of them. It's easy. They've done the groundwork. We can show up, and they're all there, but once you disperse them like that, it really does kill, and we see it every year, and I'm tired of mourning preventable deaths over and over again. If you want to talk about services, this winter, we're giving out sheets of plastic. That's what our service is, right? We don't have tents, we don't have housing, we have sheets of plastic. And we see 100 to 150 people every day, and we have to decide which 10 get the sheet of plastic that day. And that's all we can give to people to survive. If you can't fund services, support their survival strategies, and if you can't do that, at the very least, don't terrorize them.
Thank you for your comments. Speaker is Paul, then Tanda, Blue Bear, Vanessa, then Satara Murphy.
Go ahead. Thank you for waiting. I appreciate it.
My government name is Vanessa. My tribal name is Wajapi Tubals. I'm Ponca. I'm from this land. I'm going to let you know personally that the only reason why I stepped back is because of everyone here and respect for them.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
At the moment, you have my respect because you're a human being. That's it. Not for any of your jobs. I want to remind you all that every single one of you would be unhoused if it wasn't for the fact that you are on stolen land. The money that this state has is indigenous. It's from our people. There's 18 hidden treaties for California, hidden in Washington, D.C. Our people were just in Washington, D.C. So either you come up with solutions and listen to all of these people that have solutions. We have solutions as indigenous people. We have solutions to all of these issues that all of you continue. Every single one of you should be shaking right now and upset, and your hearts should be hurting. You should be in tears Do you know how hard it is for me to stand here and talk without crying? Because my soul hurts for all of these people. I am every single one of these people. I am you. Where's your souls? What happened? What did the world do to you that was so bad? Where you forgot what it was like to be a human being. You think that you have solutions to these issues, but you don't, because you don't know the people. You're soulless shells of a human being.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Paul Satara Murphy,
Soulless shells of a
Mackenzie
human
Wilson.
being. You don't get to shut me down.
Paul Satara Murphy, Mackenzie Wilson, then Kristen.
Federally recognized.
Thank you for your comments, and I really appreciate it.
I'm a nation.
Who's the next person?
Paul Satara Murphy.
Okay. Paul? Is Paul not here? Okay, we can pass Paul.
Satara Murphy, Mackenzie Williams.
Satara Murphy, also not here, pass.
Satara Murphy.
I do see
Mackenzie
Mackenzie.
Williams. Mackenzie Wilson, then Jackson Yoder, then Kristen Lopez.
Okay, Mackenzie, we're gonna start the time on the clock for you. Go right ahead. Go ahead.
And actually, this is the very thing that I wanted to speak on. Good evening, Council. My name is Mackenzie Wilson. My pronouns are they, them, and I am one of your local and friendly community organizers. You can find me hanging out with the cool kids at Decarcerate Sacramento, the Sacramento Tenants Union, and most recently with the cool kids at Camp Resolution. Damn, I forgot something back there. I'll go grab it. Today, you have been and you are going to continue to hear the words and cries of this community, and I'm here to give you some tips on how to listen in love. 1, recognize that every word tonight is a call for love or an expression of love, no exceptions. And as a community organizer, I should tell you that most public comments go for about 2 to 3 minutes, and if it's fucking fire, less than 5. And because love is patient and love is kind, it does not look like cutting off speakers, cutting their mics, and pushing them out of public space. So that you can go home early and possibly enact state violence upon them tomorrow. So please do not interrupt. Somebody should tell Mindy she doesn't have to do that tonight. 2, recognize that all thought is creative and influential, so embrace the mirrors that will be held up to you today and let it teach and change you. Let it hit your heart, let it hit your mind and your hearts and your ears. 3, it takes a lot to affirmatively speak, but it takes even more to actively listen, so please keep your eyes forward and do not shy away from accountability. Love means admitting when you're wrong, because love does not make you fear shame or guilt. Love is presence, not absence. And because love is a verb and a doing word, show love tonight. I am almost done, Mindy. Love is decision-making spaces big enough for all our voices and our love. And love is this community telling you what the right decisions are, because love is recognizing our ability to love ourselves and to know what we need. And knowing love also means that we know what love is not.
Our next speaker is Jackson Yoder. Kristen Lopez, then Yuli Sandlin.
She can't, Mackenzie. You know we have to stay on track so we can get to everybody.
The next speaker is Jackson Yoder, Kristen Lopez, and then Yuli Sandin.
With over 800 names.
Jackson Yoder.
Jackson. Okay, so Jackson Yoder, not here, passing. And the next
Kristen Lopez.
Mr. Lopez.
Kristen Lopez.
Kristen Lopez.
Kristen Lopez. Yuli Sandlin. Yuli Sandlin. Sally
You
Shapiro.
can hand it to the clerk. Thank you.
Yuli Sandlin. Sally Shapiro.
Okay. Not here.
Codester. Beth O'Neill. Anjan Willis.
Okay.
Adam Jordan.
Great. If you heard your name, please come to the middle. Come on forward. Thank you.
Sally? Yes. Please proceed.
Go right ahead.
My name's Sally Shapiro, and I've written a book called Homelessness in Sacramento, Refugees of Corruption. And part of it is based on my advocacy for several people One was a man living.
Are you wanting to share that picture? Because if you are, you can lay it down face up right there, face up, and the camera above will grab the picture. There you go. It'll be right there. Just give us 1 sec. Go ahead, keep talking.
I just wanted to say this about him because it took me half a day for 3 months to find a suitable place for him. He had been homeless for 12 years, living out in front of this city hall. And anyway, but now I'm trying to talk about Camp Resolution because my husband and I have been going over there once a week to feed the camp. And we saw the whole thing. We saw when it was promised to be a safe ground. We saw when they put him into a narrow strip by the bike trail, the suffering that went on there for 8 months. Then we saw them being swept. And then we saw the fence going up and they were evicted. The safe ground, they couldn't even be in their own safe ground. I want to read the last part. The Colfax and Arden Safe Ground Con. It is only the most recent. I will name the others here. Arco Arena, Golden One Center, Measure U, Siting Agenda, Room Keep Program. New ones come each year, like Measure O. The homeless were used to pass all of the proposals above because voters do not want homelessness. But read the fine print. Funds are discretionary to be used on more glamorous self-serving proposals than helping people who are suffering. They have our money and get more money to do what they want legally.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Codester.
Tell us your name.
Codester Beth O'Neill.
Kristen Lopez. I think it was one of the names that we called and they didn't.
Okay, please proceed. And then Codester Beth O'Neill, Angie Wills.
You're Kristen?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. I'm Kristen Lopez. I work with ACE. I am a canvasser. I knock on people's doors and I organize renters, okay? All over Sacramento, 5 hours a day, 5 days a week. We do a lot of things, okay? We do direct action. I would love a rent strike, just a massive rent strike here in Sacramento. It would fucking be great. Okay, we get people elected. We get people elected. I love you, Katie. My van, we hooked you up too. Don't let us down, baby. All right? I talk to the voters 5 hours a day, 5 days a week, people who are directly affected by your decisions. This system is controlled by greed, and 100% controlled by greed, and that's why we have problems like Camp Resolution, all right? They are solving their own problem. That's the people solving their own problem because you won't help people stay in their homes. I am gonna make sure that every single person that I talk to, is voting to get all of the people out of power that is voting against their best interest and get the people who are voting for our best interest into power. 5 hours a day, 5 days a week. I'm gonna make sure they know exactly who you are depending on what you do tonight and every other night for that matter. We need a rent cap.
Thank you.
Or else we're gonna have more camps to come protest.
Next speaker is Codester.
Because of you.
Next speaker is Codester Beth O'Neill, Angie Wills, then Adam
Codester.
Jordan.
My name is Lily Sandlin. My name was called earlier.
Okay, go ahead, Lily.
So my name is Lily Sandlin. I work for ACE and I've been a member of them for over 3 years now. I'm here because I have the unrealistic expectation that our elected officials and law enforcement should protect everybody and care for everybody's needs, regardless of if they are wealthy, landowning individuals. The individuals at Camp Resolution, if they are swept tomorrow at 5 a.m., a sweep of Camp Resolution is in violation of Martin v. Boise, which makes clear that you cannot remove anyone from public property unless you are offering them somewhere else to go. Shelters are full and there is no housing. This is a clear violation of their 8th Amendment right, but unfortunately, the city of Sacramento has a track record of treating unhoused people like they are less than human, and that does not matter if they die. I don't have much more to say than that. I hope you listen to all the voices here tonight, and I hope that you do not cause the destabilization and deaths of people tomorrow.
Thank you for your comments.
Today, Johnny Wells, and everything got to be peaceful. And resolution of nobody got to die in war. War need harmony and no blood at all. And never ever be alone in war. Everybody got to work together in war, but not enough. Earth is peaceful. Never ever do war again.
Can you tell me the name there so I can just make sure we...
AJANI, Johnny Wills. I'm Adam Jordan Wills.
Got it.
I went to Camp Sit down, sir. Today was the first day I went to Camp Resolution. A lot of my comrades who've been working at Camp Resolution, staying at Camp Resolution, a lot of them are part of a lot of different nonprofits and organizations that are just grassroots organizations. I've seen in one day, I've saw Sunrise Movement, Anti-Police Terror Project, MH First, the Sacramento Homeless Coalition. I mean, the list, I don't want to miss somebody because there's been at least almost 8 to 10 different people as individuals helping out this camp, people who are in the neighborhood helping out this camp, the people who live there helping out this camp, the community helping. We are taking the place of your promises, right? And we are taking the gap that you have left. And see, I've lived experience with being homeless. I've lived experience with everything I own being taken from me and being told to go to a warehouse and get my stuff. I talked to a woman today, said they haven't found my stuff in the warehouse for 2 months. 2 months that her stuff's been gone, and they've just told her, you're shit out of luck. Right? So even when you take their stuff, there is no categorization. There is no way to find their stuff. They can't get their stuff back. And losing it without the ability to get it and being lied to and told they could go to some... Please. They could go to some warehouse and get it is beyond evil. If you're letting evil happen, you are evil. Right? If you ignore bad things happening to good people, and I saw a sign today. It said it's not resistant to programs. It's not resistant to resources. They don't have the resources to get.
Complete. Our next speaker, please. I have Codester, Beth O'Neill, Adam Jordan, Jared Johnson.
I'm Adam Jordan.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. Appreciate it.
I'm Beth O'Neill.
Okay, great. Thanks, Beth. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Beth O'Neill. I live in Sacramento County, and I'm Mackenzie Wilson's mom. I've experienced homelessness, lived for many years, one paycheck away from becoming homeless, and know what it's like to live without services needed to help our homeless population. And having no resources to turn to for help is the only option is to live on the street. I am a strong advocate for the homeless, volunteering my time, bringing food and water and shelter. I have witnessed firsthand the constant police harassment at these camps, with myself being harassed for bringing these items into the camps.
Okay.
Love you.
You got it, Mama.
No support or resources or other places to move, to only be further harassed when they're find other places to go and again forced to move again. Sweeping of this camp says you inhumane and unacceptable. I ask you all, could any of you live that way? I know I couldn't, so why are you forcing our homeless population to live this way? I don't want my tax dollars being spent on doing more harm to these folks than good. Sweeping them is not going to make them disappear. It's time to do what is right for these folks. They deserve better than what the city keeps doing to them. I live right around the corner from Camp Resolution, which resides on public property owned by the city that my tax dollars pay for. Camp Resolution has become a part of our community. We see them as neighbors. They are respectful and have never been a nuisance. They make great efforts to keep their camp in order and clean. There have been no complaints or ranking about the neighborhood. In fact, they have been welcomed with open arms, offering their help and support. The city should be providing safe spaces to camp without fear of harassment and eviction, simple services such as garbage receptacles and bathrooms. This is what I want my tax dollars to be spent on, not sweeping them. I'm here to ask you to please let them stay in their camp without any further harassment or fear of eviction. Allow them to continue to thrive in their small community, and please help and support.
Our next speaker is Jared Johnson, Jeannie Wells, Sarah Wewich. Jared Johnson, Jeannie Wells, and Sarah Rewich.
That's what humanity looks like. Got it. Okay.
Jared Johnson, Jeannie Wells. Jeannie Wells.
Jared's not here.
Jared's not
Okay,
here.
passing
Jeannie
that.
Wells, Sarah Rewich.
Hi, my name is Jenny Wells, and I've been doing this with you guys since 2009. I have been endured every one of those sweeps out there on the levee, every one of them since 2009. You guys have took my things, and now I've got a trailer, and I'm about to lose that too, because I decided to do the right thing. DCR has told me that they can't do anything for me. I have a Section 8 voucher that I cannot use because I do not have 2 years of rental history, because I've never had a place. I have never had an opportunity to do anything. You guys dropped me off at a Greyhound bus station when I turned 18 years old and said good luck with $100. And I've been doing the best I can ever since. I have been in your city for 15 years and homeless for 20. I have gotten nothing from you guys. DCR, where are they? Where are they, Bridget Dean? I spoke to you, Miss Venezuela, who said you'd help me with my housing, and you have done nothing for me. Mr. Harris, you have continuously took us off Commerce Circle in Lathrop, and you guys have given us nothing. Nothing. Have you been on the 211 website? They give you nothing. There's nowhere for us to go. And I've been doing this with you guys since 2009. Remember 7th Street when you guys came down there and gave us motels and then kicked our doors in and took us to jail? Do you remember that? I do. I've been in every freaking sweep that you guys have put out there on the levee, in the trees with everybody, and then I try to do good, and now you're gonna take my trailer? I can't get a job. Do you see my hands? I washed them before I got here. That is weatherized hands. Would you like me to serve your food like that? Would you? No, and I've been doing this with you guys since 2009. Once again, I have a Section 8 voucher that requires me to have 2 years worth of rental history, and I have none. You guys don't even have people to accept your Section 8 voucher.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Sarah Rewich.
Tell us your name. Your
Hey, what's up?
What's your name?
I'm Codester.
Codester. Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Got it. Really quick, before we start the clock on Codester, I just want to remind folks to make your comments to the whole council, not to Councilmember Valenzuela or any particular member up here.
I am.
Following Codester is Sarah Rewich, Casey Thompson, and Tammy Myler.
dictate how we speak. Okay, Codester. Okay.
Address our votes to individual votes.
Go ahead, Codester.
When settlers first came here to California, they considered the land to be free because the people that had been living here for thousands of years were not Americans and didn't have a concept of land as property. The natives could camp wherever they wanted. Now, all the land is divided up into property. It's all owned by someone, and the people who don't own any land are restricted from camping. People that don't own land instead get to pay rent with ever-increasing fees in perpetuity, and they never get to own anything for it, even though their investment is eventually much larger than what the owner originally paid for it. And if the rent payments stop, then the renter is homeless, which is increasingly illegal. People can't be allowed to camp for free because then there would be less incentive to pay rent, which would lower the price they could charge, which would make their property less valuable because it wouldn't be generating as much money. Have you heard of John Sutter, the founding father of SAC? He received the land around here for free with the promise to build a fort and colonize it for European types. He then enslaved the Maidu and Miwok people and put them to work on his plantation. They were beaten or executed for refusing. They were fed out of troughs like livestock, and their children were given away as gifts or to pay off debts. All because they didn't believe land could be owned and they should be able to camp for free. Sutter was the original Sac City Council, and this is the tradition in which the city violently removes people who are camping who can't pay exorbitant rent. Sweeping Camp Resolution is a continuation of this policy of genocide to benefit the wealthy landowners. Thank you.
Jackson Yoder.
Jackson.
We're not even halfway through November and temperatures are already plummeting into the 30s. While many of you will be sitting comfortably in your homes next Thursday celebrating a holiday that's all about violence and forced relocation, Sacramento's repeatedly displaced homeless community will be fighting for their lives not to freeze to death, just like they did last year and the year before that and the year before that. It's difficult to estimate how many communities you have flippantly swept, especially in the coldest and hottest parts of the year, with absolutely no financial or material compensation for those that you've harmed. Is it blatant ignorance? Is it woefully misguided good intent? Is it a blood hatred for your own neighbors? Whatever reason you believe you have for constantly humiliating, maiming, and killing our community members does not matter. We all know that you hate homeless folks with every bone in your body. There are people on this council that are lauded for being supposed advocates for the homeless and for better mental health care. But if you really cared at all, you wouldn't have done everything in your power to crush rent control at both the local and statewide level. If you really cared at all, you wouldn't have supported the criminalization of homelessness through Measure O, using your own privilege and prestige to codify the mortifying practice of sweeps. If you really did care at all about these people, about these issues, then you would invest the time, money, and resources into harm reduction programs, supporting renters, and meeting the needs of some of the most vulnerable yet resilient members of our community. In that spirit, we demand that you recognize the autonomy and right to life of the members of Camp Resolution. We can't go back and change the circumstances that led these community members to becoming homeless. But maybe city policy played a role, maybe it didn't. But what you can change is how you choose to treat these individuals now. Tomorrow, Camp Resolution is scheduled to be swept, leaving these folks to fend for themselves against the harsh weather and a bureaucratic and punitive infrastructure that does not care about their well-being. You have the opportunity to show compassion to these people and begin supporting them and the countless other members.
Your comments. The next speaker is Sarah Rewich, Casey Thompson, Tammy Myler.
Jackson, thank you for your comments. Sarah. So not here. Jackson, you're done.
The next speaker is Sarah Rewich.
Okay, I'm giving you final warning to stop. Are you Sarah? Are you Sarah? Are you Sarah? Are you Sarah?
I am Sarah Rywich.
Great,
And I
okay.
would like you to just note the passion in this crowd. And we're residents of Sacramento in just the same way as all the folks at Camp Resolution are. They are our neighbors. They are a part of our community. I am a longtime resident of Sacramento. I moved here when I was about 10. And I've moved away after college, but recently come back, and I live in District 5. Governor Newsom's office just reported that we in California are about to become the 4th largest economy in the entire world, surpassing Germany, a friggin' country. And I said friggin' not, so don't dock me for that. And you're telling me that we can't take care of our community members? These are our community members. By the way, I was just at Camp Resolution last Thursday. We had an open mic. I'm a musician. And you can't believe how incredibly skilled a lot of the folks are out there. Sharon built a stage along with some other people single-handedly in like 5 minutes. Did I need anything? Sharon was there. A bunch of other people jumped up on stage. There was a very talented fiddler who was unbelievable, and I am going to ask her to play on my record, my next record. These are people who could be our aunts, our uncles. They could be my mother. They could be my sisters. And you all are just sitting up there, and this is all, procedural and decorum, and to you, it doesn't really mean anything. It's obvious. Promises were made, and then they were revoked. And people at Camp Resolution are just trying to survive. They're trying to exist. If you sweep them tomorrow, you are putting them one step closer to death. Know that when you sleep in your warm bed tonight. And I will tell you this, and don't you interrupt me when I'm about to finish.
Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Casey Thompson, Tammy Myler.
The next speaker.
The next speaker is Casey Thompson, then Tammy Myler and Megan Ford. Casey Thompson.
Go ahead, Casey. Casey. Hey, I need you guys to take your seats, please. We have 40 more speakers to get through. I want to make sure everybody gets a chance to speak. I get it. Everybody gets a chance to speak. Go ahead, Casey. Are you Casey?
No, I'm Paul. Paul from before. Yeah, you called me earlier.
Oh, okay. Paul. Go ahead, Paul.
Any sweeps of Colfax are unnecessarily cruel at best and unconstitutional at worst. You knew about the issues there, got a variance, spent nearly $1 million of our tax dollars without checking on programming costs, and then after decided it was too much. Talk about the failures of bureaucracy and action. Meanwhile, the people you displaced have experienced trauma. Now some of them have moved back, largely using it the way it was intended with the variance, and they are living there with no issue and costing you nothing aside from your police drone pilot overtime as he hovers over a community event. You're the bad guys here, as evidenced by the council member for this district, who has active federal investigations into him, who is actively hostile to low-income or even just affordable housing in his district. There is no way that doesn't transfer to unhoused folks. So leave them alone or legislate them out of existence as you've been trying these many years after Boise, finding every loophole it allowed to redefine infrastructure or set aside housing only for the acceptable and housed that Angelique deems worthy. Also known as the easiest to help. Not the hard ones, not the folks with trauma who have had to resort to crime to survive or have ended up with addiction to address their trauma because our government has failed to help them when they were down. Not the unacceptable ones, the ones who need our help the most. No, you throw them away because it's too hard. That isn't community, it's gross. Leave the site open for the uses originally specified in the variance. Folks are safer, they are using it the way they are now, and it isn't costing you anything. Leave them alone, let them govern themselves and their matters. They'll let you know what is needed. Follow their lead. Rather than spending millions on the homeless industrial complex who largely waste money on administrative costs over the folks most in need. And it won't be long before a lawsuit comes over your practice over the unconstitutional practice of leasing properties for pennies on the dollar, and is clearly meant to subvert our constitutional cruel and unusual amendment. And you should all do some serious soul searching if you view that, the subversion of the Constitution, as a meaningful way of engaging with the constituents in your area who need the most help, let alone of being an American. You disgust me.
The next speaker is Casey Thompson. Casey Thompson, Tammy Myler, then Megan Ford.
Go ahead, Casey. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Casey Thompson, District 4. I just want to start by saying that sweeps are violence, that homelessness is violence, and poverty is violence. I've had the privilege of being out at Camp Resolution with so many of these lovely people. They've done something there that this council could only dream of. They've built a community. And all they're asking for you tonight is to just leave them the hell alone. There's been a lot of talk about history and about the misdeeds of this council, but one thing I haven't heard mentioned yet is that this city used to have something called an inclusive housing policy. And members of this council, upon being sworn in, moved immediately to repeal it. And why? Yeah, why would members of this council want to repeal an inclusive housing ordinance? How much has homelessness skyrocketed in the city since the repeal of that ordinance? How many affordable units would this city have today if we had just left that one measure in place? But instead, at the behest of developers and landlords and other parasites, you continue to enact violence against our communities. You're planning to displace members of our community tomorrow morning violently with police. How do you think that's going to go? How is that not violence? How are any of you okay with this? No, they don't. And, I'll go and see the rest of my time, but just say that, it's unconscionable what you're thinking of doing, and you have the power to stop it.
Tamitha Myler, Megan Ford, Alexia Rodas.
Can you tell us your name, please?
Yeah, my name is Tamitha Myler, Tammy Myler.
Okay,
I am Camp Resolution. I've been there since the very beginning. I work. I have 2 jobs. And you guys aren't helping me do nothing. Yeah. You guys have given me a bunch of promises. You guys have done all this stuff. I didn't ask to be homeless. Nobody did. And excuse me. I give you the respect to watch you when you're talking. I expect the same.
I'm very sorry. Go right ahead.
So I'd like my time to be added. Not one of you people that are sitting up here is not a paycheck away from being homeless. And I know that somewhere in every one of your guys' family, you guys know somebody who's homeless. You guys, it's got to hit you. It's got to hit you somewhere. I didn't ask to be homeless. I was taking care of my mom who was sick. I gave up my home. I gave up 3 jobs I had to go take care of my mom. My mom didn't like me. She hated my guts. But I was there for her. When it was all said and done, my brother got everything and I got kicked to the curb. I'm homeless today because of that. Because of all the laws that you guys are all passing, we didn't vote for half the shit that you guys are passing. That's not the part we want. We want what was promised to us. That's all we're asking for. That's it. We were promised a safe place to be. That's all we want is a safe place to be. We don't want to be bothered. We're not out bothering nobody. We're not stealing stuff. We're not out robbing everybody. We're not all doped out. That's not how it is. And we've asked each and every one of you guys at least once, if not twice, maybe 3 times, come out and spend a day with us. I'm going to ask you right now. I'm going to ask you right now in front of all these people on the news, on the cameras, whatever. I invite every one of you guys to come out and have lunch with us. Come out and spend a day with us. We're not bad people. We're just in a bad place. And it's up to you guys to help us to get to where we can all be at a good place. We should all be getting along. This ain't how we all want it. We vote for you guys. So what are you guys going to do for us? We were there for you when you needed us. Now we need you. Where are you for us? Where? You guys are sitting up here on your little panel, giving it all the whole go. She can't even look at me when I'm talking to her.
Thank you for your comments. Your
He's
time
on
is
his phone,
complete.
and he's on his phone the whole time.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Megan Ford, Alexia Rodas, and Anastasia Salmon.
Thank you for your comments.
Rodas, Anastasia Salmon, and then Shelby. Megan Ford.
Megan.
And then Alexia, then Anastasia, then Shelby.
Are you Megan? Okay, great. Go ahead.
So I have a lot to say, so I wrote it all down. Okay. I'm speaking today from a place of heavy guilt, and I'm standing alongside Camp Resolution, but they're better and stronger than all of us. Even though my family is struggling, even though we have debt and we're living off of social programs, we are treated differently because of who we were. Since we moved here in 2010, I was taught to fear the homeless and trust the cops, even though everything in my lived experience told me to do the opposite. As I got older, I saw the systems I was told were sound fall apart, and my family became everything I was told to fear. If we didn't have family and friends that took us in, we'd be sleeping outside at the mercy of private businesses, just like the people my parents used to call the cops on. The Sacramento I know prioritizes appearances and self-preservation over love and community, and it has to stop right now with us. I used to want to be like you. I went to private college on scholarship in order to be like you. And when I got sick, I fell into debt, and I was forced to make choices that made me even sicker. It has to change right now with every single one of you. You made the promises, you have to follow through.
Yes.
Hi.
No, I
Is there?
I'm not going to
start
till that
Yeah, yeah,
noise
yeah.
stops.
We'll start your time.
Yeah.
Give it just one second. It's just somebody unmuted online.
Talking
Got it. Some folks online. Hold on, Alexia. Let me start your clock over, okay? Just start it over for her, please.
What's up, y'all?
At the clock when she starts.
Did it start? Hi, my name is Alexia Roditis. I have lived in Sacramento for my entire life. I recently moved to San Francisco. And I'm also a musician. I'm in a band called Destroy Boys. If any of you have teenage daughters or sons or non-binary children, they might know my band. And yeah, so maybe ask them about that. I'm here because I think that a better world is possible, and because I know from the thousands of people that I have put on a show for that they also think that a better world is possible. And a better world can start today. It can start today. It can start with allowing Camp Resolution to just be its autonomous little area that it is. You know, I don't think it's threatening any of the people in the neighborhood. Like, we have people from the neighborhood here. It's saying that it's totally okay for them to live there. And I've been on tour across the United States. It's very cool, and you also get to see like all kinds of different people, you know, and all kinds of ways of life. And I can tell you that the homelessness that I've seen in California is unlike every other place in this country. I've been to 43 states. It's the worst here. And that doesn't make any sense because there's so much money here. And now, Camp Resolution is a solution that will not cost anybody any money, you know? Like, they're just gonna chill there. And I was also there on Thursday. And it was so fun. Like, it was truly such an inclusive group of people and like a community full of love. So I just ask you all to just take your hands off of this for now. Sweeping these people will only result in death and state-sanctioned violence that I hope that none of you want to sponsor. Thank you.
Comments. Anastasia, Shelby. Anastasia, Shelby, then Chantal Griffin.
Anastasia?
Yes, I'm Anastasia Salmon.
All right, great. Go
I
ahead.
live in District 7, and I would like to also speak in support of Camp Resolution. I really want you guys to focus and uplift on the people that live in this camp and that have to seek their own sources every day and like fight for that. And it's a real big shame that sweeps are sponsored by the money that's supposed to go to these people. And it's very heartbreaking. In the Sacramento I always dreamed of, that loved people and supported people, and support and love does not look like violence. All I have to say is I really hope that you think about this, that you meet these people. I've had the privilege, only within the past week, to learn some of the stories of these people, to learn about their families, and it's been wonderful. These are wonderful individuals, and I hope you can find it in your hearts to see these people as they truly are. We are all individuals going through this life, and for whatever circumstance, they're trying to survive, and now surviving has become illegal. I really hope that you consider this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Shelby, then Chantal Griffin, then Brooke Marshall.
Shelby.
Hello, my name is Shelby, and they, and I'm a resident of District 2, and I'm here in solidarity with Camp Resolution and with all of my neighbors on the streets. And I want to speak to y'all to tell you what a terrible job you're doing in helping us take care of them, okay? You know what? They take care of each other. And when you sweep, I had a friend that was like, maybe don't call them sweeps, call them attacks, because when you attack them with your bulldozers and your trucks and your police and code enforcement, they're gonna die. You're taking all of their survival gear and ruining their community. They have to go somewhere else and be disconnected from each other, and it's baloney. It's bullshit, okay? And I'm tired of looking at it. So I've had some time to be at Camp Resolution, and I've had some time to get to know people there, some of our houseless residents, and they're like the most kind people I've ever met in my life, as are all the people behind me. So what I'm saying is, please don't do this tomorrow, and please stop attacking our houseless residents, okay? Yeah. Stop it, all of you. You're lying consistently to our communities. For years, you've said you would do something. There'd be we're gonna take care of that homeless problem. Blah 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 blah. I don't believe you. We don't believe you. Make it happen. Make it happen. Make it happen. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Chantrell Griffin, Brooke Marshall, Les Light, Susan Alhag.
Chantrell?
Are you Chantrell?
She might be outside. I'll go grab her.
Okay. Brooke Marshall. Les
Go ahead,
Light.
Brooke. Uh-huh.
Go ahead, Brooke.
Okay. Hello, my name is Brooke Marshall, and I'm a lifelong resident of Sacramento. I'm here today to ask that you address the needs of residents of Camp Resolution. They have had their 8th Amendment right violated. According to Martin v. Boise, you cannot remove anyone from public property unless you are offering them somewhere else to go. The city swept over 100 folks living there earlier this year on the premise of building a safe ground for residents to return to. This was a lie. No one followed up with any of the residents. They were left on the streets with nothing, not even a word. So they decided to reclaim that space and create their own safe ground. Now they are being forced to leave again with another sweep scheduled for tomorrow. The only services offered were bus passes and ID vouchers, and were only offered to about 1/5 of the residents. The taxpayer money spent to send cops and code out to harass, surveil, and threaten with eviction will be better spent giving real services to the people you keep lying to. I've been getting to know the folks at Camp Resolution, and they're lovely humans who look out for one another. One of them is named Holly, who can't be here with us today to advocate for herself and her community because she's paraplegic. The mental and physical toll that sweeps take on a person is catastrophic. It's even more catastrophic for someone like Holly, who's immobile. The fact is, sweeps harm and sweeps kill. You say you offer services, but you don't. In an email from Mr. Steinberg's office, they said the city of Sacramento has stood up 1,150 shelter beds, motel rooms, and safe spaces. As of this year, the census identified 9,278 unhoused people in Sacramento, and that's only what has been recorded, so there are likely far more. The services provided are completely inadequate. They don't even scratch the surface. People continue to die in the streets. The weather is getting colder. The city continues to lie to and neglect its homeless population. You all have blood on your hands. It's time to stop the sweeps. If you don't have anything better to offer the residents of Camp Resolution and every other encampment that you threaten with eviction, please just leave them alone.
Our next speaker is Susan, and then Les. Our next speaker is Susan. Ma'am, your time is complete. Our next speaker is Susan.
Are you Susan?
Susan.
Okay, Susan, go ahead.
It's pronounced Alhaq, A-L-H-A-Q-Q. Let's get that first and foremost correct.
Okay, got it.
I am from CAT.
Okay.
Urgency resolution. I'm here because of the fact that they are my family. They are my family. When I came, I've been homeless for 9 years. For 9 years have I been homeless. I've been on the levee. I came to Camp Resolution. They welcomed me as a family. They welcomed me as one. They understand what we are going through. We all go through the same thing. But my question is for you on this board right here. Number one is, if you come and you make us move tomorrow, half of us, or 97% of us out there, do not have a registered vehicle. A registered vehicle through the DMV, because some of us don't have no income. Okay, that being said, I'm seeing heads down, but I'm not seeing nobody paying attention here. That's the part I'm not understanding. You guys have a $1,000 fucking home that you live in every day. You can wash the dirt and the funk from your job every day because you got water to run. You can take a shit in the toilet and flush that motherfucker. Why? Because you got water that can run. Where are we? We don't have no facility of a bathroom. We have to shit in buckets. We have to shit in bags. What about y'all? Oh, no. Why? Because y'all live in your $1,000 home. Where y'all gonna put us at when it gets cold? Where y'all gonna put us at when we get our sleep tomorrow? Because I'll tell you right now, as of tomorrow morning, I'm not going no fucking where. Nowhere. That resolution is my home. My home. I may not have an address there, but by the city, by Google Map, oh, that facility showed the show, because there is an address there. Why? Because it is a landmark. You guys live comfortable every day. You can go home and put your slippers on. Oh, hi, baby, can I have a glass of champagne? Sure. Can I smoke a blunt? Sure. But you scream at us, and the first thing you got to say to us is because of drugs? I'm not out here being homeless because of drugs. I'm out here because of a fucked up landlord and because of you people.
Speaker is less light Samuel Lewis than Corey Copeland.
Hi, I'm disappointed that the
I'm sorry,
mayor isn't
I will
here.
start your clock over, but can you tell me your name so we can?
My name is Les Light.
Les. Okay, thank you, Les. Let me start your clock over. Go ahead.
As I say, I'm disappointed the mayor's not here. I will assume Howard Chan, our city manager, is the executive who would best be addressed to this. We need the people at Camp Resolution and we, the residents of the municipality of Sacramento, we need to get a clear commitment that this community will be left intact, that it will not be attacked. We really need to hear that tonight. Now, the policies that have come out of here that have put so many people on the street and then destroyed their lives there and destroyed the sanity of so many good people. Perhaps I should be grateful as a reluctant but determined activist in my community that you have created a movement that seems to grow ever more articulate and determined. And I suppose that's a good thing. But it's been paid for with blood. And I don't feel good about that. So please, can we get a clear commitment that this community will be left alone?
Next speaker is Samuel Lewis, Corey Copeland, Monica Madrid.
I'm Corey Copeland. I don't see Samuel, so.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, District 4. I'm going to have to speak fast because I overwrote this. An orphan chemical facility from the 1940s has contaminated the nearby Colfax site with PCE and TCE, two known toxic chemicals. In 2011, the results of a study at the site confirmed indoor air quality exceeded safe amounts for residences. Despite the city's knowledge of this, including a signed covenant in 2017 that acknowledged the site was unusable for residences, the city pursued the location as a tiny home site. I gather when the city reached out to request that the site for the homes be placed to the water board, the staff must have been baffled. Did the city really expect the board to ignore the evidence that the site is unsafe so that they can dump their most vulnerable residents there? Apparently so. Incredibly, the city moved forward spending $600,000 at the site, which was never going to be permitted for homes. In total, the city has made little progress on its promise to give people safe spaces to live in camp. Today, unhoused people are desperately seeking a modicum of security and have settled the site, even aware of the risk. They've said they don't need city shelters. Those are never coming. Instead, they'll shelter themselves. All they need is the city to stop interfering. Being informed of the risk of vapor intrusion, residents at the site, supported by mutual aid, have brought pallets to limit vapor intrusion and to mitigate risk. With almost no resources, they're building a place that will center their health and safety more than the city ever has. The least, and I mean this like literally, the least you can do is let them. But now they're being told they have to be swept from the toxic site the city tried to make them live in because the site is toxic. Do not make these people suffer more because of your own gross incompetence. Allow them the security to know they have somewhere to sleep. You failed again and again at your duty to take care of the community. It's time to let us do it on our own. And for the first time, stop making things worse. And maybe one day, in the not too distant future, you can even begin to be a part of the solution.
Here is Monica Madrid. Following Monica is Kimberly Sow, then Deborah Porter, then Pip Cook-Williams.
Who's up?
Monica Madrid.
Monica Madrid. I don't.
Monica Madrid.
She's coming. I see.
Again.
Monica's.
Oh, I'm up. I had to use the restroom. My apologies.
Mackenzie. Okay. Okay. Yes. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, give me 1 second. I have asthma.
Hold on. We're gonna start. Can you tell us your name again? Take
My
a
name
breath.
is Samuel Lewis.
Samuel.
Yeah,
Okay.
give me 1 second. Thank you.
Take a breath, and then we're gonna start the clock over. I have to grab your speaker card. Thank you for finding her, Nikki and Mackenzie. Go ahead.
My pronouns are they, them.
Sorry, they, them.
It's
Thank
okay. Thank you.
All right,
I'm not ready yet.
we're gonna start your clock. Go ahead.
All right, cool. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm ready. Good afternoon, or it's nighttime now. So, city council members, my name is Samuel Lewis. My pronouns are they, them. I'm a Black, queer, trans individual struggling with houselessness. I'm speaking against the sweep that is taking place tomorrow, November 16th, at Camp Resolution. The reason I speak on my intersectionalities is because Black trans people face the highest levels of discrimination and are far more likely to face homelessness. We are seeing here at Camp Resolution is community, self-governing, resilience, self-efficiency, greatness. We see time and time again that the city is failing us. I'm 23 years old. I should not be struggling with houselessness. I could be your kid. Like, we see time and time again that the city is failing us and continuously displacing people who have nowhere to go. Now we see a self-efficient community working together, and of course the city wants to displace it. I'm tired, and the people I see and I work with and I'm in community with, they are tired. I'm begging the city to open their eyes and be human beings, to talk to the people that their ordinance are affecting. I haven't felt more safe here than I have in Camp Resolution than I have in a really long time. And I've been in county-based programs. I've been in shelters. Like, I feel so safe here, and you guys are trying to take that away from us.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Monica Madrid, Kimberly Sow, then Deborah Porter. Monica Madrid, Kimberly Sow.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate you coming in and sharing your thoughts. Monica, come on forward. Thank you, Sam, very much for your comments. I appreciate it.
You don't care about medical issues either then, right?
Thank you, Sam.
Anything that you care about or no?
It's hard, like, coming in here. I don't want to talk to you guys.
I know, Sam, I know it is, but we have to get to the next person, and I really...
My district representative,
Monica. Sam. Samuel. Do you like to go by Sam or Samuel?
I prefer Samuel, thank you. Jay Snyder is my district representative.
Samuel? Hey, Samuel, actually, I'm wondering if Christine Weichert would talk to you for just a moment, because you said you're 23, right? Do you have a...
perhaps a Tay at Grove, but I think if she talks to you.
People that want to speak tonight, but I really, 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 really
We appreciate,
encourage you guys to come to this camp and see the people that
I appreciate your comments. Thank you for being here. Monica,
I'm looking each and every one
thank
of you
you
guys
very
in the
much.
eye because you're killing people.
Sam, we have to have you move.
Fucking dead.
Sam,
I'm 23
you
years
got-
old. I should not be struggling
Sam.
with this. I didn't choose houselessness.
This is my last warning to you. I'm sorry. I would really like to ask you to move to the side. Please do talk to Christine Weicker. Monica, please come forward to the other mic. Go ahead. We're going to start the clock. Go ahead.
Start the clock when I'm off the podium.
Go ahead, Monica. Go. She's going to start the clock on you. Go ahead. Mindy, restart the clock. Nikki, that's enough. Nikki, it's enough. Monica, go ahead. Go ahead, Monica. Thank you. Go ahead, start the clock over for Monica, please. Go ahead. Go ahead.
They don't care if we die. They murder us every day.
Monica, your clock is running.
Hi, my name is Monica Madrid. I'm an organizer with ACE in Sacramento, the Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment. I mostly work in South Sacramento, so District 6, District 8, and District 5 is where I'm mostly at. And I'm opposed to the sweeps because it's inhumane. I had a cousin die earlier this year in a homeless encampment because of the severity of the conditions that they were living in. So I never want to see anybody living on the streets. And the fact that I have tenants and members who have who have filled out forms and reported to code enforcement that live on Back Road in Jay Chenier in my Vangs district in July, and they still haven't been followed up with. But these people over here are getting threatened for eviction for what? They're not doing anything wrong. And the fact is that it's so hard to get housing in Sacramento. I live paycheck to paycheck and I work full time. Make $26 an hour and I'm still living paycheck to paycheck. If I get evicted, I'm on the streets just like everybody else does. And I know Councilmember Guerra has talked about being homeless before when he was at Sac State. So this is something that's very serious, and I hope that you as a council to have heart and listen to your constituents here and the people who can't be here. And just be humane and actually pay attention to what's going on and listen to the people who don't have money, the people who aren't paying your paychecks. And look at what's going on here.
Thank you for your comments. Cook Williams. Go ahead, Kimberly.
Hi, my name's Kimberly So. I live in District 5, Oak Park. I'm an ACE member. The rent is way too high, y'all. I'm a renter. I'm one paycheck away, one disaster away from being homeless myself. And I don't know anything about this camp, but what I've learned tonight is it sounds like a very strong community, and it could be a learning lesson for the whole city of Sacramento. And I myself want to go visit it to see what they have to offer because I'm inspired by what I've heard tonight. There's a lot of things to unpack here tonight. Number one, I want to say poverty is a crime. This attack, sweep, whatever you want to call it, that is violence. That's an act of violence. Oh, I lost my train of thought. Sorry about that. I think we need to work together and do better to solve this problem of homelessness and this crisis. It's actually a crisis. It's a health problem, too. It's a public health problem. We need to pour resources in there. Oh, I know what I wanted to say. That family of three, the women, the mother, the daughter, the auntie, the grandmother, that shouldn't be happening. 3 generations of that. No arm and leg is what I heard. That is a major problem right there, and we need to address that as soon as possible and give that family some attention. And with that, I just want to say I love my community. I love all these people out here who are fighting for the betterment of us all. I hope you guys are listening to these people because they are unpacking a lot, and it's a lot to process, but it's their stories and they need to be heard. And action needs to happen for these people. So whatever we can do, we need to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Next speaker is Deborah Porter
Following Deborah is Pip Cook-Williams, then Jarrett
Are you Deborah?
Yes, I'm Deborah.
Okay, go ahead, Deborah.
My name is Deborah Castillos Porter, and my daughter is Holly Porter, and she is a resident, and so am I, at the Camp Resolution, and she is in a hospital bed. She's quadriplegic, so she can't do anything herself. So she needs help 24/7. And these people became her family, and she feels safe there. And if you sweep tomorrow, where's she gonna go? Where are we gonna take her? Where am I gonna take her? Back on the levee? I mean, you know, these people, they help with everything. We all stick together. We eat together, we sing together, we do everything together. And I want to just know what's going to happen to my daughter if this happens tomorrow.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you.
We have solutions.
Next speaker is Pip Cook-Phillips. So Pip, Jarrett, Janet Rowe, Katie Webster.
Are you Pip?
Yeah, I'm Pip.
All right, go ahead.
Hi. Yes, I'm Pip. I grew up in Sacramento, and I'd like you to leave my unhoused neighbors at Camp Resolution alone. The city has wasted hundreds of thousands of dollars on that parking lot, and now you want to waste more money to send cops out there to tear people's homes apart. That money should be for services at Camp Resolution, like bathrooms, water, and trash pickup. We're going to have freezing temperatures several nights this week, and this eviction is going to have serious impacts on real humans who are doing their best, and they're taking care of each other in really beautiful ways. And they're bringing a lot of us together around this. Like, it's bringing me closer to my community to be part of this fight, and it's really fucking important. And so I just, no sweep at Camp Resolution and no sweeps anywhere ever again.
Jarrett, then Jeanette Rowe, then Katie Webster.
Jarrett?
Is it Jarrett Whitlow? Janet Rowe.
Okay, Jarrett's not here. Are you Janet?
I'm Jeanette.
Jeanette, sorry. Go ahead.
My homies call me J-Ro.
Okay.
My name is J-Ro. I'm an educator / artist, and I'll be honest, I don't understand a lot of the jargon that centralizes around this issue. But what I do know is that two crucial words are missing. And those words are simply compassion and humanity. And so, I want to invite you all to utilize your fancy Apple Watches and devices and research the disparity among the unhoused population, and then also Google the definition of invisible capital, which is something you've all undoubtedly had access to. And then I want to invite all of you to think about what your life would be like without those resources. And finally, I want to invite you all to listen and to simply do better. Just do better. And please remember that everybody with a heartbeat deserves dignity and respect extended to them all the time, always. Now I'm about to go off. I got a poem. I'm an artist. I'm going off. Greetings, earthlings. We come in peace. We and all of our complexities come in peace, so forgive us when we torch ambivalent proclamations with straightforwardness. Forgive us when we body bullshit. When we raise infamy from infancy, you see, sometimes intergalactic mishaps transcend an alternate universe, yet we still manage to escape permanent devastation, which means occurrences of the peculiar sort live just beneath the surface of what we show and what we cannot forget, so we become regal matter. Contort ourselves into anything our imaginations will allow. Our bodies become fluent subjectivity. We speak not with words, but with movement and silent protest that shapeshift daily. We be native Martians, too dope for translation, meaning misunderstandings will become sneaky assurances and sedate consciousness.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Katie Webster. Next speaker is Katie Webster, then Nikki Jones, then Kristen Lopez.
So no Katie Webster? Okay, we'll skip Katie Webster. The next name? Do you want to speak, Nikki? Nikki, the next person?
Kristen Lopez, Lily Sandlin.
Kristen Lopez already spoke.
I want to point out that there were.
That's the
Lily
last
Sandlin.
speaker. Ma'am, I need to ask you to step away. You've already spoken. We'll have to have you. You're going to be removed. Ending there, so did we call your name? Okay, come on forward.
I have Lily Sandlin, Riley Camarillo Wagoner, and Toby Smith.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Katie Webster, and I was just waiting patiently for the person in front of me to finish.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Katie.
I'm a resident of District 4, and I really appreciate you guys that are listening and taking this all in. I want to say that I oppose the sweep that I pray doesn't happen tomorrow, that everyone here is opposed to. Unhoused people are not disposable. Their lives are just as valuable as anyone else's in this room. It's just a roll of the dice if you come out on top, middle, bottom of the working class. I feel like I'm going crazy. We're all just going around like it's okay to see our brothers and sisters dying on the sidewalk. We can do this. You guys must be brave. Do what is right. Stand up to developers. Stand up to the police union. I'm begging you not to close your hearts. That is the easy thing to do. It hurts to love one another when the ones you love are suffering immensely. I have a request. I want you to go home and imagine this city 100 years from now. What do you want it to look like? Do you want everyone to be housed with clean air and water, people connected through technology we've yet to imagine, people who are liberated and each having the resources to reach their highest potential? Can you imagine our streets filled with art and communal spaces, and instead of endless pavement, we have food growing on every corner? I need you to look inside your heart and ask, do you want the people in Sacramento in 2122 to curse the people of 2022 for succumbing to fear? Or do you want the brighter option where they are grateful to us for struggling forward in the fight for human liberation? You have the power to do something out of anyone else in this room. Use your power honorably. Do the hard things. Make the Sacramentans of 2122 proud. This movement is happening with or without you, so let's do it the easy way.
Please come forward. I have Lily Sandlin, Riley Camarillo Wagoner, and Toby Smith.
Go ahead, just tell us your name first.
Toby Smith.
Toby. Okay, go ahead, Toby.
Hi, my name is Toby Smith. My pronouns are he, him. I'm from New York originally. I was homeless as a youth, and I've been a member of the Sacramento community for the better part of a decade. One thing I didn't expect to find when I came out here was the incredibly vibrant community of mutual aid and care and organizing. And look at this room full of people. Listen to all of the passion that has been poured out at your feet over the last several hours. You should all be embarrassed that this even exists. It's the reason that Sacramento has such community, mutual aid, and communities of care is because it's completely necessary as a response to the death and blood and violence that this city council directly creates. In the time I've spent in the Sacramento community, I have witnessed a lot of things that have broken my heart. I've seen law enforcement officers pour dirty water on tents and on people's belongings. I've seen elders kicked to the ground. I've seen law enforcement officers joke about the ways that they skirt Martin v. Boise by issuing bullshit tiny citations, and then when people are unable to get to court in order to defend themselves, there's a bench warrant issued, and then they can go arrest folks who have no other option to resist that. I've seen people pour out their hearts so many times in front of the city council, and city council members roll their eyes and fall asleep and look at their phones and then waste 3 sentences of discussion and promptly vote 7-1, 9-2, 6-0 on the worst policy I have ever heard in my entire life. And I don't want to see it happen again. And you're probably about to do it now. It's disgusting.
Thank you for your comments. I have 3 more speakers in chambers. Lily Sandlin, Riley, and then Nikki Jones.
We have
Lily
these are
Sandlin.
the 3 final speakers in chambers, and then we have some folks online.
Lily Sandlin,
Go ahead, Nikki. Go ahead.
Riley Camarillo, and Nikki Jones. Following Nikki is Trina Allen.
Okay. Read them one more time.
Riley Camarillo.
Go ahead, Nikki. Come on forward. I think the others are.
Thank you.
I think that's it.
People came together. They came together at camp on the 30th. They came together here tonight because they want resolution. Because they need something better for themselves, for their families, for each other. Because they need something better for the city. They want it. So many folks outside have so much heart, passion, activation, energy, movement every day towards better. And they need y'all to come along. They need you to come along with their energy to make their lives better. Because when you come in oppositionally like this, when you come in divisively, when you come in with notices that enact criminal penalties, that destroy homes. RVs are homes, Jeff, you know? They're people's homes. That creates a situation where we're not coming along together. And y'all know, there are a lot of ways I could talk about this right now. There are a lot of ways I could talk to you. There are a lot of harms I could talk about. There are a lot of better solutions I could show you, but camp speaks for itself. People at camp have spoken for themselves. We need you to come along. We need you to just come into the conversation with us and do a better job with us, because we can do a better job. We've done a better job for a long time out here on our own. We take care of each other a lot. We have a lot of networks where we take care of a lot of us a lot of the time. And we need more help to do that. And this is the opposite of help. What the city's interventions thus far have been is the opposite of help. Do you hear me?
I hear you.
We
Thank
need,
you.
yeah.
Okay, can you help me, Nikki, know if these 2 people came back in? Lily and Riley.
Lily and Riley.
Oh, yeah, cool. I'll finish up.
Yeah, no cops, no code. Tomorrow, we want no cops, no code. We want
We need everybody.
All right, we're gonna go to the comments online. Now, did you find one? Okay, we'll go, I don't think either one's here. Okay, we're gonna go to the comments online. I think we have, Madam Clerk,
We have
how many?
12 speakers
We have 12
online.
speakers online, so we're gonna hear them out as well.
The first is Trina Allen, then Claire Tuber.
Okay, go ahead, Trina.
Trina,
Hello. Hi, my name is Trina Allen, she, her usually, and I taught in Sacramento area for the last 17 years. But I can no longer afford to live and support my family in Sacramento, so I do not. We have become desensitized to the construct of crises, housing crisis, climate crisis, pandemic. I'm not sure if it is just cruelty or self-preservation gone wrong, but it is leading people to run from the real world implications of those crises. Personally, I don't need to understand the reason why anyone is in need of support. If someone is struggling, they have my support. I recognize, though, that that isn't a universally shared value. However, to vilify, displace, attack, steal from, and ultimately criminalize people for finding a way to survive in community with one another while housing is virtually unattainable for so many is abhorrent. It is a fucking abomination. We haven't responded effectively to the housing crisis, and now you won't allow the solutions unhoused folks have created for themselves. There is so much more than just safety in numbers, but let's talk about that. You aren't currently in-house, but you do understand fear. Imagine being in your home, unlocking your doors, your windows, turning off your lights, and getting into your bed. Can you sleep? Even that position of relative privilege What wouldn't you give to have people you know and trust around you? While safe is paramount, it is only one aspect of humanity. Community, music, culture, conversation, shared survival resources, self-determination. These are basic human needs that residents of a space like Camp Resolution can provide to one another. You lied, you broke your promises, you moved on without providing the housing and other needed services, and now you are willing to use state violence to oppress the survivors of racial capitalism. Meanwhile, everyone in this chamber knows it just won't work. Displacement doesn't disappear people, it just adds massive trauma to their lives. I ask that you listen to your unhoused neighbors and educate your housed constituents that are angry and uninformed. This is how political will is created. In the interim, stop the sweeps. It's going to be very, very cold, very, very soon, and Sacramento community members deserve better than dying on the streets like they do every year under this council's leadership. Please put your ears to Camp Resolutions and take your hands off of them.
Okay. Next speaker. Claire, go ahead and unmute yourself there, Claire. Go ahead.
Hello, my name's Claire Tauber. I'm really sorry I couldn't be there in person tonight. I just wanted to say, it seems like sweeps are like the bread and butter for the city, but the end result is always the same. And if the city wants to reduce homelessness, like from a logical standpoint, why would they think that this would have a different outcome? Please, 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 please be brave and choose the unprecedented option and take the time to consider like the impact of the sweep and make a different choice for once. The city should be glad to have this opportunity to learn from a self-organizing community that has, like, through collective power, increased their quality of life. And if the city could come to the table and look for solutions with this determined group, like, it could be a different outcome instead of like a violent disposal of their livelihoods. The next part of what I have to say is like completely idealistic, and for whatever bureaucratic logistical reasons, I recognize why it might not work, but the part of me that dreams wonders what would have happened if the $600,000 spent to pave and fence the location was just given to the residents. Like, look at their incredible resilience, their generosity, their resourcefulness of all the people who are living there. Like, I imagine that so many more solutions would have been born from that use of money, and like, I really wish that as a city that we could dream big, like dream really big and generously. And if not, like at the very least, leave them the fuck alone. I should be wasting time.
Next speaker.
Next speaker is Liz Halauskin.
Sorry.
Liz Olhausen. If you'll unmute.
Hi, thank you for calling my name. It's Olhausen. And I am calling like literally every other person who has spoken today to support Camp Resolution. I noticed that no one has said that they are pro-sweeps or pro-attacks. No one has stood before you today in this open forum in front of everyone in this public setting to say that they want you to sweep the unhoused neighbors from our community. No, the people who are trying to convince you to do this are the police and the developer interests who are ruining our city. I heard Katie Valenzuela say there's no money in the city to support this camp, but there was money for 6 police and code enforcement officers to go by there this morning and harass the residents. There's money tomorrow for you to sweep. There's been money for days and days to threaten people and intimidate people. It almost seems as if cruelty is the point and that you have forgotten the 8th Amendment. Madam Vice Mayor, it is convenient that the mayor has left you here to deal with us. #girlboss. Am I right? Perhaps you could upend things and do what the residents are asking you for and send no cops and no code. I want to emphasize what Saul said earlier. He was the adorable 7-year-old. He said, I don't want the dogs to get stabbed, because he doesn't want the dogs to be stabbed, because he is 7 years old and he knows that at a sweep/attack, the police harm the animals like they harm the humans. You see, my clock is winding down. I do not know how you need 50 people to tell you this is wrong. We need your support. No cops, no code. No cops, no code.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Rose Cabral. Next speaker is Rose.
I hear you, but you're not going to be able to hear Rose Cabral. So, Rose, go ahead.
Rose Cabral, if you'll unmute.
Go ahead,
Oh,
Rose.
that was such a great chant. Okay, hi, I'm Rose Cabral, a realtor. I say that to call out all my fellow realtors. A homeowner in District 6, and my dad lived outside and died outside. I want to commend the people who live in Camp Resolution. I want to commend all of our unhoused people, whether they are living outside in tents or in their cars. I want to commend them for being creative and resilient and for finding a way to survive. I want to encourage everyone listening here tonight, from our city leaders to our neighbors, both unhoused and housed, our renters, our landlords, our businesses. I want to ask you to think about if we should really be punishing these people who are surviving and thriving in a community that they created, or if instead we should be learning from them and giving them the resources to magnify what they are doing. The beautiful community they have created with artwork and events. They've done it all for way less than any shelter, less than the current place they are on, where it costs $617,000 for paving and fencing, which, by the way, the city has owned for over 50 years. They have created this community probably for, well, we know, less than the average rent or mortgage here in Sacramento. I want us all to think about home. Think about if we would rather have peace instead of chaos, if we would rather have healing instead of trauma, if we would rather have money for food and water instead of fences and pavement, if we would rather treat people with kindness instead of threats, and if we would rather provide stability instead of displacement. The homeless crisis seems like a complicated problem, but I don't think it is. I think it's very simple. People need a place to call home, and the people in Camp Resolution have created a home, and they're asking us to let them stay without another place for them to go as a community.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is
to
complete.
them.
Our next speaker is Andrew Defy, then Alex Severson. Andrew Defy.
Hello. Y'all can hear me?
We can.
So, some of the council may remember me. I'm the Sacramento Poet Laureate, and y'all gave me a resolution a couple of weeks ago for Sacramento Poetry Day, and now we back for another resolution, right? And I just want to ask, how many of y'all have been out there? How many of y'all have really been out there? Because when I went, I saw artists. I had kids that I work with and that I teach out there. That's how safe and educational the Camp Resolution is. I was unhoused years ago. And as the only artist on the city's payroll, I speak for my community when I say that y'all make it hard to be housed out here and to stay housed out here. And it seems like it's even like y'all making it even harder not to be housed out here. Like, I hear creative economy a lot, and we all talk about creative economy a lot, but we're not being that. We're not being creative, but you know who is? Camp Resolution. Yo, this is an innovative model that we could learn from, we can study, we can support, and we can possibly help the rest of the state with. Y'all, this is an opportunity for us to work together and be creative and innovate something in Sacramento. We as the public have a place to go to support the unhoused folks when there's a community like this. We all know to show up. We know where Camp Resolution is. Don't take that away from us. Please, we could just sell one of the police tanks and get like all the support that they need. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I just want to echo Les and Nikki. We need a clear commitment that this camp will be left alone, and we need it tonight. No cops, no code.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Alex Severson.
Alex
Severson.
Go ahead, Alex.
Hi there, my name's Alex Severson, and I am a resident of District 4. Basically, I think it boils down to the council. Y'all have the opportunity to prevent kind of callous, senseless violence with this attack. I was there when they tagged Camp Resolution, originally situated for Veterans Day, which, like, considering how many veterans exist in that community, is pretty tone deaf. But when I was out there, what I saw were members of the camp serving each other breakfast and being a community. And when they asked the officers where they were supposed to go, it was silence. And so, echoing what everybody else has said tonight, you have a chance to make history, right? And work with the community to create a safer situation inside of a space that's already existing. The groundwork is done. Me personally, I don't think y'all got it in you, but I would love to be proven wrong. Yeah, no cops, no code.
Crystal Sanchez, then L.
I oppose the removal of Camp Resolution. My name is Crystal Sanchez, and not only am I the president of the Sacramento Homeless Union, I am the Western Regional Director for the National Union of the Homeless. I'm going to start off by saying, how dare the city of Sacramento send threatening and coercive letters to us, encouraging us to be part of the removal of individuals currently residing at Arden and Colfax, also known as Camp Resolution. I, as somebody who advocates every day for housing and those experiencing homelessness on the streets, will not be complicit in the cruel and unusual punishment the city continues to place on those experiencing homelessness. It is absolutely criminal and a derelict of duty that the city of Sacramento has floundered hundreds of millions of dollars, especially to go to law enforcement to supervise these sweeps instead of actually helping the people on the streets. It is a city manager's job to manage all of its constituents and day-to-day business and follow the laws put in place by the council. Well, council and city manager, your management of the unhoused and housing crisis is an absolute disgrace that shows up across the city of Sacramento in the form of tents, people dying on the streets, and in chaos that is perpetuated on this community as a whole. You are literally using District 2 and District 6 as dumping grounds for humans. Everybody in the city has the right to be pissed off. We denounced the comprehensive siting plan from the get-go. We stated in August 2021, the plan is deceptive and a dangerous con job designed to circumvent the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals Martin versus Boise. It will enrich wealthy contractors, strengthen and handle to the homeless industrial complex. And I'm going to skip all the rest of that part. What I'm going to say to you, though, is that the city is conspiring to criminalize those while violating local, state, and federal laws. The Sacramento is in the failed state. We ask the city to immediately cease and desist all sweeps and follow the law, or you will be facing more than a lawsuit from the homeless union. Shame on all of you who are allowing people to die in our streets. And I suggest
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is L. Next speaker is L, then Shay Fox.
Hi, my name is Elle, and I'd like to echo everyone earlier saying sweeps are not services. Camp Resolution has managed on their own to build a community and establish a network of support in order to create their own safe ground due to the broken promises of this council. The council constantly has excuses why these sites, funded in part by my taxes, are suddenly no longer an option. I'm sick of the stupid excuses. I'm sick of the sweeps. Either let Camp Resolution stay and begin talks with them on true long-term options and solutions for their safety, or admit that when folks create the solutions you yourselves can't come up with, that you still prefer cruelty. Stop brutalizing houseless folks and start actually serving your community, including the houseless. No more fucking sweeps! No more sweeps!
Next speaker is Shay Fox, then column M. Shay Fox.
Go ahead, Shay.
Yes. Hello?
Yeah.
Yes, my name is Shay Fox. When I first became homeless, I started out living in the front seat of my car with my dog, waiting for a spot at a safe ground at Miller Regional Park safe ground. I first called 311, and they told me they would send in a referral, and I waited and nothing happened. So I called again and got another referral and waited, and nothing happened. So I called again and nothing happened. 2 weeks went by and nothing happened. And I ended up in a hospital. Anyways, long story short, I ended up getting in contact with Joyce and Sharon, and ended up at Camp Resolution on September 30th. And yes, and so and I'm here to stay. So I'm not going anywhere, and um and and it's not going anywhere. So we're here to stay. So um you know, no cops, no code.
Thank you, Shay, for your comments.
Our next speaker is Colin M.
Colin M. Go ahead, Colin. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi. I'm a resident of District 4, although it'll be District 7 with the new map. I have a poem. With every new day, the future can change. But like actors in a play, people have their lines and hesitate to stray. The chill of the night meets the fog of the morn. At the new day's start, not as cold or forlorn as a politician's heart. The state they uphold, built by blood for gold, still torments the people and sees the land bought and sold. But the whole country is a crime scene, which the law itself has overseen. The methods may be dirty, but the ledgers are clean. Awake as dawn breaks, the people leave their beds. The night's dreams fading as their thoughts turn to bread. A few of them gather when and where they can to share their anger at their boss's plans. Their solidarity hardens as their exploiters react. Their edge is sharpened by revolutionary tracts. Then the people assemble as their strength gathers, their tyrants tremble. The people's pain secures their exploiters' gains. The people's feuds ensures their tyrants' rule. One day, the people will unite, and their exploiters may die of fright. There is power in the people's hands, and there is power in knowing the land. These truths must be denied. The people mustn't mend divides, lest the rule of the exploiters die in the people's minds. Once tyranny dies in the minds of the people, no police can ebb the tide of their fury against evil. On a brighter day, when people are fed and the history books read, the truth will be plain of the people's long pain and the tyrants they slew to make the world anew.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Courtney P.
Courtney, go ahead and unmute yourself, Courtney.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi, my name is Courtney Poole, and I am speaking tonight in community with all of the other beautiful speakers that I've heard tonight to urge you to consider the pending sweep of Camp Resolution. As one of the well-put signs states in the community, residents at the camp are not service resistant, services are non-existent. During the cold nights that we are experiencing here in Sacramento, there's no doubt that this sweep will negatively impact our neighbors who are living there. As you all know, community develops where people have the opportunity to care for and support each other, and Camp Resolution is that place. These city residents are requesting that City Council and the mayor come out to meet with them instead of ignoring their requests and concerns. Please show up for our neighbors. Sweeping and displacing our most vulnerable community members is not a solution for the housing crisis. You've heard so many residents and people with lived experience tonight talk about that sweeps are not services and do not work. Affordable, permanent, and supportive housing is what we need. Please allow the residents of Camp Resolution the right to rest, be safe, and live with dignity. Community is the protective factor that we all need and deserve, especially while experiencing a crisis such as being unhoused. And Camp Resolution is a place for community, cooperation, self-respect, and self-determination. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And Flo Kofer is our final speaker tonight. Flo Kofer is our final speaker on this item.
Hello, my name is Flojan Kofer, and I'm calling in tonight both as a community member who is really upset about what has been proposed here and the way it was proposed, but also as an epidemiologist, as a public health professional, and who has provided on numerous occasions declarations in support of our unhoused population. And what we've stated repeatedly is in public health guidance, it recommends against disrupting encampments. And doing so disrupts connections both to community, which is essential for public health, as well as to service providers. So what we are doing flies in the face of what we understand about public health. And it's a concept called harm reduction, which I hope we're all familiar with. But what bothers me even more than this is that just a few weeks ago, this body decided to add more buildings to the critical infrastructure list. And I have no problem with the idea of buildings being critical infrastructure, but I have a real problem with us not using our human judgment to be able to value people over property. What we're asking here is that we don't use the only tool we have overfunded in the city, which is our police department, and make every single problem seem like it is a nail because we only have a hammer. And we ask that you're using your human compassion, the thing that distinguishes us from AI, the reason why we elect people to make decisions, and we don't just rely on the law. So what I'm asking you to do here is to not derive your morality from the law, but to use your morals, to use that thing that beats in your chest every day, the thing that draws tears from our eyes when we see something that bothers us, and to instead think about how you can pass ordinances, policies, and do things that are in support of our community. Thank you.
Okay, that was the final speaker of 65. I can tell that you're all very passionate, and I appreciate you bringing the passion to the chamber. I want to make sure we have everybody back in here that needs to be part of the conversation. So first up is Councilmember Valenzuela.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think there's folks who are wondering how this relates to the item at hand, which is item 25, which is a budget request. It's a funding request that we want to put in to a broad scope of funding to implement a housing and homelessness strategy. And I think what we're hearing tonight and what I've been hearing over emails and the phone calls and social media messages and Facebook tags that everybody's been giving me is that folks aren't pleased with our strategy right now. Because I think if we can not offer housing, if we don't have enough indoor shelter, then we need to start focusing on stabilization. And this is something that, recognizing where we are, I want to commend the folks at Camp Resolution, because I do think that they're building on a model that's been here before, that others have created before them, to try to show us, the city, what that could look like. And I'm hopeful that, and I want to be clear that, I mean, the decisions on this site aren't entirely ours, that there are other folks we're going to have to figure this out with, including the flood board. But I would like to move, because I do think we should try to get more funding. So I would like to move this item, but I would like to do that with direction to staff that they cancel tomorrow's enforcement action and engage. To finish the sentence.
Happy to hear from her, but let her finish. Let her finish.
Let me finish. let me finish the sentence here.
Let her finish her comment so her colleagues will know what she's.
Because
Hey,
I just want to say that.
Let her finish.
But the direction, just to finish my sentence here, is to engage with the camp to find a resolution that we can try to lobby or work with. And again, I'm saying this again, caveating that there are other agencies involved, and we are going to have to figure this out. But I do want us to try to figure this out, especially given how cold and how wet it is going to be here in the next few days. So that is my motion for this item.
Next up is Councilmember Vang.
Thanks, Vice Mayor.
You're welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. First, I will be seconding Councilmember Valenzuela's motion. I first just want to take a moment just to say thank you to all the speakers who spoke today. You know, I know it takes a lot of courage to come up here and share your story, and so I just want to say thank you so much for having the courage to come up here and to share your stories. I appreciate the motion from Councilwoman Valenzuela, and one reason why I'm supporting this her motion in particular is because I do understand that this is a public health emergency. The fact that the city and county that we don't actually have an alternative on the table doesn't make sense for me to move folks at this moment. No, this council is committed to ensuring we can secure more funding for affordable housing, but while we're doing that in parallel, we also need to support non-traditional kind of uses of housing to stabilize what's happening right now. I think, what we heard tonight was that, there could be and will be a path to resolution if we all sit down at the table to figure out what we need to do to move forward. My understanding right now, I think we heard over and over again, is that we don't have enough shelter beds. And so if this was to occur tomorrow, we're not sure where these individuals will go. And if it's really important right now, I think as a city, to make sure that we stabilize what's happening on our streets. And so with that, I'd like to second Councilwoman Valenzuela's motion. And really hope that my colleagues will vote alongside us on this item. Thank you.
On what we can do here procedurally, City Manager?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. So to be clear, this item is not up for discussion or on the agenda for a vote tonight. I will take the comments from Councilmember Valenzuela and Mai into account and talk with your council colleagues and take that into account when considering the moves tomorrow.
Wait a second. What he said. Two things. What? Okay, two things. He is accepting her words. So hold on. He is accepting what Councilmember Valenzuela just said to him. Madam City Attorney is going to clarify now. So let's hear what she has to say.
So what I'm going to say is this action, that the motion that Councilmember Valenzuela made and was seconded by Councilmember Vang, is actually not on your agenda, so you cannot act on it. But I think, so what the city manager is doing is acknowledging the request from these two council members, and because it's a decision for the city manager at this point, since the council cannot act on that motion.
What does that mean?
Okay, hold on. I want to be able to give you some clarity, but we can't yell out from the audience. So if we have a lot of yelling, we have to clear the chambers and then take the vote. So let me first tell you what we're going to do is take the vote. Councilmember Valenzuela's motion is to move the staff item, which is the only thing that we can officially do today. But she is asking the city manager to please take under advisement her request to not move people from the camp that you all have spoken about. Councilmember, which is the very best that can be done given what's on the agenda. Councilmember Vang has seconded that motion. Councilmember Vang has seconded that motion. And now we're going to take a vote of this council on Councilmember Valenzuela's motion. Okay, so we're going to do a roll call vote. You can start with me. The motion, council members, for clarification. I hear what she's saying. The motion in front of us is to move the item that is on the agenda that is really actually not related. And then secondarily, we're going to vote right now and see who on this council dais agrees with Councilmember Valenzuela and her ask for the city manager to take this under advisement
relative to not removing the camp tomorrow. That's the vote. Okay, so I'm gonna, go ahead.
This is a vote.
This is a roll call vote.
Roll call vote on item 25 only.
On item 25.
So item 25, Vice Mayor Ashby.
Yes.
Councilmember Laloe. Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Valenzuela.
Yes.
Councilmember Chenier.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings and Mayor Steinberg are absent. Councilmember Vang.
Yes.
Okay, that's unanimous. All right. We're going to move on to the next item. All right, call the next item, Madam Clerk, please.
Your next item is number 29.
All right, item 29.
Item 29 is housing and dangerous buildings case fees, finding of fact for special assessments.
Just say yes or no. Can we go to bed safely or not? That's what we want to know, Howard. Yes or no?
We have two options here. I can clear the chambers or I can clear the council. We have to move forward on the next item.
It's a simple question. Are you going to move them or not?
Given direction to the city manager that we have asked him to take it under advisement. It is his decision, not ours, to not, do you want me to answer? To not sweep the camp tomorrow. Okay.
When are you going to make the decision?
I don't know. Go ahead.
So everybody has to stay up.
Good evening,
all night
Mayor,
waiting
Council
for your
Member.
decision.
I'm Peter Lemos, Code and Housing Enforcement Chief of City of Sacramento for your neighborhood community development. The items before you are the neighborhood code complies and housing dangerous buildings case fees and penalties for the assessment of personal obligation. I would like to present 29 and 30 concurrently, but it'll be separate votes. The housing dangerous building case fees staff report lists 84 properties with a total of $115,597.44 of unpaid fees. 6 properties on the list that was submitted have either made payments or are on payment plans. There are items 28, 85, 91, 100, 111, and 123. Item number 30, the Community Development Department administrative penalties and neighborhood code compliance fees. Staff report lists an amended total of 161 properties with a sum of $401,680.89 of unpaid fees and penalties scheduled for special assessment and/or personal obligation. 9 of the properties in the attachment have either made payments or are in compliance. There are line numbers 16, 38, 55, 64, 74 through 75, 165 through 166, 169, 228, and 272. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt the 2 resolutions separately as amended to allow the city to collect the unpaid fees by placing special assessments, levies, and/or personal obligations upon the properties. This concludes the presentation.
All right. Are there any people signed up to speak as to item 29? Or did you read 30 as well?
29 and 30.
I'm sorry. You can't yell out from the crowd or we'll have to have you removed from the chamber. This is your second warning. If I have to say something again, you'll be asked to leave the chamber. We have to be able to conduct the city's business. Yes.
This is my fucking land. You can leave.
Did you present on 29 and 30?
29 and 30.
Okay, great.
One hand raised online. Crystal Sanchez, are you speaking on item 29 or 30?
Crystal, did you want to speak to as to the housing and dangerous buildings case fees and
Yes,
penalties?
I do. Yes, I'll make it quick. I want to make this public announcement that code enforcement is new law enforcement in our city. We are watching buildings that are being considered dangerous. They are coding them. They're coding them for ridiculous things. People are not being able to pay these fees and fines, and then the city is taking these over. This is another system that we really need to get a hold of because it is creating homelessness. We have seniors who are not able to pay these small fees and fines, which aren't small to them. And again, it's creating homelessness. We really need to rein in code enforcement on our buildings, on our homeless communities. And that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you, Crystal, for calling in.
Rose Cabral.
Yeah, I just want to second what Crystal said. I mean, if you look at these fees, it's like $1,000, $2,000, $5,000. I mean, to some people, that's nothing, but to other people, that's a giant amount. I also want to look at what's going to happen to these properties if these people can't pay. And we really have to ensure that the people who are living in them can stay in them. We just talked about people having to live outside. And here's another opportunity that we're looking at people who are potentially going to be displaced because of these codes and these fines. So, I mean, we can't look at this just one way. We have to take it all into consideration. All of this plays into whether people have safe and stable housing, and we also need to answer about whether we're going to be up all night waiting for the people. And if we're all going to go meet up at like what time, 5 a.m. so that we can make sure and protect our neighbors from being swept. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The final speaker on item 20, phone number 239, last four 2338. If you'll unmute. Phone number, last four digits 2338, if you'll unmute. So Vice Mayor, it does not appear they're unmuting.
Okay, then we will move on. I need a motion.
I got it.
Go ahead, Councilman.
I want to open and close the public hearing for this item 29. I assume we have to do them separately.
Yes.
For item 29, open and close the public hearing, move the item.
Second.
All right, moved by Councilmember Chenier, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Guerra. All in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstaining?
Okay, and on item 30, I'll open and close the public hearing and move the item.
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Councilmember Chenier, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Guerra. All in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? All right. We have item 31 as issue as well, Mr. Lemos? No?
thank you.
Okay. Oh, hey, yeah. Thank you, Thomas.
Good evening. I'm here to cover item agenda number 31. Vice Mayor, Madam Clerk, and distinguished members of council, my name is Thomas Adams with the Engineering Service Division of the Department of Public Works. The item before you is a request to vacate a portion of the public road and utility easement by way of adopting a resolution to vacate less than 1/2 acre of an improved portion of 4th Avenue that is located between 5th Street and Interstate 5. The subject public road and utility easement was dedicated to the city by the Setzer Foundation and accepted in 1972 by a recorded document in book 1972-0526 at page 252 of official record with the Sacramento County Recorder's Office. The specific intent of this public road and utility easement would normally facilitate a public road for public vehicular and pedestrian access. No city records were found that details any proposed development that in which this easement would benefit the city or the general public. It is the city's purpose with this request to remove any responsibilities or liabilities related to this property or any improvements thereon by vacating the public road easement for which the city does not have present or future plans to develop this portion of 4th Avenue. The easternmost portion of this easement will not be vacated, allowing the properties at 424th Avenue and 500 4th Avenue the same ingress and egress currently provided from 4th Avenue. City staff, along with various agencies, support this vacation request. The action recommended with this request is consistent with the Sacramento 2035 General Plan, and it's in compliance with the California Streets and Highways Code. That concludes my presentation, and staff will be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Okay. It's actually District 7. I'll move the item, close the public hearing. Thank you very much. Okay. Do you want to? I don't think, okay. Do you have to? Okay, go ahead.
I have two speakers on this item. The first is Becky Kale, then a phone number 2338. Becky Kale.
Hi. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity, Vice Mayor and council members, to speak over Zoom. I'm Becky Kale, and my husband and I live at 424th Avenue, directly adjacent to the south of the 4th Avenue public right-of-way proposed for vacation. To our knowledge, an adjoining property contact form, which is noted as a requirement in the city's vacation application package, was not provided to us as an opportunity to formally state our opinion during this application process. We are hopeful you were able to read our letters expressing our concerns and our opposition to this proposal that will significantly impact our property, which is a landmark on the Sacramento Register of Historic and Cultural Resources and includes an 1860s farmhouse and several large heritage trees. Just as neighbors utilize streets adjacent to their homes for vehicle and emergency service access, we have used the undeveloped portion of the 4th Avenue public right-of-way for access since purchasing our home in 2003. Additionally, a 1987 City Council resolution acknowledges this public right-of-way is needed for fire access to our property. This vacation proposal would narrow our access from the public right-of-way adjacent to our property to a 6-foot diagonal section. Due to existing infrastructure and mature trees, there is no vehicle access from this point to the interior of our property where our homes are set back over 100 feet. After reviewing fire code and the staff report, we have significant concerns. The staff report does not specify how our property will maintain emergency service access, how this proposed access point meets fire code, or whether a site visit was conducted by the fire department. We are also concerned about maintaining the large protected trees on our property, the canopies of which cover our home and historic farmhouse. If we're unable to bring arborist vehicles within close proximity to safely prune these trees, the home and trees are at risk of irreparable damage. We respectfully request that you oppose this vacation proposal to ensure that the city landmark maintains vehicle and emergency.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is a phone number 2338, and then Matt Anderson is our final speaker. Phone number 2338, if you'll unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Perfect. I'm sorry, I tried to unmute on the last item, but for some reason it would not let me. Would it be okay if I made a comment now?
Sure, go ahead. We did try for you. Yeah, go ahead.
I know, no, I heard you. Yeah, no, I did, definitely, and I appreciate it. And I think there was some technological glitch. But mostly, yeah, I want to say that I'm a physician and I have a master's in public health, and I work with people who live outside. And when talking about code enforcement, like I think about codes, and when I think about codes, I think about people dying, like the codes that I literally have to run on people who are dying because of the situation we're in. And it's like not all y'all, like for sure, but there is a space right now where you can do something that will really directly impact the lives of people by not moving Camp Resolution. And I listened to the comments and sat here and cried after a long day. And I had to tell, 2 people yesterday who were raped because they were moved from their safe space and now have some lifelong disease that they're going to have to manage for the rest of their life. And that's my job. And I sit there and I talk to them, and they just want a place to feel safe. And there is a place where people feel safe right now. And I know there's 1,000 other things that go into all the decisions that are made, but really, I guess I'm speaking to the city manager right now. Like, think about the people. Think about if you had to sit there and tell, if it was your mom, your sister, your aunt, your daughter.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Matt Anderson.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Matt Anderson. I live in District 4. I work in local government, and I understand your deferment to the city manager for the decision to sweep. But I'm sure this decision has already been made on your end, and I think that it's
Mr.
really
Anderson, I'm
important.
sorry. This item is about a public right of way, so
I understand.
we can
I would really
you can
just
come
request
back in
that
the
city manager
public
respond
comments at the
to
end if
whether
you'd like.
the sweep.
Okay. Please do raise your hand at the end if you'd like to speak again, Mr. Anderson, on the items not on the agenda. Okay. Does that conclude the speakers on this item?
That does.
Councilmember Valenzuela, I'll rescind my motion if you want to make one yourself. I see that it's listed as District 7,
Yeah,
but.
it's still technically in
Okay,
District 4.
So I'll
till
rescind my motion
December.
and you can move forward.
It's okay. I had some questions. Thank you, Thomas. I think this is your second meeting you've been at that's turned into a long one, so thanks for sticking with us here. I met with the property owners. I've walked the property here, so I just have a few questions. First, this is a public right-of-way and a utility easement, so there are no city utilities under the ground here. I couldn't tell from the map. It looked like there was a water main, but maybe I was misreading.
There, specifically in the water main where this easement is exhibited on, I believe on, oh, he took that off the exhibit, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's
But
okay.
my understanding is that there was no utility easements within that specific area of what we're vacating.
Okay, it might be in the little spot that we're leaving for ingress, egress?
Yes, there's some out there
Okay,
that's not
okay.
being vacated, correct.
And how wide is that ingress, egress parcel?
The specific, coming from Fourth Avenue or right there at the
Yeah, coming from
property's
Fourth
entrance?
Avenue if you were moving between the two properties.
On the scale for that,
I didn't mean for this to be a quiz. I just, I'm responding to the concerns I've heard from the property owners about emergency access and maintenance of their property and trees, so I guess I just wanted to get a better idea.
I have a description, but it doesn't look like, I'm not sure, oh, I'm sorry, this is it. Fourth Avenue. It looks like coming in off Fourth Avenue, that what I'm reading on the legal description from this, the license survey with the city is 54 feet of right-of-way.
Long? And
Wide.
Oh, wide, so it's 54 feet wide, and then how
Yeah.
long?
The length of it that's not being vacated, the most northern part is R1. I'm sorry, there's a menu here I got to go through to be specific on this. It looks like it's 39 feet.
Okay, so it's like a
Yeah.
39 feet by 54 feet parcel is not being vacated.
Yes, it's oblong, so at the north area, it's 39, and where the properties are at 420 and at 500 Fourth Avenue, that length goes to 82 feet.
Okay.
Because it is not just a straight,
So it's a pretty significant part of the easement that we currently have?
correct.
Okay, that's really helpful, because I was having a hard time visualizing, because when you walk out there, it's kind of an oddly shaped long parcel along this fence, and then you've got these trees in this property like right next to it. So it's hard to imagine if we vacate a significant portion of the easement, how much would be left for the property owner to still access and maintain the trees. So it sounds like it's a pretty significant
Oh, yes.
section. Okay. I do want to open and close this hearing and move this item, but I do want to also voice, and I know you're aware of this because we've corresponded on email a lot about this. I am really concerned about the development proposal for this parcel once we vacate, because as I understand it, the developer's proposing to subdivide this into 3 parcels for 3 separate homes on a very small now. What I'm imagining in my head now is a much, much smaller parcel that has a lot of big, beautiful trees on it, and I understand why the neighbors are very concerned that that wouldn't be operational if they had to do that with the logistics of that site. And so I do want to register that I think that's important, but I do want to say that, and I want to commend the property owner who called, because she did give me a personal tour. This does feel like a pretty big section that's big enough for emergency crews and for them to get in and out. So I will move this item, but I will be watching that item pretty closely for the future development for this site, because I do want to appreciate what they're saying, but I also appreciate that a developer bought a parcel and, is looking, and we don't have use for it also. So with that, I'm happy to open and close the public hearing. Well, happy to. This is a very complicated item, and so I want to thank you for all the calls and emails I know that you and I have been on about this, and move the item forward. Vice Mayor, thank you.
All right. Moved by Councilmember Valenzuela, seconded by Councilmember Chenier. All those in favor signify by aye. 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 Any opposed or abstaining? Great, thank you very much. Item 32.
Thank you.
Item 32 is your 2022 Drinking Water Quality Public Health Goals Report.
Pravani, thank you for waiting.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Mark Severeid. I'm the Water Quality Superintendent for the Department of Utilities, and I'm here to present the department's 2022 Public Health Goals Report. I think there's probably a slide that I can show you, but I don't know how to work it. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Public Health Goals Report is a state-mandated evaluation of the city's drinking water quality in comparison to public health goals established by the state of California.
Mark, it's
yes.
probably a little hard for folks to hear you. Can you pull the mics in a little closer, maybe lean a little forward?
Yeah.
Or you can
Sure.
pull your mask
Is that
off.
better? Oh, maybe that will help too.
Yeah, I think
There
that
we go.
was very
Sorry
hard to
about
hear
that. So let's see. Where was I? Public Health Goals Report is a state-mandated evaluation of the city's drinking water quality in comparison to public health goals established by the state of California. And we're required to produce this report every 3 years and present our findings in a public forum like this meeting. So thank you for having us here today. As you know, the city produces and provides drinking water of the highest quality to our residents and customers, and I'm pleased to be able to continue reporting that the city's drinking water quality meets or surpasses all applicable state and federal requirements. So let's see if I'm doing this right. Oh, I did. That's amazing. Before we get into details of the report, I'll provide you some background on drinking water standards, such as maximum contaminant levels. Drinking water standards are legally enforceable requirements established by the state of California and the federal government. They're designed to maximize the protection of public health while taking into consideration the technical and economic feasibility of achieving compliance. In contrast, public health goals are non-enforceable target levels developed by the state of California, and they represent a threshold below which there is zero risk to public health. When establishing public health goals, the state doesn't consider technical or economic factors. They're only looking at health effects. Let's see. So the Public Health Goals Report considers some key questions concerning the city's water system. What options exist to further reduce contaminant levels to meet public health goals? What treatment technologies are available to reduce these levels? What analytical capabilities exist to test for these contaminants? And finally, do cost-benefit analyses support applying these technologies to our system? Now, detailed review of these questions is available in the full report, and I'll discuss where that can be accessed in just a moment. But I think the most important thing here is that while the 2022 report identified 3 contaminants in city water which were detected over public health goals, these 3 are arsenic, radionuclides, and easy for me to say, tetrachloroethylene. We will discuss, however, the key takeaway here is that the report does not recommend any action be taken at this time, concluding that the addition of water treatment processes required to meet public health goals would significantly increase customer water bills without any guarantee of a quantifiable increase in the protection of public health or even an effective reduction of these contaminants below their already low levels. So I could go into further detail, or I could leave that with you folks there and just would be happy to take questions.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that. I think I'd like to go to public comment first, then I'll bring it back to the council for questions and consideration. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. I have one speaker, Charlene. Charlene, if you'll unmute.
Charlene, this is on item 32, Drinking Water Quality Public Health Goals Report.
Matt Anderson.
Hi, I just want to say thank you for this report. It was very interesting. I noticed that there was one time that wells exceeded I think it was health advisory level for PFAS, and they were immediately taken out of service. I'm really glad to see that you all are on top of things and really taking care of our water. I'm just curious. I know the EPA recently reduced some of those levels in terms of what the health advisory is. It's not regulatory or legally binding at this point, but I just maybe more of a comment than a question. But I hope that you continue to stay on top of those and plan systems to reduce those levels, because those are of concern to myself and I think a lot of people out there in terms of what they're doing as endocrine disruptors and other issues to a lot of our bodies. So thank you for this report. Really appreciate it.
Madam Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem, I have no more speakers.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'd like to commend the Department of Utilities for your continued work to monitor our water quality. These reports are really important, and they're also very informational. Our water quality here in Sacramento continues to be above the water quality of many municipalities in the country. The fact of the matter is that our environment is desperately polluted countrywide. PFAS is ubiquitous at this point. There are many chemicals that are just simply in our environment and that we cannot exactly control, but by monitoring and making sure that the levels are low enough, we continue to have a safe drinking water supply. That being said, I certainly have a water filter at my house, and I suggest that everybody does to further reduce the possibility of ingesting these environmental toxins. We can't rid the environment of these toxins at this point. We've just created too much of it. So our city does the best we can in terms of monitoring and filtering and creating a good quality product for us to use, and you do a tremendous job of it. Again, our numbers tend to excel as far as municipalities go. Pravani, thanks so much for your work. I've always enjoyed talking to you and seeing what you do in your lab. Mark, thank you very much. And Bill and Michelle, thank you as well for being here tonight. And thank you for the report.
You're welcome. Councilmember Harris, do I see a motion to open up, close the public hearing on this item? Absolutely. It's been properly moved. The public hearing has been open and closed and properly moved by Councilmember Harris. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Councilmember Vang. Any further conversations from the council? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Measure passes. Thank you, Pravani, and thank you, Mark. Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, appreciate it. Next up is the Northview Point Equity and Fiscal Responsibility TEFRA hearing.
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Seth White. I'm a housing finance analyst at the SHRA. Staff tonight is requesting a Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, or TEFRA, public hearing related to the construction and financing of the Northview Point project and approval of the final tax-exempt mortgage revenue bond and home loan documents with the developer, Accelerate Housing Group.
Madam Chair?
The project, located at 2314 Northview Drive.
I'm sorry, hold on just one
I
second.
just want to know if there's any challenge to waiving the presentation and moving the item. This is pretty standard.
Yeah, I'd like to hear it.
Okay,
All right.
go right ahead.
The project, located at 2314 Northview Drive, is a 67-unit new construction affordable housing development for households experiencing homelessness. State prevailing wages will be paid throughout the construction period. The project will be managed by the John Stewart Company, and Hope Collaborative, also known as TLCS Incorporated, will be providing on-site resident services and case management. A little bit of background. In August of 2021, the City Council and Housing Authority Board approved the bond issuance and a $2.5 million loan commitment. In March of 2022, the developer was successfully awarded low-income housing tax credits and mortgage revenue bonds. The closing of project financing is anticipated within the next few weeks. Therefore, staff is recommending adoption of the TEFRA resolution and approval of the final tax-exempt mortgage revenue bond and home loan documents. Staff are available to address any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. We do have one member of the public sign up to speak. Councilmember Harris, okay to hear from the public first?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Joel Toscano? Joel still here?
I don't know if Joel hung
looking
in
like
there
Joel
with
made
us.
it.
Okay. All right, thank you, Councilmember Harris.
So this project is in District 3. It's in an area that really needs development. This is, I think, a very worthy project to move forward, and thank you, Christine and SHRA, for your work on this. I'd like to move both of the council resolution and the Housing Authority resolution. And the last thing I'd like to say is the fact that Hope Cooperative will be providing the services, make sure that this will be a very successful project. And 67 affordable units in that area is a very welcome addition.
Councilmember Harris, you want to close the public hearing?
Oh, yes. Is this a public hearing?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, open and close the public hearing and move both resolutions.
All right. Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Guerra. All in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? Thank you very much. Thanks for hanging in there with us. Swikert, thank you for your team. All right, on to the next item, item 34. This is the Costco warehouse in Natomas. Madam Clerk, I think we have the, okay, go ahead. And we have the proponents here, correct, right?
They're here, yes. Good evening, members of the City Council, Vice Mayor Ashby. My name is Jose Quintanilla, Associate Planner with the Community Development Department. Good evening. This item is P22019, Costco Warehouse Natomas. This project is a request to construct a 160,526 square foot Costco warehouse in the Natomas Crossing Area 3 Planned Unit Development in North Natomas. This project requires approval of the following entitlements: a conditional use permit for a retail store over 60,000 square feet in size, and site plan and design review for the construction of the store. The Planning and Design Commission unanimously approved this project on October 13, 2022. Staff recommends approval of the project as conditioned, as the proposal is consistent with the city and PUD guidelines. The project develops an underutilized site and diversifies land uses in this area. A third-party appeal of the project was filed within the 10-day appeal period. The appellant asserts that the environmental impact report, EIR addendum prepared for this project is inappropriate under the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, and a supplemental EIR is required. The appeal cites changed conditions in the nature of the proposed project as reasons requiring a supplemental EIR. Environmental staff have reviewed the comments and have determined that no additional analysis is required. The addendum is the appropriate document for CEQA purposes and is supported by substantial evidence. That concludes my presentation. Staff, the applicant's team is here as well. Should you have any questions, I believe the appellant is also available
Very good.
virtually.
Mr. Thatch? Thank you to staff. Mr. Thatch, you have some comments before I make a motion, sir.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and members of the City Council. It's my privilege to be here tonight representing Allegheny Properties, the owner of the property and seller of the property. But we do have a team with us tonight. Besides Dave Bugato, the president of Allegheny Properties, we have Mike Okuma and Mike DeBroda from Costco. We also have Eric Phillips from the Burke Law Firm, who is counsel to Costco and is a CEQA expert. We also have Nick Chen from Kimley Horn. And on Zoom, we have Amy Lopez from Kittleson, who can talk about VMT if there are any questions. And we also have our architects from MG2. It has been my pleasure and privilege, frankly, to watch North Natomas grow from fields. I've been there with Vice Mayor Ashby, and this is a wonderful new addition to the area. It is much needed and much wanted by the neighborhood. There are about 30,000 plus members of Costco that live in the Natomas area. By virtue of this, they will be able to travel much less in order to get to a Costco. As I said, we have great community support, and as we were sitting here tonight, the emails were continuing to come in to the city, and emails of support. All of them have been supportive. Now, we can go over the site plan and all of that if you like. I think that's probably unnecessary. But let me just say a few words that this is in the right location. It's right off Interstate 5 at the Arena off-ramp. It has wonderful access to it along East Commerce as well as along Arena. It is identified in your general plan as regional commercial. It is zone shopping center. There was an EIR performed that looked at this as a retail center, and we are building out less than was looked at, approximately 30% less intense than what was studied in the EIR. We've also added 472 residential units, which helps the jobs housing balance, but it also, it's kind of fun pulling this up all the time, but it also helps significantly reduce the impacts. The prior EIR reviewed, frankly, a much more intense and dense project than this one. The allegation that there is a need for a supplemental EIR as opposed to addendum is simply wrong. Your environmental staff has come to that determination. Your city attorney has come to that determination. Costco's CEQA counsel has come to that determination, and our office has come to that determination. There is a letter in your packet from the Burke Law Firm that sets forth, I think, a very compelling argument on the CEQA issues. Mr. Phillips is here if you have questions about that. The remainder of our team is available to you as well. But it would be my suggestion that you hear from the appellant and allow us a few minutes for rebuttal if necessary. With that, I'd answer any
Mr. Thatcher, what was the last piece that you said?
a few minutes for rebuttal if necessary.
Oh, for rebuttal. I don't know that the applicant is here. I'm sorry, the appellant is here.
I don't know whether the appellant is here or not.
Oh, online?
This is online, yes.
Okay, sure. All right, go right ahead.
First of all, I was out of town and we did not have notice. I just wanted to kind of comment on, and I'm not in my conversations with the deputy, with Ms. Walker, the city attorney, indicated that we actually did not get notice of the council meeting. When I found out about it, was talking to Council Costco last Wednesday, and regarding another matter, and he commented about hearing on Tuesday, and I said, "What hearing?" and then found out. So I had never received notice by mail or email until I had sent an email indicate to planning staff asking what was up, and I had that on Wednesday. So we did not find out about this, and so our notice on this was substantially less than what is required. That being said, I'm out of town, as you can probably tell. That's the reason by Zoom. A couple of things, and you're not asking for a continuance on the notice, and I didn't want Ms. Walker to think that I changed what I'd said in some email correspondence. I just wanted to bring that to the council's attention. A couple of things. The standard on whether or not a supplemental EIR should be being prepared is one of the things is whether or not at the time there was information was known or should have been known. And here what we're really talking about is greenhouse gas emissions, climate impacts with climate change. And I understand Mr. Thatch's comments, but here what we have is part of the changes is the changes in law, which in of itself may not be the basis, but in terms of the requirement for further BMT analysis, and some of the additional regulations in terms of air quality standards of threshold that have been adopted by the local air quality management district. But combining that with what was known in 2009 about climate change and greenhouse gas emissions, and then when you're relying on a document that now is 13 years old, and even though there was a concern and expressed about greenhouse gas emissions and climate change, a lot has changed since that time. So, and the acceleration of climate change, just by what we've noticed in terms of the heat waves, the massive fires in California, that when we start having these projects that are now being built and being modified after 13 years after the environmental review, it really should be for a supplemental review and a comment period on supplementing the EIR on those matters with regards to greenhouse gas emissions, impacts to climate change, and and that's what we're asking here. Well, we all know that climate change concern, and but what wasn't known, and we all knew back in 2009 that it was becoming a concern. What we didn't know was the acceleration. California is passing laws, and regulations, banning the combustion selling of cars, gasoline cars in the near future. And so we just ask that the council direct the staff to prepare a supplemental EIR that addresses these matters, given the acceleration of climate change and the change in thresholds of significance and such. So that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Mooney, for your comments. If it's, Mr. Thatch, you satisfied? Can I move forward? Okay.
Good evening. My name is Eric Phillips. I'm Costco's Land Use and CEQA Counsel from Burke Williams Sorensen, and just wish to briefly respond to the comments that Mr. Mooney made, particularly around climate change and whether that's something that really triggers subsequent environmental review. The initial EIR that was already prepared identified greenhouse gas emissions and analyzed a potential project's impact on climate change. The standard for doing subsequent environmental review at this point is whether there's new information or changed circumstances that would result in more significant environmental impacts. Because climate change was already known about and already analyzed, that standard is not met. It's not new information. But even if it were, the project here, as Mr. Thatch explained, is a significant reduction in both retail square footage and based on the data that Kittleson provided today, it shows that existing Costco shoppers will have to travel a shorter distance to reach a warehouse with the addition of the Natomas warehouse in the center of the trade area. We'd expect to see a reduction of up to 55% of existing Cal Expo Costco shoppers instead going to Natomas, which would be a shorter trip. 22% of Woodland members doing the same thing, and that's before we even factor in trips that would be reduced that currently go to Citrus Heights or Roseville. And when you take that together, it shows that this project would actually reduce existing VMT. As VMT falls, that means greenhouse gas emissions also fall. So even if the accelerating pace of climate change were new information that hadn't already been studied, this project is going to result in a less significant impact as compared to the EIR that's already on record, because it will have fewer trips and generate fewer emissions from vehicles. And the data that's in the record that the city prepared via its addendum and that the Costco team has supplemented since getting this appeal clearly show that. So we ask that you stay the course, follow the unanimous recommendation of the Planning and Design Commission, staff recommendation, and uphold the project approvals in reliance on the CEQA addendum that's in the record.
All right, thank you very much for your comments. There are a couple council members signed up to speak. There's also one member of the public, but before we do any of that, I'm going to make a motion. This is in my current city council district. It is a highly supported project by the community. My office has received hundreds and hundreds of comments from the community, all positive, everyone looking greatly forward to this project. I thank the developer for the area for providing a balanced project that also brings forward 400 housing units along with this project and other really important uses to our community. This project is actually a reduction of vehicle trips traveled in our region. It is also a reduction of the negative impacts to our environment. This project is a reduction in the environmental impact reports in comparison to what it would have been if it wasn't Costco, which is very important to note here. There is no trigger to redo any of the work that has been done to get us to this point. So I will be moving staff's recommendation, and I thank everyone for their involvement and engagement in today's hearing. And then we have one public speaker, I believe they're online, and then we'll go to my colleagues. And I'll close it after the speaker.
Okay. I have two speakers. The first is Julian Rojas, and then Charlene.
Hello, my name is Julian Rojas. I'm a resident of District 4. First off, I'd like to thank the City Council for their patience earlier. I also agree with the position of your measure, but I have a question in regards to the 400 housing units that you mentioned were
Sure.
being. Sorry, the 400 housing units that you mentioned were being funded by the Costco's development. Are those low-income housing units?
They're not funded by Costco. It's just multifamily, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. That's very interesting to hear. And then otherwise, is there, so I mean, the entirety of Natomas is in a 100-year flood zone. But do you have any recommendations in terms of CEQA's position on taking care of individuals who are, is there anything else with the
I don't know if we've lost that.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Hello.
Go ahead. You were a little in and out, but go ahead. I think we've lost him. Natomas is no longer in a 100-year floodplain, by the way. Okay, next speaker.
Next speaker is Charlene.
Yeah, I think just to follow up on the previous speaker, so the 400 proposed housing units, how many of those are proposed low income?
They're multifamily units. There are thousands of units being built in Natomas. There are many low-income units being built in Natomas. These are multifamily. They're ranging prices.
Okay, and so this will be the fourth Costco in the area. And I just wondered, does Costco plan to continue expanding in the area and building more?
We wouldn't have that answer, but I appreciate the question.
I do have one more speaker.
Yeah, I just have one more comment, and I think it's pretty interesting and ironic that we're here talking about building a 160,000-foot Costco warehouse based on, the previous agenda item regarding camp resolution. And so I hope the city manager can take that into consideration when he makes his decision later regarding the sweep tomorrow.
I have to cut you off because this has to be relative to Costco, but we hear what you're saying. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next caller.
Next speaker is Dahlia.
Hi, Dahlia Walton. I'm from District 6. I just briefly wanted to address that the different climate concerns of putting another building in an area that did used to be wetlands, and it's changed because of human redirection, and also just urge, at least in future projects, to consider towards our new climate goals, and just kind of the use of more electric vehicles and less emissions, and kind of trying to consider that more, as well as how many drivers locally would be traveling there, because there's also a lot of emissions when you're transporting goods to a new store. So there's a lot more things to consider than just the local drivers. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comment. That's the last speaker on this item. I'll repeat, this project is an improvement to the environmental impacts for the city of Sacramento on our climate goals. I will now close the public hearing and hear from my colleagues. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I second your motion. The fact of the matter is that this will be a significant reduce in vehicle miles traveled, which is a policy that this council has adopted and is trying to move forward on that. As far as flood protection, I've been chair and vice chair of SAFCA for 5 years. We have acquired almost $2 billion from the federal government to bolster our levees and create 200-year protection in the Natomas Basin, and are closing in on that goal by 2025. There's a tremendous amount of work being done to shore up our levees, to put in slurry walls. And so I think that the flood concern is really not relevant. And I think that I'd also like to say that for a very brief period, Madam and Vice Mayor, I represented this district. I did have a public meeting about the Costco, and I learned quickly that the local inhabitants of that area of Natomas really embraced this project. So I'm happy to support it.
All right. The item is moved and seconded. All in favor signify by aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? Thank you very much to everyone who participated in the conversation. I know the community looks forward to it. Thank you very much. All right. Madam Clerk, item 20, I'm not sure, where were we?
Item 35 is the Transportation Priorities Plan Initial Prioritization.
Thank you. Lost my place for a minute, sorry. Miss Donlin White, welcome.
Good evening or good night, Vice Mayor and Council. Jennifer Donlin White, Transportation Planning Manager in Public Works. It's lovely to be with you today or this evening. I'm here to talk with you about the Transportation Priorities Plan, recap what it is, summarize community input and staff recommendations. I recognize the hour. I will move with expediency, but cover a couple of things that I also know that are pretty important to the public and to Council. So you know, to quickly recap, we have a lot to maintain in our transportation infrastructure. It costs a lot for us to maintain it. We currently have about $11 million a year to maintain our streets. We actually need $60 million a year to keep it at its current condition. We're working at a deficit. Or if we wanted our streets to be as smooth as, say, Roseville, for example, we need $97 million a year. We know that Council doesn't have that money. We know that the region doesn't have that money, but we struggle to keep up. And since the year 2000, City Council has approved and moved forward over 700 plans for new types of transportation projects. We estimate those will cost $5 billion. We don't have $5 billion. And the way the transportation funding works, it's mostly through competitive grants. Those competitive grants, the decisions are not up to us, but we know what is competitive. But we have about $42 million a year, and it would take over 100 years to do what we need to do. Which is why we're developing the Transportation Priorities Plan, to develop a holistic way to look at our city, determine our values for investment in transportation, and make those investments based on our collective values. And we did that. We identified those criteria. And in fact, we were here in March before you to talk about all the community engagement we had done over the last 2 years, to hear from our communities their values for investment in transportation. And I'm not going to read everything here, but I want to highlight the values that we talked about and we all agreed on, which is improve air quality, climate, and health, provide equitable investment. I'm going to pin that. I'll come back to that in a second. Provide access to key destinations, and the communities told us what those destinations were: parks, schools, and jobs. Improve transportation safety. Sacramento continues to be one of the worst cities in California for transportation safety. We have 225 miles, over 1,800 miles of streets, where we see a lot of severe injuries and fatalities. And then fix and maintain the system, because who wants potholes or really old traffic signals that don't do what we want to do? I'd like to go back to equity for one moment and equitable investment. We worked closely and listened to our communities, and I think this is a big thing that we did differently with this planning process that we haven't done before. The communities led the values development, and one of the key things was equitable investment. And as a city, we haven't codified doing equitable investment with our monies before, and this is the first time we've done it. And we defined it as, one, investing in our communities that don't have basic transportation infrastructure, for example, like North Sacramento, lacking sidewalks, curb, gutter, no street trees, no lights. And then also investing in our communities that have been recipients of racism and bias, and specifically our communities that are predominantly Black, Latino, Asian, Pacific Islander, and or Indigenous. Big change for how we're doing things. Really excited to move that forward. You approved that in March. And then since March, what we did was we applied it to all plans, projects, because again, this process is only prioritizing projects that have been approved by you, City Council. There are a lot of them. So there are 747, I believe. And we evaluated all of them. The outcomes are, we broke them into high priority, medium priority, and lower priority. And we did that because transportation funding is complex, it's difficult, it's never as easy as like, yes, we can fund your project. So we want the flexibility to say, this funding matches this project. But the outcomes were 70% of the high priority projects are on our streets with the highest numbers of severe injuries and fatalities, addressing safety. 80% support biking, 100% support walking, and that's great for climate, and it's actually great for equity as well. 90% will improve streets with poor pavement quality that a lot of people use. And 95% are going to benefit communities that lack basic transportation infrastructure. So bring them up to this, working to bring them up to the same place that a lot of other communities are at. Now, I know you can't read this map. This is an illustrative map that's on here. The black lines are projects that are funded that haven't happened yet, such as the Del Rio Trail or the safety improvements on Florin Road. Purple came out as high priority, medium are the gold, and green are lower priority. I know you can't read the map, so a highlight of those higher priority projects, and this is a summary only, include things like Marysville Boulevard, which we recently submitted for a grant application to the federal government for, or Northgate Boulevard. And we had some Northgate folks here earlier this evening. I think they left, but they might be calling in with comments. Stockton Boulevard, it's a corridor that we're working to do multiple things on: improve safety, improve mobility, add housing, revitalize the commercial corridor. Freeport Boulevard, Elder Creek. So the projects that rose to the top really are the projects that best meet our goals, our collective goals for investment. We're so short on funding that we need to prioritize, and these are the ones that rose to the top and they best meet our efforts. And not by design, but it came out to be that these projects are also the most competitive for our funding because everything we fund are through grants. And so whether it be for regional, state, or federal money, these projects are going to be very competitive. So we did a lot of community engagement for the second round. We had a story page that told folks about how projects were prioritized. We had an online comment map where folks could see the prioritization and comment, and it was all available in Chinese, English, Hmong, Spanish, and Vietnamese. We also recognized that not everybody is internet savvy or even just likes using the internet, so we went to a lot of different events and took it out to folks, whether it was a fashion show up in North Sacramento, the Banana Festival, soccer games down in South Sacramento. We went to a lot of events, and we asked folks for their input. And we were asking three basic questions, and I think maybe we see some comments online that maybe there was some confusion. One of the questions we asked was, if you disagree with the project's prioritization, why? Did we get something wrong? Did we not score it correctly? Did it not meet one of those five, or did it meet one of those 5 values we talked about and we missed it? Are there projects that were approved by the city and we missed? Because we had to look them up and find them all. And maybe we missed some. And then are we missing a transportation need that isn't a planning project that we maybe should look into? Maybe it should be becoming a planning effort. And so we heard a lot of great input from folks. We missed 3 projects. One was a crossing over 99. One was a crossing up in North Thomas. And so we took those projects and we're recommending as part of staff's recommendation to include that. We're not recommending any changes. Actually, I should probably go to the next slide. We're not recommending any changes to the prioritization of any specific projects. We heard a lot of really great input from our community members about specific projects, whether they should be higher priority or lower priority. And they're all really great projects. But we went back and we double checked to say, hey, did we get it wrong in the scoring? Should something be higher or lower, and did we miss it? And we didn't. And so some of the projects scored medium, and the community really wanted it to move forward, but it didn't hit all of those goals. It wasn't near a job center or it wasn't on a safety corridor. And so while it's a really important project, and all 700 projects are great, but not all 700 projects can move forward. And so while communities share their input, and we recognize and value that, we didn't change the prioritization on that. However, we are recommending one change to the prioritization, and that is how we score shared use paths. So if you remember, there are 5 categories. One of the categories is safety. Safety is evaluated by our Vision Zero high injury network, or the streets with the highest numbers of severe injuries and fatalities. Trails can't get points because they're not on street, so there's just no way for them to reach that point, and so they're starting at a 1/5 deficit. And so we looked and we said, okay, what's going on here? How can we address that? And the safety category has 2 points of scoring, either a full 12 points if it's one of the 10 worst corridors in the city, or 6 points if it's on the high injury network. So our recommendation is to align that with the high injury network and give all trails in the city, all planned trails, a 6-point score. And so one of the things I want to circle back to is one of the big things I highlighted earlier is that the equitable process and equitable outcomes was new to the work that we were doing, foundational to the work that we're doing. And we're really excited for this process and how we went through it. It might not be perfect. There are definitely folks who want to see more, and I applaud and I want to uplift those voices to say, yes, we want to acknowledge that there has been racism, there has been some issues with investment over, the 180 years or however for the city has been around. I want to acknowledge that, but also say we're working towards addressing that with this effort. And so with that, we ask for council approval of the prioritized list this evening, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Very good, please. Very good, please stay put. There are several members who would like to speak. And then, do we have? 7. We have 7 comments from the public, so questions, colleagues, would you like to hear from the public first? Okay, let's take the 7 comments first.
Thank you. Nathaniel Horton. So following Nathaniel, we'll go online to Tabitha, then Zach Trowbridge.
Vice Mayor and City Council members. My name is Nathaniel Horton, and I'm part of the Civic Fed Zero Carbon Champions. The Zero Carbon Champions are a group of youth from around Sacramento who aim to help stop climate change and help underserved communities. We are a very dedicated and hardworking organization. I would like to share my support for the Transportation Priorities Plan staff recommendations for project prioritization. Your support will clean our air and make us healthier by prioritizing investment in walking, bicycling, transit use, and supporting electric vehicles. Your support will reduce deaths and serious injuries. Better transportation access would make it so that when biking or walking, our communities will be safer. For example, there are some major roads that don't have bike lanes on all or part of the length. This makes it so that bikers have to bike on a very narrow lane with traffic, hoping not to get hit by a car going 40 miles an hour. Would you want your son and daughter riding on these roads? On top of this, it would make it easier for my community to access local retail stores, parks, and schools by bicycling or walking. This would then improve the quality of life for all residents in the area. My voice matters because I'm a youth that I'd like to see a city changed. I was born in Sacramento and would like to retire here one day, but not if it's unsafe for children or people without cars. I'm worried about climate change, but also the smog and air quality we see each summer. You're the power to change the future for my generation. I'm a person that has to go use these roads every single day. I hope you do seriously consider my safety when biking. Thank you for the work you do for our city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Tabitha.
Very good. Our next speaker's online. Tabitha?
Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Tabitha and I live in North Sacramento. And when the individuals who are working on the TPP came out in March and talked about including the community and all of this outreach and the equity, we were really excited. And then we realized they hadn't come to our community almost at all relatively to the people in our community who need these roads and bike paths and safety. So we talked to everybody. We finally got them to come out to talk to people in our community about the second piece of the process. And then we rallied our community, people to comment, to talk about what's going on in North Sacramento and what we need and what we don't need and what would be helpful. And and then none of our comments were even considered. And it's really hard for me to believe when you go back and do your math that areas near where I live, we have 4 of the 5 most dangerous intersections in Sacramento in North Sac, and none of them are on this map as high priority. Only 3 of them are on this map at all, right? And that's a problem. We have other areas where literally when I drive to work, I have to cross Del Paso Boulevard, and it's either drive the long way and use more gas and cause more carbon emissions, or drive the short way and just cross my fingers and pray every day, because there's a new pile of flowers for someone who's been injured or hurt or died in a car crash every other week. And, and that's beyond the bike lanes that other people in my community are going to want to talk to you about. But if you're going to come to North Sac and say, hey, we want to help you, why don't you start looking at the things that have been on the list for 10 or 15 years that are actually killing people and do something about it?
Thank you for your comments. Back in chambers, Mr. Guerrero. Welcome.
Hi, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. So on this report that was presented, it's about 190 something pages, and there's a large number of projects being proposed. Of course, I'm from Northgate Gardenland area. Items 450, 451, 452, and 453 deal with Vision Zero and high incidence of people being killed or seriously injured on Northgate Boulevard. And after listening to the previous speaker and the previous items tonight, I think that we have a list. Vision Zero identifies areas throughout the city in which people were killed or seriously injured, and that's basically 70 from the graph. It's 70% of all people killed or seriously injured are part of the Vision Zero streets. And those are 11 corridors throughout the city. I think those should get the priority, and the next step should be what are some things that we can do. One of the things that happens is lighting. It's too dark. People cross the street. There's long corridors. People cross the street and they get hit. There's not painted crosswalks in which pedestrians can cross from one street to another. There's just basic stuff that's missing along these corridors that could actually make it safer. We could have timed lights to control the traffic. We can have an idea that, if you live near these corridors, if you live there and you want to walk to a store that's on these corridors, the problem is a lot of it is enforcement. We can start bringing back automated enforcement. Say, for example, if someone's on their phone on that street, and that can be identified automatically, then we can send them a warning and say, hey, get off your phone if you're going to be on this corridor. And that should be up to the neighborhood that lives there. And it shouldn't be.
For your comments, your time is complete.
All right, thank you.
David, thank you very much, and thank you for your care and longtime concern for Northgate Boulevard and the children and family members who have lost their lives using that corridor as pedestrians. We appreciate you.
Next speaker is Zach Trowbridge, then Marbella Sala.
Back online, Zach.
Hi, my name is Zach Trowbridge. I've been a Sacramento resident since 2014 and a District 2 resident since 2018. I've been the vice president of the Hagenwood Community Association for 3 years. And I want to say thank you to Councilmember Laloe for meeting with Hagenwood Association to talk about how this TPP plan is potentially problematic. Councilmember Chenier, I've worked with you for years in your district on many community projects and have deeply appreciated your constant support for the Black Lives Matter sign at McClatchy Park and your support for the community center project currently underway. Councilmember Ashby, months ago, you said in a council meeting that District 2 has been historically marginalized compared to other districts and was past due for extra investment from this city. And Councilmember Valenzuela, I deeply appreciate your unflinching support and commitment to underserved communities. Item 35 appears to be a community-supported plan to prioritize some of the most important transportation-related community projects for the foreseeable future. As many of you know, District 2 has not been a priority for the city of Sacramento since its annexation in 1964. With very little notice, Hagenwood Community Association rallied residents to vote overwhelmingly, highlighting community support for projects in District 2. After rallying hundreds of residents to vote for projects in District 2 in just 4 days, projects in District 2 went from almost no votes to the second and third most upvoted projects in the entire city. We were informed that this effort did not affect prioritizing projects at all, essentially nullifying this fair voting system TPP designed to confirm prioritization of their council-approved projects. On November 9th, a bicyclist was hit by a car and died on Arcade Boulevard where there are no bike lanes. Bike lanes were proposed for this area as part of the voting system by residents, not by TPT, but remain medium priority in this plan. This hit and run resulted in the death of a woman in Sacramento less than a week ago, and the investigation is ongoing. Bike lanes on Arcade remain medium priority for TPP. This is not the first death resulting and a lack of bike lanes in District 2, and it won't be the last if this plan is approved. I've worked with each of you on various projects and calling each of you and all of their
Thank you
council
for your
members to
comments. Your
please
time is complete. Our next,
Thank you for your comments, Zach, and thank you for your engagement and involvement.
next speaker is Marbella Sala.
Good evening. I left the in-person meeting to give my seat up to the many individuals that were waiting outside to speak on item 25. I hope that the city manager will suspend the removal of individuals and camp a resolution. But I'm here to speak as the president of GNNA and as a member of the Measure U committee in support of the priorities given in the TPP plan, and that is prioritizing Northgate. GNNA was established to advance the safety and livability of our community. It's predominantly low-income Latino, mostly overlooked and underinvested by the city up until the recent couple of years. On a daily basis, our community witnesses vehicle accidents and resulting in death. At least the death of car accidents is at least one a month. GNA has been advocating for decades for the safety and improvement of Northgate. Where in 2006 there was a plan put forward that was not. It was a good plan, but it had no monies attached to it. We're in desperate need of sidewalks, safe bike lanes, canopies, and a mechanism to slow down the vehicles. It's a long time and way overdue that the city invest in Northgate in making it safe. We have a mobility study plan that's put forth. It's a plan that will address all the needs that the community has been advocating for, and we support the TPP plan in making Northgate a priority. It's time to address inequity and to invest in our community and improve the safety and
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete.
Thank you, Marbella. Thank you very much for advocating for Northgate.
Next speaker is Anna Maria Thomas.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Got it. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Anna Maria, and I'm also a member of the Zero Carbon Champions program of Civic Thread. I am a senior in high school in Oak Park, Sacramento, and I've been a Sacramento resident for my entire life. I'd like for City Council to note that a vast majority, 70% of these projects that are high priority on TPP, are on streets with the highest number of severe injuries and even fatalities in Sacramento. The TPP gives attention to these projects to make them safer and less likely to cause preventable injuries to our residents. Investing in these streets protects vulnerable citizens from transportation-related injuries and even fatalities. And I'd like to echo the comment made by the previous speaker and note that 73% of these high-priority projects are in communities that are populated by groups which have been historically underserved in Sacramento and in our nation. This includes Black Americans, Latinos, Indigenous Americans, and many more. The TPP serves these communities by supporting investment in them to build safe and climate-friendly transportation infrastructure. 95% of the high-priority projects on the TPP will benefit communities that lack basic transportation infrastructure. This includes sidewalks, bike paths, and even traffic signals. Prioritizing investment in these projects is essential to developing safe methods of transport for young students like me. This plan would benefit communities like Oak Park and many others which desperately need transportation investment for stronger and safer infrastructure. With the limited funding we have, it is incredibly essential that the City of Sacramento prioritizes our investments. The TPP does this in a way that considers the most important values of our community, such as environment, safety, and justice. As a young resident in Sacramento, I urge you all to see the TPP as an opportunity to operationalize equity in Sacramento. Adopting this plan will allow us to build a better and safer Sacramento for our youth and our most underserved, vulnerable populations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our final speaker is Jordan Grimaldi is our final speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and City Council members. My name is Jordan Grimaldi, and I am honored to have the opportunity to speak to you this evening on behalf of Civic Thread, formerly Walk Sacramento, and celebrate all of the hard work Jennifer Donlin Wyatt and the community consultant team have put into this effort. As an organization dedicated to co-creating healthy built environments with and for institutionally underserved communities, we voice our full support for the staff recommendations made for the prioritization criteria. We believe in the recommended list of priority projects because we believe in the community-based process that Jennifer and the community consultant team have led to get here. Engagement efforts emphasized reaching communities that have been historically excluded from planning processes in the languages, spaces, and places most comfortable to them. With that, I urge the City of Sacramento to use the Transportation Priorities Plan as a working model for city-led planning efforts, as well as generally on a non-project basis. Jennifer and the community consultant team put particular effort into relationship building and trust building to sustain a stronger ongoing dialogue with environmental justice communities that transcends any particular project. I don't need to tell you the scale of need we are facing here. You're already well aware that Sacramento has some of the worst air quality in the country and the most fatal and injury-inducing collisions based on population in the state. While these are daunting realities, community members and organizations who have borne the brunt of decades of disinvestment have all of the answers you need. Listen to them, direct your attention and resources to them so that Sacramento can be at the top of different lists that are reflective of community health, safety, and environmental justice. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, I have no more speakers.
Okay, that's the final speaker. We have several council members signed up to speak. Ms. Donovan, I'll give you a chance to get back up there. Council Member Vang.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Ashby. Jennifer, first, I really just wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you so much for your hard work and really to get us to this moment. I know that you have put so much heart and hustle to get the city to this moment. I know there's been dozens of community meetings held over the past year and a half, and so I really just also want to take this moment to center you and your hard work and everything that you have done to get us to this moment. I know that, our city has many needs, and this plan is really critical in terms of how the city council will prioritize funding as it relates to transportation. And so definitely see the importance of this and want to make sure that I personally thank you just for your hard work to get us to this moment. I do have a few questions and comments regarding the TPP plan. The first one is regarding major freeways and interchange. In several conversations that I've had with community members over the past weeks, they've reached out to ask about clarification on funding and how major intersection falls into the TTP plan. They've asked about how is funding distributed, and in particular, I noticed that many of the high priority projects in this plan are local streets. And not so much our interchange and our freeway in particular. I'm thinking about Mac Road and 99 that needs much safety improvement. And so my first question to you is, where do major interchange and connector streets fall within the TTP plan?
Okay, great. Well, to the first question that you brought up, the funding. So I just want to clarify, there is no funding behind this. This is just to prioritize the efforts that we seek. And so things like interchanges, where local streets that are managed by the city of Sacramento intersect with state-controlled facilities like freeways. It's a blurry area. We identify them in the Transportation Priorities Plan as regionally significant. We identify them as regionally significant because they are important to not just Sacramento, but to the region. They help support folks who live or work in Elk Grove, who live or work in Marysville or Yuba City, or across the region. And so that would require funding and collaboration with multiple partners. So it didn't make sense for us to prioritize them as we prioritize our local projects because they're bigger. They're also a lot more expensive, significantly more expensive to do interchanges. So how are interchanges improved? It depends. It could depend if the Caltrans is coming through and they're making some changes on the freeway, we could partner with them on that. Or it could be the city seeking to collaborate with Caltrans. It could also include SACOG. It could include a number of other partners. So it's a little bit complex. It's very expensive, but we wanted to make sure they were on the list and that we're aware of them. And as the appropriate funding comes along or the appropriate opportunity, that we're ready to move forward on them.
Thanks, Jennifer. I really appreciate that clarity and insight because I think many folks are curious in terms of where do the interchange really falls within the TPP plan. So really appreciate you providing insight on that. I would like an opportunity actually to move this item in support just because of the great work that you've done to get us to this moment. But I do have some comment and want to make a minor amendment to my motion in addition to supporting this item. During the follow-up community conversations that was conducted by staff, the community did mention that Meadowview transportation improvement was one of the projects that was their priority. I know among the 700 projects, the Meadowview Streetscape Project Phase 1 and 2 has been in the works and it is now completed, but we still have Meadowview Phase 3 remaining that has not yet been completed. As it stands right now, my understanding is that it's currently listed as medium and not high. And I just wanted to just put on record, I think me and my colleagues will agree with me that there has been years of disinvestment in Meadowview. It is a historically underserved community without really any development. And I understand that, not all projects can be high priority, but I like to take this moment to advocate for Meadowview Project Phase 3. And here are some of the reasons why. Meadowview right now is actually in the heart of AB 617, and that's our community air protection zone. Meadowview is actually one of 10 of our communities that the California Air District Board has identified as a community of priority that they actually signal out. And many of these communities that the California Air Board have listed are impacted by pollution. And these communities also, not ironically, also have less tree canopy. And so while we acknowledge that poor air quality is citywide and it's a regional issue, I really want to take this moment to really uplift the vulnerability of the residents in Meadowview. And so for me, completion of Phase 3 is so critical in improving the health and safety of our communities in South Sac. And so I like to move forward with the staff report just with the change from medium to high for the Meadowview section for Phase 3 so that it can conform to our climate action plan, but in particular also our air quality management district support for AB 617 zone. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Sorry about that. First, Jennifer, let me thank you and your team. The amount of community outreach work that's been done in this, even well before the pandemic, when we started talking about the fatalities that we see in our roadway. And for what's exciting about this is an acknowledgement of the framework and changing on how how we see our city. If you look at the structure of our city and our roadways, everything leading to the state capitol, Folsom Boulevard, which was old Highway 50 that took you to Folsom, the city of Folsom, Franklin Boulevard that also took you down to the city center but took you to the town of Franklin, Stockton Boulevard, old Highway 99 that took you to Stockton, the avenues of Northgate and Del Paso and North Sacramento. All of them were designed as major arterials to be, focused only on heavy car traffic. Yet, as our city grew and moved around, those became our residential areas, our areas of where many working families use bicycles or walking as their essential forms of transportation. And sadly, also the California car culture that expanded so much and our geography has made us in a city where we're affected by immense air emissions, not only in ozone or smog, as some folks know it, but the particulate matters, the 2.5 that we have from all the commuter traffic because of that logistical network. Not just our diesel, locomotives, but also the diesel trucks that come through here every day, and even our own logistical network. So the fact that we're looking at one, air quality and then safety is critical about this. And I don't want it to be lost that that this item came at 9:30 at night because for those who have kids, for those of us that have our kids walking to school, we'd like them to walk to school or ride the bike to school. And I would ride my to downtown with my kid in my back, and crossing Stockton Boulevard on down T Street was always a white knuckle. to think about, making that transport. And I want my kids to think about, hey, I could use something other than a vehicle and be comfortable with that. We've done immense work with Councilmember Chenier with the, free rides for youth, and now we're creating a future culture of young people who see public transportation as a preferred option, not as a secondary option. But, all of that to say that the TPP here, one, acknowledges the need to change our thinking of how we design our cities, how we create public transportation, but also to recognize what are our values of public health, and also the impacts of so many people who have passed away because of the vehicle traffic. I'm glad to see that we have Howe Avenue and American River Drive, where we've had some major fatalities from cyclists. But more so, I'm also extremely happy to see that many of our arterials in South Sacramento are included in this as high priorities as well, because we have seen that both in North Sac and South Sac, those were where 4 out of 5 of the most dangerous intersections were located. The fact that we're responding to those now from our setting aside, okay, how are we going to prioritize our money when we do get it? Because that's the biggest challenge right now, is we don't have it, but at least prepping for it and thinking through it so that when we do go out and fight for both state and federal dollars and local dollars, unfortunately, we've had a challenge with our local share, but making sure that we can be as competitive as possible. This TPP proposal makes us competitive for the way that the state is looking at financing public transportation, and also the way that the federal government is also looking at financing public transportation, making sure that we're focusing on the public health aspect of transportation. I was very proud to see the efforts that we've done in Northgate. I want to congratulate Councilmember Harris and my colleague Vice Mayor Ashby for their advocacy on funding in the Northgate community and making sure that we're looking at those improvements, because just like Franklin and Stockton and Meadowview, Northgate has had those issues, and this TPP shows a recognition of that change. But there is still an area in our entire region that is recognized by the state as having some severe still air quality issues, and that's the AB 617 zone that even our own Metropolitan Air Quality Management District has identified as an area. Our Sacramento Tree Foundation has tried to make efforts to increase the tree canopy. So I do think it's prudent that we make that minor tweak, one of many in here, but that minor tweak to make sure that we at least complete that aspect of Meadowview Road. So I wanted to make the motion to move this item, but Councilmember Vang made that motion. But I do chair the Air District, and we have focused a lot to make sure that we respond to the California Air Resources Board's directive as well on improving those areas that are highly affected by intense air emissions. And the recognition, I think, of Meadowview and making sure that gets completed is important. Not that any other area is important, but this one is signaled out by the state as one of 10 of the worst areas in the state. Our region itself has more work to do. So with that, Madam Vice Mayor, I will second the motion here. But more importantly, I think this plan, is a huge step forward that I hopefully see other cities will start to look at that. And if Sacramento does it alone, we're not going to make the significant impacts to our regional air quality. I hope that our other cities in the region start to look at this and start to join in. And I hope our county also joins in on this effort, because that's how we'll be able to make the significant changes to our regional air quality, is if all of it is interlinked together on the improvements that we're doing here. So with that, thank you, Madam Vice Mayor.
Really important comments, and I know Mayor Pro Tem, both you and Councilmember Chenier have also dealt with a lot of loss of life for pedestrians, particularly relative to people trying to help get their children to school, just as Councilmember Harris has on Northgate. And so I know this is a very, very important item to so many of you for that reason. And Ms. Donlin Wyatt continues to try very hard to find resources for us to address. And it is challenging, because often the things that we need, like protected bike lanes or protected crosswalks, are not well-funded at the higher levels. And so we're going to have to work really hard together to figure out how to continue to do this. And prioritizing Meadowview is critically important. First of all, it was hard to get the first round. I was here for that. Councilmember Carr and Councilmember Chenier and I fought hard at SACOG to bring in those resources. And so it is wildly appropriate, I think, to continue to prioritize that. Councilmember Loloe.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Jennifer, thank you so much for that report. It was, every time you present a report, it's you go all out. The only question or concern that I have is, some of the community engagements that you had, some of the community members that actually did call, they did go and try to kind of get the scores of high and low and what's kind of important and brought it back to the staff. Yet none of those were taken into consideration. So the question that they had was then why engage the community if what they're bringing back to the table is not viewed or it's not looked at as, well, maybe this, we gave it a 3 before, but it looks like it's a much higher important thing. Can you explain, what happened there?
Absolutely, Councilmember Lilloye. First of all, we went to that community association in phase 1 to ask them their values, and they shared, and my staff, Leslie Mencibo, went for that round, and that community association provided valuable input then. And then we went again in this round in phase 2. And so I want to acknowledge that they are an important part of the work that we do and the engagement that we do, and that obviously I need to do some bridge building with them because there's some dissatisfaction in the outcomes of this work, and I want to make sure that they feel heard. So I do plan on going back and circling back with that community. So what we were asking was folks to say, here's the prioritization. This is how it came out. If you think a project, I'll give the example of like Arcade Creek Trail. If you think the Arcade Creek Trail should be higher, why? Related to those 5 values: improving air quality, connection to destinations, safety, all of those things. And we didn't hear any substantive reasons as to why that project or another project folks voted on should be scored differently. And so when we saw that folks really liked it, we said, okay, great, let's go back, or whatever it is, because there were a number of projects in your council district. I said, did we miss something? Did we miss of all the criteria that was approved by council when we did the scoring? Because the scoring was done automatically using software. Did we miss something? And we went back in detail. And it came out that the scoring was accurate, and that there are just other projects that scored better. And that's why those other projects made high priority and others didn't. Their input is incredibly important, and we learned a lot about where their community values are and where they want to see investment. It doesn't mean that their values weren't heard and their comments were not heard. And that's why I want to circle back with them. And in fact, I already reached out to say, hey, can I come talk to you? I want to make sure that they feel heard. District 2 had one of, if not the most or second most, high priority projects across this effort, because it is an area of the city that best meets generally their criteria. Marysville, Norwood, Auburn, El Camino. So there are a lot of projects that are in North Sacramento that came out as high priority, and they best meet those goals. Some of those other projects come close, just not, they didn't get across the finish line.
Yeah, that would be great, and that's all I can ask, because this group from the Hagenwood Association, they're all in, and they did put in the hours and the work, and they thought maybe all that time and effort that they put in, it wasn't hurt. So I'm grateful to you that you've reached out to them already, so you can meet with them and kind of explain to them how the process works, so their hard work doesn't go to waste. So
Absolutely.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Very good. Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, Jennifer, thank you as always for the work that you do. To my colleagues, I'd say this: not every project in your district can score high, even though local conditions are difficult. Northgate Boulevard was not one of the top Vision Zero corridors. So what I did was fight for ARPA money to get signalization to slow down the traffic in that area. You have to prioritize when you don't have enough money to do everything that you need to do. And if you have a project in your district that needs attention, you may have to fight for money to get that done. Another example is Folsom Boulevard. We had a fatality right next to Phoebe Hearst School. Some would say it was an anomaly and that it didn't score high enough, that particular stretch of road. So we found other monies to affect a project to take care of what I consider to be a very difficult and dangerous corridor. You know, that being said, with the limited amount of money that we have to spend and the absolute needs that we have in all areas of the city, we're not going to fund everything that we need to do. You know, of course, we fight for attention to our districts and our underserved communities, as I have for Northgate. So if, you know, again, I thought that Northgate would score higher. It didn't, but it still had great needs. So you know what? As a council member, you just got to scrap and find money and work with staff and make a project happen in your district in a tighter time frame than the TPP might indicate. The other thing I would say is, you know, I'm leaving this council. I have always advocated for more money for the Public Works Department. The Public Works Department is behind the eight ball. They don't have enough money to affect nearly the number of projects that are very high priority and absolutely necessary. Our PCI is dropping like a rock in this city, and yet this council has not prioritized funding for the Department of Public Works. So when we look at this report, the TPP, think about that next time there's some money on the table at mid-year or at end of year. Think about the Department of Public Works, because you recognize the need is great and you can haggle to get something higher priority on this list. But if the money isn't there, the money isn't there. And, you know, our Department of Public Works, I said this publicly in front of a camera, they're like magicians. They make projects happen with almost nothing. They're a tremendous, hardworking bunch of engineers and builders that get an awful lot done. So I would just say to this council, think about the priorities. If you want road safety, pay for it. That's the simple answer. They leverage every penny they get between twice and fourfold to affect these projects. So I'm very much in support of your work, Jennifer, as always. And to the entire Department of Public Works, I just want to say a final thank you.
All right, very good. Mayor Pro Tem Guerra?
Yeah, just one last comment, and I think that's an important point that Councilmember Harris points out, and also one that sometimes maybe isn't talked about, is that certain types of money have, you know, different uses. And so I think for us, while this is an important plan, sometimes we have restrictions on where we can use them. And so it really comes, you know, it's important for us when we go at the both state and federal level to try to figure out different ways that we can tap into different sources of funds, whether it's for improvement of our bikeway infrastructure, our accessibility and walking infrastructure. I mean, that's still a very important consideration of transportation. I mean, if you talk to anyone, particularly, you know, I've been meeting specifically with the AARP on these issues in the past about, you know, are we designing a city that's also inclusive of our seniors who we have to make sure that walking is an important aspect of it as well. So want to make sure that that also we talk about that even though we're passing this prioritization plan, it really, we still have to think about what sources of funds and which restrictions come with it. And then the final piece, which I think we'll have to continue to have a conversation at the STA, is how we have our local match. Because at this point, the fact of the matter is, we don't have a local match to draw down some of the state and federal dollars. And until we actually have a local match or some form of a local match, then we're still going to be leaving, unfortunately, resources on the table that other parts of the state are taking advantage of. With that, thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. And again, I want to extend my gratitude and thanks to the staff. And I know Hector may be, Hector's still here. And I want to thank Hector and his Public Works Department that showed up to the Buddhist temple at the the Sacramento Chinese of Indochina Neighborhood Association after we had a terrible fatality on Lemon Hill and Stockton Boulevard, and the expediency of the work that was done to improve Lemon Hill in front of Wilsey Wood Middle School, and then also the community housing center, their facility, after that incident. And so again, that is a thank you to something that never gets on, will probably never be on a newspaper or get a news story, but really is impacting lives. So Hector, I thank you for your sincerity and your vulnerability into the community and making sure that transportation engineering was a solution to public safety. So very much. Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor.
Okay, very good. The really important comments. I know it's a late hour, but really important and something a lot of folks have worked a long time on. And I know, for example, this council's going to have to figure out where to find $1 million every year from now on to keep the Councilmember Chenier's hard work in place for young people to ride for free. So these are some of the priorities. Yeah, some of the priorities that folks are going to have to figure out. So appreciate you very much. This is just on for discussion. I don't believe, we do need to adopt a resolution. So there is the motion from Councilmember Vang modified to change the priority designation on Meadowview. You're good on that. Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Guerra. You're good with the change. All right, all in favor signify by aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? Great. Thank you so much for your hard work, Ms. Donlin Wyatt. You are a treasure to the city of Sacramento. All right, very good. Our next item, I think we have one last item on the agenda, and then we'll hear from you, Councilmember Laloy. First, letter of understanding with Sacramento City exempt employees.
We already moved that to consent.
Oh, we did, that's right. We did that on consent. I apologize. I'm already losing pace here. Okay. That's it for the regularly set council agenda. We do have a couple of council comments, and then I don't know, Madam Clerk, if you have anything that you need to read on appointments, but I am going to, and then we have several people signed up to speak for items not on the agenda, but first, let's hear from Councilmember Laloy.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Mayor. I want to thank every single individual that came here tonight, and we had a discussion about the site on Colfax. I especially want to say thank you to the individuals that did speak in a way that we could hear you, understand you, and listen to you. And I appreciate not taking it too far so we can have a conversation. I have had a conversation with our city manager, and in order for us to find out exactly what requirements we have, especially with the water board, I've asked the city manager to put a pause on Colfax. I've asked him to put a pause on Colfax so we can have more discussion and find out really the legal issues behind this site, especially when it comes to water board. But what I want to say further, especially to the group and all the activists and advocates, unless we can talk together at a very plain format, trying to figure out what's the best way to go, we cannot fix this problem. And also, I want to make sure you all know that as we talk about money and resource, this all goes back to county and our state legislators. I know you guys are frustrated and you think it's city, but really, we do not.
That's city. Let him finish, please.
I didn't hear that, I'm sorry.
Let him finish. Go ahead, Councilman.
Let me finish, please. When it comes to resources, the biggest thing that we need is we need money. The city is not in the business of building low-income housing. We just don't have it. It comes to developers. It comes to tax credits from state, from federal. That takes anywhere between 18 to 40 months. So to all the advocates and activists, I really do appreciate you. I appreciate you in so many ways, especially with what's happening in my own country right now, where people are rising up and they're getting shot. But you also got to understand that it's not all the city. There's only so much we can do, and we've capped out. So, one of the things about me is I'm very transparent. So I'd like to tell you the facts. The city doesn't have the money. The fact of the matter, well, you can smile, you can laugh.
That's $600,000.
Listen.
What happened to that?
Okay, let him finish. Yep.
So again, either we can talk or we can be comedians. Whichever way you want to go, I'm fine with it. Unless we talk, we're going to be here a week from now. We have to find a solution. I don't think it's humorous. I don't even think it's funny. But then you need to why don't we just talk? Right? So no, hold on a second.
Okay,
Let me finish, please.
Okay, let him finish.
That's
Councilmember
why
Loloe.
I went to the city manager and we talked. And I said, we both talked and we said, why don't we just delay this for a short period of time to figure out what the legality of it is? I take that as a plus. And I'm going to be at that camp tomorrow to have a discussion. But please, yelling and pointing and trying to be cute and funny, all it does is just kind of puts you to the side and nobody hears you anymore.
Okay, okay.
So
Okay, Councilmember Loloe.
I'm hoping that some of the activists and advocates, I'll have the pleasure of meeting at the camp tomorrow, so we can have this open dialogue. And I'm going to be working directly with our city manager to really find out the legality of this site, because we have a huge liability on this. But as of right now, we can say that we're going to push this back, okay? I don't know, I don't have a timeline.
Nope, that's great. Councilmember
But
Loloe,
all-
thank
that's
you
all
for
we're
your
doing. So
comments.
thank you very much.
That's perfect. Thank you all very much for your patience. Councilmember Loloe, thank you for taking the time to clarify, let people know what to expect next. That's great, and I'm glad you'll be going out there. Very good. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Are there other? Very good. Thank you. Are there other council members with council comments before we go to our items not on the agenda? I do not know how many of these people are left in the chambers, but there are 47 speaker slips. If you want to forego your speaking for any reason, all you have to do is not stand up. If you do want to speak, that's fine. We'll call out all 47 names. We'll see who's still here, okay? All right. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. My first speaker is Robert Copeland, Dennis Sider, Rhonda Moen-Pate, Carly Brannon.
Okay, let's stop there. I do see Carly. I don't see Robert Copeland.
Okay. Sharon Jones.
Okay, if she called your name and you would like to speak, please do come forward.
Nova Quadra. Valentine Farouk. Margot Ronaldo.
Okay, we'll stop there for just a moment. Thank you guys for coming down. All right, go right ahead.
I think it's really rich that we're being tone policed by the guy who literally screamed in my fucking face in front of Southpaw.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you really did.
Councilmember Lilley,
Thank you
don't-
for admitting to it.
Because you're rude.
Ms. Bren, please direct your comments to the whole council. You can direct them at me if you'd like.
So this guy from Granite Bay, I'm grateful that the decision is to pause any enforcement, but the decision needs to be to cancel any enforcement against my friends at Camp Resolution. And I talk about them being my friends, but they're not just my friends. They're human beings. These are human beings who deserve to live freely. They're not bothering anybody. I have spoken to people who generally speak very negatively about people who live outside, who have said, they've remarked about how organized and tidy the camp looks, and to go inside the camp is to see that it's even more organized than anybody could ever think. These people are able to squash any disagreements. They're able to work through any challenges that they experience. They are brilliant. They build things. They have built community. And the decision needs to be not just to pause, but to cancel enforcement against Camp Resolution and any other homeless encampments in the city of Sacramento.
Thank you very much for your comments. I appreciate it. All right. Can you, the next speaker, can you tell us your name so we can make sure we've got
Sharon Jones, and I'm with Camp Resolution.
Sharon Jones? Okay. All right. Ms.
And
Jones.
these folks want to sit down and talk to you. They don't want to be homeless anymore. They want to be housed. They are willing to work and do whatever we have to do to make an agreement with you. They're willing to do it. They're working towards housing, but they have to feel safe, and they feel safe there. And I don't want to take that safety away from them.
Thank you for your comments. Very good. Next speaker, can you tell us your name so we can make sure we have you here? Can you tell us your name?
Hi, my name is Margot Ronaldo. I'm a resident of District 4 and one of the co-chairs of the Sacramento Democratic Socialists of America. I honestly had a whole thing planned to say tonight, but I feel like community members have done a really good job of discussing what the problems are and what the solutions are. I'm actually more worried that a lot of this just falls on deaf ears, and it feels really futile to stay so long and wonder if you all are even hearing us most of the time. I'm really glad of the outcome this time, but I know in the past I've sat here for hours and felt completely ignored by you all. And so I just think it's disingenuous to say that you've been, you're open to conversation when quite frequently that's not been the experiences of our coalitions, and we have a really hard time getting in touch with some of you. So I think that's really important. But with the time I do have, I do want to talk about where I'm from. I am not a native to Sacramento. I moved here from Cupertino. And if any of you know about some of the housing problems in Cupertino, you know it's one of the biggest poster childs for not making any effort to increase affordable housing or help homeless folks. It's actually the headquarters of one of the biggest companies in the world, Apple. And so what you've seen in Cupertino over the last decades is an increase in people who can't live there. The median house price is $2 million. It was wholly inaccessible for me and my family growing up. And that's one of the biggest reasons I moved to Sacramento. And so just the level of housing insecurity that is present in the Bay Area, I know that we still are doing a little bit better here. And one of the main reasons I love living in Sacramento and why I still want to be here is because I see a sense of community that actually comes out to support people when these things are happening. I really urge you all to, enhance your communications with the people of Camp Resolution. It's not fair to leave people anxiously waiting to know if they're going to be swept in the morning, and you really need to get to the bottom of that before this meeting ends. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I'll read off from our names: Michael Boyd, Toby Smith, John Krantz. John Krantz is gone. Corey Copeland. Sunrise. Go ahead. Michael Boyd, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I'd like to just say that we're not asking for too much money necessarily. We're asking for a stay of enforcement, right? They're self-sufficient, they're independent, let them be, and don't inflict violence on them. That's what we're asking. I guess that's a joke, apparently. Human rights violations, 8th Amendment violations are jokes. It's just hilarious how violence for inflicting onto people. And the violence of beating somebody or destroying their belongings is no different when it's done with a stroke of a pen or a vote on a roll call. It is violence. What you're doing is directly violent. I want you to be held accountable. I want you to sleep well. I don't care if you're smiling under that mask, laughing me off, thinking I'm a joke, because people will die. People will die. I see them. I see their faces. I see their suffering daily. Every time they get destabilized, it sets them back. So if we have them in a place where they can feel safe, feel stable, feel like they can live and exist peacefully, then they can work on getting benefits, then they can work on getting jobs. How else are you supposed to be stable if you can't have your immediate needs met? That's a ridiculous expectation. And then you have these ridiculous expectations for shelter. And then when you get in there, you have to follow all these rules. You have to line up every day. And it's dystopian. It's a full-time job to be poor. And it's wrong. And I'm sick and tired of acting like this is, I'm a child for demanding my city take care of its people. Where are you getting your money from? What are you doing with it? The police, you sure have a lot of money for the police. We can tear that down and we can use the same amount of money for sweeps for homeless stabilization services. And that isn't ridiculous. That is a normal expectation. It's only because we live in a dystopia like America that these basic needs are seen as ridiculous. I'm acting like I'm a child. I mean, treated like I'm an infant from y'all. When really, truthfully, I'm telling you what you don't want to hear, that your decisions hurt people in this community. So I'm not going to tone it down, because when I'm not toning it down, I'm not heard and nothing changes. Thank you.
I think we have the Sunrise Movement. Do they have
person.
Sunrise?
Yep.
Okay, and then Anthony Ead, Ellie Schwack.
Okay, go ahead.
Sunrise?
Hi, I really appreciate the action taken tonight so far. And I think, as you mentioned, it isn't just the city. Lots of people here share those same frustrations with Newsom pausing funding for homelessness. What is that? Lots of people share those same frustrations with the county, and we want to work with the city to make solutions happen. And I'm excited about the direction that is moving forward. As I mentioned earlier tonight, I've been looking through public records to try to find out the legality. There is an open public records request. I've been working with folks at Camp Resolution. We are in the process of trying to conduct our own sampling. But over the course of the past few weeks, as hopefully you all know, I think I've sent letters to every representative on this dais that the city did conduct analysis in 2021, or contracted analysis to be done. And I'd just like to read into the record some of those findings. Notably that the Colfax Yard site does not pose unique health and safety concerns as agreed to by the Water Board in the case of safe parking, which is why the city was initially pursuing that project. And so I'm, again, grateful that hopefully those vehicles that have been tagged do not be forcibly removed. But within the variance that was accepted from the land use covenant, Stantec found that in the laboratory, the presence of benzene was consistent with statewide conditions unrelated to subsurface soil vapor, and PCE and TCA were fully just not found in outdoor air quality sampling. That is this condition anywhere in California, anywhere on Camp Resolution. If you are outdoors, it is functionally equivalent. When it comes to indoor structures, that's a different conversation to have, but
Thank you for your
vehicles are fully
comments.
safe.
Your time is complete.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker. Next speaker.
Come on forward. You'll have to tell us your name because we called a few, so.
Hello, Sacramento City Council. My name is Anthony Ead. I am new here to Sacramento. My fiance and I moved here about 6 months ago for a residency program at the UC Davis Medical Center. I have held public meetings as a member of the legislative branch in the state of Michigan, so I know how it feels to be in your seats. It is often a thankless job, and I certainly wouldn't want to be in your shoes today. Thank you for listening to these people speak and for taking action on their needs today. I know it's not always easy. I'm also opposed to sweeps on those experiencing homelessness, especially if there's no plan in place to rehouse those who are affected by the sweeps. But I have a different, relatively small issue to speak about today, much smaller than the important and passionate testimony you have heard today thus far. It has come to my attention that the Parks and Rec Department has decided to abruptly close the Sierra 2 Green Park located off of 24th Street and 4th Avenue for its current use as a dog park by the end of the week. This is an unacceptable decision that is not supported by the community and has been decided without the proper community input. I am here today to speak against this decision to close the park and advocate for its continued use without interruption. When I first moved here, it was extremely hard to find a suitable dog park where my dog could socialize and exercise with other dogs. It was difficult to meet like-minded people to become friends with. That is until I found this park. For the past 6 months, I've been bringing my dog Calliope there without any complaints. Like me, there are easily over 100 people a day that use this park as a resource, and it is my favorite part of Sacramento. From this park, the folks I met have introduced me to places like Gunther's Ice Cream, Temple's Coffee, and many other various places in Citrus Park, Oak Park, Midtown, and downtown. If not for this park, those businesses would have one less customer. Our ask is simple. Instruct the Parks and Recs Department to leave the Sierra 2 Green Park open as its current use.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete.
How do you say your last name? Is it Mr.
Eid, E-I-D.
Okay, Mr. Eid, if you are willing to step out through those doors right now, Mario Lara, who is Assistant City Manager, will meet you and get specifics from you on exactly which park and help you.
That'd be great. We just want a community forum, so
Yep.
if we can get
Understood.
that, it'd be
He's going to
nice.
be waiting for you. He'll be right through that door.
What's their name?
Mario Lara, he'll catch you.
Ariel, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Shelley Williams, Solomon Williams, Lucifer Ventini, Samuel Lewis, David Guerrero.
No, David.
He's there. After David is Diamond Key.
Go ahead, David.
All right. Okay. Hi, I'm here on a different subject. So I came here to thank the council for the commissions that we have. I was appointed as a Park and Rec Commissioner for District 3. I wanted to thank Councilman Harris for that appointment. It gave me the ability to be a more empowered advocate for my community. I got to see how the commission works. I got to see how front row seat to see how the council works and how decisions are made. And it's allowed me to be involved actively with the Garland Northgate Neighborhood Association, the Greenhouse, Community Center, which serves Ninos Park, the Stanford Settlement, and the Thomas Garden Arts Club. And as Councilmember Harris had mentioned earlier, I got to witness the fights for the funding for Northgate Boulevard, as it wasn't on the original list for the corridor studies. So, that got pushed up, the money got funded, and now we're going to get, the installation going on around with the streetlights and improvements to bring safety to our community. And I'm just thankful for that appointment, thankful that the council, was able to do work proactively for our community. I want to thank, and as this role I had, I got to see firsthand, and it's something I'm always going to remember, all the people that advocated for our community, including Vice Mayor Ashby, while Stanford Settlement, Greenhouse is outside the boundaries of your district, you always cared for us, and I'm thank you for that. And then
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete.
and every councilman I mentioned, Northgate
Thank
Boulevard,
you.
including
Our next
Councilmember
speaker,
Guerrero.
Mr. Guerrero, thank you so much for advocating for Northgate and for giving so much time to the commission that you served on behalf of District 3. We're all very grateful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Diamond Key, Devin Summerhaven, Phoenix Ross.
Can you tell us your name so we can make sure we pull?
Hi, my name is Diamond Key. I am one of the co-creators of First Church of Poetry. I also do a lot of volunteering with Cafe, Clothing, and Food for Everyone. I want to say I do hope to see a few of you tomorrow regarding Camp Resolution. I hope you also bring supplies and donations and clothing. I really believe that this community should stay where they are. They're self-sufficient. It's a community that shows a lot of love to each other, and then people outside of the community show a lot of love to them. I think a lot has been said today as far as just leaving them alone, just leaving them alone, letting them be. And I think that's all that they're asking for, really. I don't know if a few of you are religious or Christian or have any relation to Abrahamic religions, but I do feel I walk in a path of Christianity. I feel it is my duty to make sure that everyone is safe and everyone is taken care of. And I think that is also the obligation that you guys have pledged as city council members. I hope you guys think about this tonight, and thank you.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker slips are Scarlett Joe, Les Light, Jackson Yoder, Brooke Marshall, Valentine Farouk, Jennifer Johnson, Indy Courtney.
Jackson Yoder. I'm going to keep this brief, right, because it's been a long night. I don't think any of us still want to be here. I don't think any of us wanted to be here in the first place, right? Couple things. Number one, I really don't want to diminish your commitment to talking with the city manager. I really appreciate you doing that. You're a new face for me. I haven't been here at city council for a little while, so I appreciate you doing that. I appreciate your commitment to come out tomorrow. I hope you hold up your end of the bargain on that. I hope other people commit to that as well. Having said all of that, I do not think that it is too much to ask for this city council to show the same level of energy and intrigue to the safety and well-being of our on-house neighbors that you do to new roads that we're building, right? To the bike lane discussion, right? I lost count of how many times different council members commented on that discussion. People were asking questions, right? We want to see that same level of engagement, right? You don't just have to sit up there and take this information as we're talking to you. We want this to be an open dialogue, right? And part of that's being an open dialogue is hearing us when we say, right? When we're talking about, oh, well, the city doesn't have enough money to do that. We understand that there are issues with the county, right? At the same time, imagine how much money you would save by not regularly sweeping communities. And imagine how much money that would have saved over the last couple of years to not spend that money on the police to sweep our communities, right? That's all I really got to say. I also would encourage you guys to put this to a vote, right? Don't leave these folks in the dark before folks go to sleep tonight.
Thank you for your comments.
Jackson, thank you for your comments. Thanks for being here.
Speakers Keon Bliss.
Mr. Bliss, did you want to
Delia
speak?
Deuce.
Did we call your name?
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
Brooke Marshall, go ahead.
So you're telling people to use calmer voices, but that's very easy for you to say because you get to go home in comfort, right? People are dying out on the streets. It will be freezing this week, and sweeps are violence, so it's understandable that people are raising their voices. You say there's no money, but Howard Chan makes over $400,000 a year, and cops and code come out almost every day, and sweeps literally cost money. So that's taxpayer money that's filling cops' pockets, filling your pockets. If the city has no control over this, then who does, right? Like, you're all in control of where that money goes, and it just doesn't seem like you care. There's clearly money. And aside from money, Camp Resolution residents care for one another and don't see a dime of that taxpayer money. It doesn't actually cost that much money to just show up for your community. Like, I'm not rich, and I'm out here. I'm not getting paid to be here. None of us are getting paid to be here. It's you guys that are getting paid to be here. And, you know, our passion for the community that you're supposed to care for is huge, while y'all's seems non-existent. And, you know, you say we don't speak calmly, but you've actually never tried to come out to talk to Camp Resolution yet. I hope you do tomorrow, but, you know, we'll see what happens. Where am I? Okay. There's a lot of people out there that don't care. And no one is trying to force any of you to care, but you signed up for a position where your job is literally to care. So, yeah, that's kind of on you. Okay, thanks. Bye.
You know, it'd be a lot easier to thank you for doing the right thing if you didn't antagonize us when you did. Truly. I mean, great. It's good. Like, I'm sure those residents are going to go to sleep at least somewhat easier tonight, knowing that they're not like at risk of getting swept at 5 in the morning or 6 in the morning from the only place that they have that's safe right now. You know, I keep hearing you all, like, I keep hearing this council talk about how much, like, you know, how little money that we have and how limited our resources are, which, you know, to a certain extent is true compared to the county that has over $7 billion. But $1.3 billion is nothing to sneeze at. And you actually have a lot of money that you could easily redistribute if you had the political will and the courage to just do that. If you want to talk about what money we have available, let's talk about the money you just approved on a consent calendar for another, like, to talk about having $4.5 million to buy more number 5 interceptors for the police department, which you just this fiscal year approved 40% of our general fund dollars to go to. A whopping total of over $220 million. If you want to talk about money and looking for where we can go money, let's look at your own pay right now. I mean, collectively, like, the city pays the city council over $1 million, including some of you, like District 2 council member, who has a business, a well-paid business, and owns multiple homes, and yet takes home, as of last year, over $120,000. This is public record, mind you. But we could also talk about this pay raise that was just recently approved for the city manager, second one in less than 2 years, despite the fact that he takes home in total pay and benefits over $500,000. Again, public record.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. I'll call the next speakers. Delia Deluz. Samuel. Thank you. Delilah. Samuel. Lucifin. Halia Salinas Collins. Jared Jackson. Jared Johnson, Jocelyn, Zion, Whitney Schuster, Sunny H. I'll call them all. Alexia Rodis and Diamond Williams.
Great. Okay. Come on. Can you just say your name for me? So
I'm Jared Johnson.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Hi. Yeah, I recently fell in with the folks at Camp Resolution, and I've been helping them out a bit. And I guess, like, yeah, this talk right now about how this conversation is going is interesting to me. I had other things I was going to say originally, but I think these people are really afraid of the outcomes of the decisions you guys are making. You all are sitting in a position of immense power next to the most powerless people in the city. And so their fear is very real. And I guess I would just urge you to, like, give a little bit of grace to the people that are coming out here talking, and also try to maintain a positive forward motion with those people, because they really need that, like, more than anyone else in the city. You know, there are people at that camp that need a lot of help, and they're getting help from the people that are there. And that's just incredible to me. And, like, I've never seen anything like it, you know? So I definitely, like, urge you to, like, take it really seriously, and not to just, because it hurts your feelings that they're mad at you for having a lot of money or wealth or power, that you forward your stronger self and do the right thing for these people, and continue to do the right thing. And look at what police are doing. Watch TV, watch Instagram, just watch the videos of how these camps are being swept, and educate yourself on what's going on. Also look at, you know, the courts, the laws, the, you know, I'm not really educated, but like Boise v. Martin or whatever, like all that stuff. Look at that, you know, and like and try to understand that the city's at a place where it's like splitting between like things that are actually probably unconstitutional, or definitely unconstitutional. I'm not the strongest speaker, but thanks for listening to me.
So we can make sure.
Diamond Williams.
Diamond. Okay, thanks.
council members, I want to thank you for your time tonight. On behalf of other youths / street family that's been on these streets and has been swept, I want to thank you guys for voting to pause the sweep at Camp Resolution. As well as I'm a homeless youth who's been swept multiple times by the police department, been harassed by the police department. I'm not asking you to defund the police department because I understand they keep other people safe. I highly encourage you to open centers like the LGBT Center, also known as Q Spot, when youth services for homeless that don't know the services out there. Like the Creation District, open more of those services so homeless can use the services and definitely use it to sing. Councilmember Venezuela, I want to thank you for your vote to move that forward. Straight, Councilmember Ashley, Ashby, I apologize for that. I want to ask you to, yes, meet with the city manager and ask him to help us get this, because when we get swept, it hurts, it kills us, multiple of us. I'm a homeless youth and I ask for more services for the homeless.
Amen. Thank you for being here. Your words are important. Thank you very much.
Can you tell us your name so we can?
Whitney Schuster.
Whitney Schuster. Got it. Go ahead.
Police sweeps are the worst possible reaction to the homelessness crisis. They're deadly for the unhoused, they're a criminal waste of taxpayer money, and they endlessly perpetuate the issue. Camp Resolution is extremely organized, cooperative, and self-sustaining. They've managed to set up a remarkable, sustainable community with resource security in little over a month, taking the job that you obviously don't want and have so utterly failed at off your hands, and you want to reward them by destroying their property, health, homes, and networks of support. Do you think we're exaggerating when we say sweeps kill? It is a literal statement. Howard Chan has blood on his hands. There is no other way to describe this behavior but cruel, insane, government-sanctioned terrorism, and the people of Sacramento will hold you accountable. Real, lasting solutions to the rapidly accelerating homelessness crisis can be found across the world. Take pages out of the books of Finland or even our own state of Utah with Housing First initiatives. We know we have the funds and resources to address this situation adequately, but nothing will get better when the vast majority of our general fund is given to policing, prison, and courts. Abolish police sweeps of homeless encampments. Defund the police and invest in social services, education, and things that actually result in material benefit for your citizens. And on a note to the comments that were made before, we do need your dialogue and action, so thank you for agreeing to meet, but we don't need your condescension. Nobody is joking or thinks any of this is cute. I don't know what you think is going on here. And your lecture about funding sources falls on deaf ears when the $600,000 of taxpayer money allotted to improve this site only went to terrorize human beings and chase them around, deny them safe refuge.
Thank you for your comments. That's the last comment in person. We have 7 or so speakers online.
I have 9 speakers
Yeah,
online.
hold on a second. Mackenzie, were you on there? Okay, hold on just a second. Let me just see by a show of hands how many of you thought your name was in there and it didn't show up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, why don't you line up in the aisle? If you've already spoken during this particular moment, please don't get back in line. Just those folks who had their hand up. Go ahead, ma'am.
Sacramento City Council members, I hope the people here have your full attention tonight. I know many of us brought our full attention here, so reciprocating that is deeply appreciated and part of your job. I have personally been affected by homelessness and sweeps since I was 15 years old. Those sweeps were direct causes to more harm, displacement, and it left me constantly more vulnerable to sexual assault, being robbed of the little that I have, and brutally abused by law enforcement. I was lucky enough to find a camp similar to Camp Resolution in 2016, and that community gave me not just a place to call home while I had none, but it brought me security, harm reduction services, safety, and purpose that I never received through any government-funded programs. The least you can do is allow this community to keep providing the safety that they currently are. I want you to hear that leaving this community alone is literally doing the bare minimum. So if you can have any care at all around this issue, you need to choose to protect this community and the people the way that they choose to protect each other. It's clear in this situation you don't know what you're doing. I don't say that with disrespect. I mean that as you're politicians. You're as far away from this as you can humanly possibly get. So listen to the people here today that are in this community, one that you are not in and that you choose to regularly not care about. So if you want to care a little less, do that and just turn the other cheek and stop sweeps. It's really not that hard. You have here in Sacramento an opportunity that so many have said to make history by just doing something as simple as being humane to people who have been displaced by our government and have no affordable housing. Does it make you look bad in the eyes of your other political peers to choose your power for community betterment instead of talking about another fucking Costco? Choose to access your humanity. You have it. Do your job. You were elected to listen and care. Did you lose sight of why you desired this job in the first place, or was your goal only to desire to have power and wield that power to harm the people around you? Do better. Do better.
Thank you for
It's
your
not hard,
comments. Your time
especially
is
you,
complete.
Angelique.
Thank you for your
Do
comments.
better.
Your time is complete.
Thank you for your comments.
Speaker? Next speaker,
Thank
please.
you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Alexia. I spoke a little earlier. And I wanted to say thank you all for being here, It's late. We're all here. It is super late. And thank you for at least delaying the sweep of the encampment. And thank you for having compassion for the people here who are getting very animated and getting angry because their very livelihoods are at stake. I get to go home. I get to sleep in a bed. They don't get to do that. Like, it could very well not be there in 24 hours. You know what I mean? I'd be pretty upset about that. And with that, I'd like to say that there is so much distrust that the homeless community has with its politicians, even with non-houseless people, because of the way that people in houses treat homeless people. It's super, S-wordy, as in shitty. And that distrust is not going to be remedied overnight. So they're probably still going to be mad. I would probably still be mad, But I would really like to implore you all to see Camp Resolution as an opportunity for the city, in tandem with the county and in tandem with the state, to come up with a creative solution for homelessness. Because this is clearly not something that's going away anytime soon. I live in San Francisco. It's incredibly expensive there. There's tons of homeless people in San Francisco. They're only going to get moved here. You know what I mean? And I'd really like to ask you to work with the people who hold the answers to these questions about what to do about homelessness. They are the ones who know what they need to be secure, what they need to get back on their feet. And I just really hope that you all see this as an opportunity to do something new in the state of California and potentially solve, at least a facet of the issue of housing that so many people in the state face. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thanks for being here. No.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Linda Reed, and I am a member of the Women's Dems here in Sacramento. I'm a board member. I'm also a member of NWPC Sacramento. I am also a board member of Capital Women's Campaign, and I am the coordinator, or former coordinator, of the Civitas program at Rio Americano High School, which was a political studies academy and an advocacy program for students in high school. In fact, that last student was one of mine, and I haven't seen her in years. I am also, amazed by the comments tonight and the long process that we've seen in all the people who have come and spoken about homelessness. And I have to talk about the same issue that Anthony talked about, which is Jay's ballywick here. And I'm sorry Rick's not here to also hear us. But it's come to my attention that Sierra 2 Green, which has been used by the Dogzillery, a dog training club for about 20 years, by agreement with the city of Sacramento, will be immediately closed to all off-leash dog use. And I'm a resident of the Curtis Park area for 35 years now, And I've had 4 dogs use that green as a multi-use facility for all these years. I go there every day for personal exercise and to exercise my dog. And also, during COVID, it was a good place to do some socialization of other kinds because, you know, we weren't allowed to talk to each other and come near each other. I'm very concerned that this has become an issue since in a meeting earlier this summer with the Parks and Recs people, which is now the Youth Parks and Community Enrichment, we were given the note that we would probably have an agreement or at least make some public comment. And no changes would be made until that public comment happened.
Thank you for your comment, but your time is complete.
I'll make the same offer to you that I made to Anthony. If you'd like to speak to Mr. Lara, you're welcome to. He's here. He's formerly the head of the Parks Department and recently promoted to be one of our assistant city managers, so he might have some good information.
Thank you.
Councilmember Chenier, are you wanting to
see you
say?
all.
Hold on just a second, ma'am. Councilmember Chenier has a comment for you as well.
Yeah, so just really quickly, because this is not on the agenda. Right. And I've probably gotten 100 emails about this. This is not a new thing. There are safety issues at the park. We have to make some decisions about should that, and we can't use the soccer field anymore because it's been ruined because of the usage by the dogs. And I get it. I have a dog. But there are some safety issues. We're going to do some surveys of the neighborhood to see what they want on that space. And at that point, we'll move ahead with something.
Ma'am, can I just ask you to move in front of the
I'll
mic?
come and talk to you
You know what?
separately. I don't want to do it now.
Oh, Councilmember Chenier's going to step down
Yeah.
from the dais. Come see you.
Yeah.
Did you want to talk to Councilmember?
And-
Okay.
And if there are any more people about Sierra 2, let's meet over here.
Okay.
Thank you for doing that tomorrow.
Mr. Lara, will you join Councilmember Chenier, please? So noted, Nikki. Thank you.
Next
Okay, ma'am,
speaker.
come on forward. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Sarah Wright, which I spoke earlier, you may remember. I first of all would like to take this opportunity to thank you for putting a pause on this violent act against Camp Resolution. But I also have to say that honestly, after all this community support, and I'm one of those members of the community, as were the folks at Camp Resolution, they're also Sacramento community members. But after all of this outpouring and this passion, I feel like that really, I mean, I'm thankful for it, but it really just doesn't go far enough. Like, we've tried to express how damaging these so-called sweeps, but I guess you could call them just attacks, are on folks who are unhoused, psychologically even. Like, can you imagine, honestly, being, one, harassed by police while you're in your bed, two, being, told you have to leave within 5 minutes, and I've seen these happen. They're tragic, and if you actually were to witness one or imagine yourself, or people in them, you would be outraged, I am sure, and you would not allow it to stand. So what I am asking for, and what I think we're all asking for, is a complete cancellation of this with at least Camp Resolution, and we'd like that tonight, a cancellation of any violent attack to make them leave. Now, you've opened dialogue, I appreciate that. Why not, let's just keep the dialogue going and figure out a better way and how to make it work. And just say, we're not going to do these violent attacks. Can we just please, after all of us came out and stayed, and, you heard from homeless youth who live there, older folks, people who take care of disabled folks, a person who can't even move, a paraplegic. That's very rude. It's
Actually,
very rude.
Sarah,
It's very rude.
I'm sorry. I can't let Councilmember Chenier leave the room because then I lose a quorum. So I know
Okay,
they're a little bit
understand,
loud.
But can you understand how it might feel frustrating to someone who has been cut off immediately when my time went, but now I have time, but I can't even very much focus on this, and it's not funny, and I really care about my community, and it's making it very difficult for me to
I
even
understand,
focus.
and I try to give you a little bit of extra time
And I
there too. And
appreciate
I
that.
hear what you have said,
Thank
and you've
you.
been very effective. And I think what you've asked for is the goal and strategy of this dais. So
Well,
thank
I
you very much
appreciate
for your
that, and I
comments.
would like a commitment tonight that it's not going to just be a pause, that it will be a complete cancellation of a
Thank you
violent
for your
attack on
comments.
Camp Resolution.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you very much, Sarah, for your comments. Remind me your name.
Sarah Whipple. I'm an outreach worker at Harm Reduction Services, and we've talked a lot about public health tonight, about kind of gradual long-term improvements to the public health of residents of Sacramento, like water and air quality, which are really vital strategies. And they also mean very little to people who face public health emergencies on a daily basis, and that includes sweeps. Being suspended in a constant state of terror is a public health crisis. And you've had to stay here for a couple extra hours, and I can see y'all getting a little tired, a little irritable, and that's understandable. And I just want you to think about, feel how that feels in your body, and then think about feeling that to 100th degree every day of your life. Think about very real threats. I mean, the worst threat you have today is some, people saying some bad words at you, right? And what if those threats included someone not knowing while you're here tonight, while you're at your job, if someone was at your home right now taking all of your things and threatening your family and taking your home? Having to stay awake all night to protect yourself is a public health crisis. Sleep deprivation is a public health crisis. Having to use meth all nights because you can't sleep is a public health crisis. Having to use heroin because your pain medications have been taken from you is a public health crisis. I mean, all of these things are very immediate public health crises and deserve just the attention that you've given air quality and water quality and transportation. These are immediate public health emergencies that I see as a public health outreach worker in our community. And Camp Resolution is the fucking picture perfect camp, right? It's this vulnerable people, right? Mostly women and disabled people who have taken a space that the city had promised to them. And if we can't even promise them safety, what about all these other camps,
Your
right?
comments,
They
your
deserve
time
that
is
safety
complete.
too.
Sarah, thank you for your comments. Thanks for staying.
My name is Megan Ford.
Say it one more time.
My name is Megan Ford.
Megan, okay, go ahead.
Just want to say, over the past few hours, my anger is progressively building because you guys can do more and you should do more. Yeah. And I really hope that's what you're doing when you're looking down at your computers and you're looking down at your phones. I really hope what you're doing is actually looking for solutions. I don't have much new to say, but what I can say is that there's eyes on you and they're not going away. Yeah. So you better start doing better right fucking now. Actually. Because the money is there. We all know it's there. If you stop spending money on the police, there would be money to have the porta potties there, to have the showers there, to have the dumpsters there, and then it wouldn't be a toxic ground anymore. You guys all know this. This is not new information to you. This is something that you've just chosen to ignore because it's not a priority to you. And it's absolutely disgusting. It really is. Especially with how much you're getting paid and you're just going to walk away from something incredibly important, or you're going to look down at your computer, you're going to look down at your phone, whatever is more pressing. If other people did that at their jobs, they'd be fired. So I really, really, really hope that you're actually committed to doing something better for these people, because again, there's eyes on you and they're not going away. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments, Megan.
Paul, you all know how businesses work. You understand profit. Sean suggesting developers will build affordable units is laughable. Developers will never build affordable housing units, let alone low-income units. It isn't profitable. You know this, Angelique. You stripped that protection from our city code. You are responsible for a portion of the unhoused, of the families suffering. The city and county must build low-income housing or it will never happen. We can't let profitability determine if human beings are treated like human beings. Come to the camp, all of you. We've emailed Sean. Multiple people have emailed Sean. Sean didn't respond, so asking
Direct
for
your
us to have
comments
a
at me,
communication
but
is
not
kind
the
of
other members.
disingenuous.
Go ahead.
We're asking for support of the people there, not full-on support by the city, not services beyond what they can provide, just speaking to the people who live there and who need the support, not just enforcement. And what you're hearing isn't comedy. It's people laughing at Sean's inconsistencies, at all of your hypocrisy, at your laughable treatment of human beings who need assistance. I appreciate the delay. I hope you can find an honest bone in your body to truthfully engage.
Just remind folks again, I just have a few more speakers left. If you want to direct your comments, you can direct them at me, but not the members of the dais. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Tamitha Myler, and I spoke earlier. I commend you on coming out tomorrow. I hope you're there. I'll be there. I'll be waiting for you at the gate. Come and have lunch with us. We invite all of you guys, not just you, but all of you. Come spend the day with us. We're not that bad. We're really not that bad people. I'm off on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, so come either one of them 2 days, and I'm there for you, you know? I want you guys to be there for us, too. Everybody in this room, I'm sure, voted for one of you, at least. I know I did, and now I'm kind of wondering why. We've offered you our help. All we want is for you to help us. We've been there for you, now be there for us. We're not just Camp Resolution, but you guys are Camp Resolution, too. That's where we got our name from. It's a resolution. We want to resolutionize this. We don't want to make it a big banner where we're fighting over everything and we're yelling and screaming at each other and cussing and raising our voices. We don't want all that. We want to sit down. We want to have a good conversation. But we expect the same respect that we give you for you to give it to us. And we're not getting that right now. This whole meeting, every one of you guys have been on your phones with your heads down. So we're not really thinking that you're hearing what we're saying. Or you might be hearing it, but you're not listening to what we're saying. Just a paycheck away. I'm telling you guys, a paycheck away from being homeless. Every one of you, just like the rest of us.
Thank you so much for being here.
See you tomorrow, and thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Good evening. My name's Claire. I am the Secretary of Sacramento Democratic Socialists of America. I'm really happy to hear that there is clarity on whether or not folks at Camp Resolution have an imminent threat of being attacked tomorrow. That's really good news, but I really encourage all of you that show up tomorrow to have a longer discussion about the future of these people's home, because obviously our first priority tonight was to get immediate clarity on what is happening in less than 12 hours, but if you were unsure about whether or not someone was going to throw a wrecking ball to your home in the next 2 weeks, you would be pretty unsettled. So I think that it's really important to get a clear timeline on what we're looking at precisely when it comes to the halt of this sweep. Secondly, I just want to make the point that it costs you $0 to get out of the way. Like, the city, for a number of reasons, is extremely skilled at developing ineffective and expensive solutions to this housing crisis. And the comprehensive siting plan, as many good intentions as there were behind it, it has failed, like full stop at this point. And the same thing's gonna happen with Measure O. And I mean, when it comes to like even Safe Ground, you're paying $4,000 a month ahead for people to sit in a tent on the asphalt. Like literally just like developer rent assistance program. It makes no sense to do that. And who gets to benefit from that contract? So I've reached the end of my time, but just, it costs you nothing to get out of the way. So just stay out of the way of people creating their own solutions.
For your comments, Claire. Yep, come on forward.
Okay, I had to leave for a while to prepare for what I expected to have been a very dark day tomorrow. I understand there's been a road to Damascus experience here for some of you, and I'm glad if you saw some light. So yeah, I'm just glad we got a chance here. I feel like we worked very hard to just get this far. I hope this means that we can open up productive dialogue with our city government now. I hope I'm not being a stupid sucker saying that. And I hope we can also think in terms of more public-assisted housing. And, well, let's say public housing, which is badly needed here. And I yield to whoever comes next.
Thanks for coming back.
Yeah, have to firstly just give a big shout out to the residents of Camp Resolution. Bless any that are still here tonight that have just put in just the most amazing time and energy to care for each other over the last 40 or so days, you know, just really caring, really in it for purpose, for not just a solution for their own homelessness, but totally that too, you know? Yeah. But actually, because it's all gone too far, too long, and they know what real solutions look like, they know what real resolution look like, and they know that those have been ignored for a long time. And so I appreciate a pause, I appreciate a dialogue. And I want to say thank you so much. And I know that you know that the private community can do this better than the government any day. And it's no offense to the government, it's just not exactly what it was built for. Like, we as a community can care for each other in private. You know, you all contract out to random ass corporations all the time to do this shit, but we are the community and we care for each other. And you can just contract out to the fucking community, you know, that cares for each other. We like have organizations, you can call them, you know what I mean? You can have our 501 goddamn C3 number if you need that shit. But these people, not just at camp, right? At so many camps. Y'all know. How many camps have I come here and asked, please not tomorrow? Thank you that it's not tomorrow, tonight. But there's so many more nights. There's so many more camps. There's so many more people. This issue is longstanding. This policy of removal is not, it's so harmful. And ongoing, it's not sustainable. It's simply harmful. It's divisive. It tears apart this community. And we need to stop.
Thank you for your comments.
Kenzie?
Oh, I've spoken to y'all about decorum already in a recent meeting, and how the most progressive things that have ever come out of this democracy have been folks who have said, fuck decorum. I think that we see tonight the flaws in this democracy and why we will continue to say, fuck decorum. This public came in love, in their organized rage, but in love and to defend their joy. They came to say that camp resolution is the solution and that it should stay. And the voices were silenced. They were cut off due to your rules and procedures that will literally cut the mic on things like love, your opportunity to learn, and poetry. There are a lot of things that will be changing, so learn to love it, because change is the only constant. And I ask now that you look at this space and do it better. I'll tell you again, as a community organizer, public comments need 2 or 3 minutes, and when they're fucking fire, 5 at most. I had something else to write because I didn't expect to actually receive an answer from you, Howard. So I'm very excited. I'm very excited to begin this dialogue that y'all have not been willing to engage in for years. You drove me to this radicalization, begging you for food and housing. And I give so much thanks for your love tonight, everybody. Because an elder told us at camp to never stop fighting because we might just fuck around and make history. And we did that tonight. And we will continue to do that with you. I gave you a letter with 800 names on it, so 800 names plus everybody else in the room are already watching, plus the thousands who are going to be watching this on the news tonight. But I'm giving you now my mom's letter because on it I wrote the phone number.
For your comments, your
and the
time is
email
complete.
address
Will you give it to the clerk, please?
Of camp resolution for you, all of you.
Thank you for your
To be able
comments.
to
Hand it
make
to the clerk,
your
McKinsey.
appointment to come, right? 'Cause these are
Yes.
people's houses, we don't just show up.
Thank you for the
McKinsey.
comment. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Good night. Stop interrupting
Just
people, Mindy.
Our next,
really, do we have, hold on. We have speakers online, right? We have a few speakers online that we want to hear from, but before we do that, because I know some of you are going to leave, I just want to thank you guys. It is not a perfect system. I don't think any of us up here think it's perfect either. But in some ways, it's beautifully broken, and you being here, we really appreciate. Nikki and Mackenzie, I personally want to say thank you for helping us get through the speakers. I think it's really important to get as many people heard as possible. It's sometimes very hard and very challenging, but I appreciate the help so that people could air their frustrations and their emotions and their feelings. We do have people left to speak online. We're gonna turn to that now. Thank you.
our first speaker is Trina Allen, then Rose Cabral.
Trina, go ahead.
Actually, everyone's already said everything already, but I would like to thank you for pausing the attack on cap resolution. This needs to be a first step towards ending all sweeps in Sacramento. When you say that you need money to act, and again, the literal easiest thing for you to do is to call off law enforcement that you waste money, millions on. And as just a side note, from a teacher, when you use your position of power to lecture folks about their own existence while you simultaneously ignore their needs and prevent them from taking care of it themselves, you are being truly abusive. Decorum itself is violence when people's lives are being threatened. You don't need to lecture folks about how they are surviving. And I think that to do so just shows how out of touch you are with what is actually happening outside. So I hope that you continue and absolutely end all sweeps in Sacramento. Thank you. Bye.
Our next speaker is Rose Cabral.
Okay, thank you, Trina. Rose, go ahead.
Rose Cabral.
All right, we'll come back, see if Rose joins us again. Go ahead. Next person.
Crystal Sanchez.
Crystal, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so thank you for meeting with Camp Resolution, first of all. Secondly, I need to bring another homeless situation forward. Councilmember Ashby in council. I'm asking for you to bring back the trailer ban again. In discussions, it was supposed to be brought back, and the documentation from code enforcement was to be shared and then discussed. They are taking RVs and tents daily and multiple times a day. Once RVs are taken, people are not able to get them out. They are being crushed with all of their belongings. There are no shelters, no wraparound services. The city is stealing trailers and displacing people to tents, which is not adequate shelter per Chico versus Warren, meaning it's not brick and mortar. This is a state-created danger when a municipality is placing a person at greater risk. We keep hearing services are too expensive. What's too expensive for my blood is watching people that I care about suffering and struggling to get into housing, having to deal with your code enforcement, your law enforcement being moved every 72 hours, paying for a Department of Community Response that is handing out bus passes and veterinarian services that we hand out for free. What does DCR do besides collect funding to snitch on our camps so that they can be swept? They aren't resourcing people. Another thing that is too rich for my blood is to stand back and continue to watch the city conspire to criminalize those experiencing homelessness while violating local, state, and federal laws themselves. We want real solutions. We want you to open the damn buildings. We want publicly accessible metrics on what's really going on with our tax dollars and our homeless services. Stop the streets. We don't want any more deaths on our streets, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal.
Next speaker is Colin M.
Colin.
Colin M.
Colin.
Thank you, Crystal. Next speaker is Colin M.
Okay, Colin. Okay, your connection is not good, but we'll come back to you and see if you can get maybe closer. Yeah, no. Okay, let's call Smith. We'll come back to Colin.
Zach Trowbridge.
Zach.
Yeah, hi. Just finishing my statement earlier that I wasn't able to get through. So definitely support the effort for Camp Resolution. I'm following up on the TPP matter to call attention to the historically marginalized region of Sacramento District 2. I've worked with each of you on various projects, city council members, and calling each of you and all other council members to please demand priority rankings be adjusted to account for the overwhelming influx of voting by the underserved residents of District 2. Our residents depend on public transportation and walking, biking paths, and currently have no access to simple things like the Sacramento Bike Trail, and are literally dying in the streets due to a lack of bike lanes, like I talked about earlier, happened a week ago. Higher priority projects in this plan enhance existing public transit, while District 2 continues to have very little or no safe public transit, walking past or bike lanes. The large Marconi public transit hub doesn't even have sidewalks leading to it. There's not a safe way to get to it from the main roads. I'm really curious why TPP asked for community feedback and then ignored the feedback. I believe TPP needs to adjust their rankings based on the results of the free and fair voting program they designed to confirm their project priority, but then chose to ignore. The presenter asked for community feedback and admits in their presentation that they did not adjust their prioritization at all based on that feedback. I believe there are two really important questions here. Why did TPP ask for community feedback if they had zero intention of using that feedback to adjust their plans? I don't think they really answered that. And why would council support a plan that does not adjust their plans based on the massive amount of community feedback? I agree with all of you that Jennifer's work in TPP is incredibly valuable. They identified many very important projects, but I'm calling out where TPP fell short when the community weighed in. TPP defines their values as improving health, providing equitable investment, improving safety. After the back and forth on this, Chambers, I'm left wondering why bike lanes where there are currently none and people dying as a result of that doesn't fit TPP's values. And I applaud Myving for amending the motion to elevate the Meadowview project. I desperately
Thank you for your
wish we could
comments. Your
elevate some
time is
District 2
complete.
projects.
And next speaker is Erica Jaramillo.
Zach, thanks for your advocacy for District 2.
Erica?
Hi, thank you. This is Erica Jaramillo, and I am a resident in District 6 now in Colonial Heights. And I'm calling just, I want to walk down memory lane with you guys. 17 months ago, on exactly this date, it was June 15th, and it was right around this time too. It was late into the evening. Y'all were talking about spending $2.2 million of our housing trust fund money, like it was just an easy go-to slush fund, to plug the fire department. That money never, for one, that money was never, that option, that decision was never presented to the public. It was just decided and happened just in front of everyone's eyes. That money was never put back. Where's that money at? How many dollars are in our housing trust fund right now? The issue with money is it's laughable. The other thing I want you guys to consider too is that the county and the city are going to be partnering up a few times a week and going to encampments. When you sweep people from a centralized area that still need documentation, TB tests, follow-up services, what's the bigger picture? What are you saying? You are preventing people from becoming sheltered. You are displacing them, and you are doing more harm to them. So please think about that and call your investor friends. What about the McKinley Village deal? Get them to share their money.
Thank you for your
gave them
comments.
$8
Your
million
time is
back in bonds.
complete. Our next speaker is Robla Park, then Barry Boyd.
Robla Park.
Robla Park, if you'll unmute. Colin M., if you'll unmute.
All right.
Colin, we're still having some audio problems. Barry Boyd. Barry Boyd, if you'll unmute.
Mr. Boyd, are you with us? Okay.
Vice Mayor.
What about Rose Cabral? Rose?
Rose put her hand down.
Okay. All right, let's try Colin one more time. Colin, you want to try one more time to unmute? Let's see if we can get you. We're having some technical difficulties with you. Go ahead, can you? Yeah, that's not working. So sorry, Colin, I'm sorry. We can't hear you. Is that it for speakers online? Okay, thank you very much. I think that concludes the business of the City Council, unless you have anything you need to read into the record. We're good. Thank you, everyone, for hanging in the late hour. Colleagues, thank you too. City staff, thank you very much. That adjourns.